Hello everyone, if you're new to my channel, consider liking and subscribing. It will make me feel wonderful if you do that. Thanks. By the way, I also have another Naruto and Luffy fanfiction channel. If you are interested, link is in the description.
Legion of the Pirate King Mugiwara no ADHD. With a larger crew come unique challenges and obstacles they must overcome together, including conflicting personalities and different wants and needs to have an enjoyable and sustainable journey. The story covers canon arcs and how they are handled given the expanded roster, but also includes a heavier emphasis on the slice-of-life moments between major arcs at sea. Adios.
Having escaped from the mysterious man, Usopp races through the forest. Frantic, he tries to come up with a plan. Maybe I can find Luffy and Igaram. But what if that weird guy already took them out? Vivi and Taipan, there has to be somebody. Not noticing a branch, he trips over it and crashes to the ground. Tears well up in his eyes as he presses his palms against the dirt, slowly pushing himself up. Why am I so scared? Brogy wouldn't have been scared. He would go back and fight that man. Why can't I be brave like him? He swipes a dirty hand across his face, attempting to wipe away the tears but only managing to cover his face in fresh soil. The noise reaches his ears, and he freezes, listening intently. A cold and calm voice drifts across the breeze toward the sniper. Usopp recognizes him instantly, the man who had betrayed Kaya and Mary and tormented him for years. A monster who had plagued his dreams for the last month. Kuro, the former captain of the Black Cat Pirates. The man who now served as one of Buggy's lieutenants. Creeping carefully toward the noise, Usopp presses a hand against his ear, trying desperately to eavesdrop. Leaving me with this stupid bird. Why the hell does Buggy want it, anyway? The sound of a boot hitting something solid is accompanied by a muffled squawk. The disgruntled Kuro continues irritated. Of course, Morgan and Krieg took off as soon as we were clear of the camp. I bet they expect me to drag this bird to the meeting spot by myself while they drink their weight in booze. Idiots. Bird? Does he mean Kuro? Peering carefully around a tree, Usopp catches sight of Kuro kneeling beside Kuro. Ropes bind the bird's feet and wings. Pulling back, he feels a bead of sweat run down his brow. It is. But what do I do? Reaching down, he runs his fingers over the tubes lining his belt. With his other hand, he withdraws his slingshot. I need to divert his attention somehow. Dropping his hand lower, he presses a button under one of the tubes. A small sphere, white with a yellow circle near the center, launches upward. Grabbing it out of the air, his nose wrinkles in disgust as he loads it into the leather pad. These things reek. But I guess that's the point. Once I shoot, I'll need to be quick. The hell is that smell? Kuro calls out from the other side of the tree. His feet scrape against the dirt as he rises to his feet. Pulling back the rubber bands, Usopp closes one eye as he stares between the handles, aiming for a tree several yards deeper into the woods. Eggstar! He screams in his head. Not wanting to give himself away, but unable to resist calling out his attack. Releasing his grip on the pad, the pellet soars through the air before splattering against the trunk. The shell explodes, revealing a black and gray egg with a putrid green yolk. The smell spreads in an instant, coating the area in a repugnant odor not unlike a skunk spray. Nasty! Kuro shouts as he hurries toward the smell. Passing Usopp, he fails to notice the hidden sniper. Reaching into his jacket, he removes a bottle of cleaning solution and a rag. Perfect! Slipping out from behind the tree, Usopp dashes to Kuro's side. Dropping to his knees, he pulls a caltrop from his pocket and runs the sharp edge against the thick rope in a seesaw motion. The cords split and release the bird's legs, and he immediately sets to work on the rope binding Kuro's wings. Hurry, he could come back at any moment. The smell quickly dissipates as Kuro expertly cleans the mess, his time serving as Kaya's butler paying off in the current situation. Before long, Kuro's footsteps can be heard approaching from behind, followed by his cruel voice, "Look what the cat dragged in." Metal scrapes against metal as the pirate carefully pulls on his claw gloves. No more time. Splitting through the last rope, Usopp grabs Kuro, helping the bird to his feet. Swinging a leg over the creature's back, he shouts, "Go!" Squawk! Kuro calls out as his feet kick against the ground, jettisoning him forward. Wind whips around the bird and his passenger as they dash through the forest away from a suddenly furious Kuro. Several minutes later, Kuro slows to a stop near a cluster of trees. Flustered by the wide ride, Usopp carefully dismounts. His legs felt like jelly, and he leaned against a tree, trying to settle his stomach, which was doing flips. How does Vivi do it? As the spinning in his head slows down, he realizes Kuro is staring at him, awaiting instructions. He's no fighter, but Kuro can still help. Pointing toward the beach, he commands the bird, Brogy and Dory are in trouble. Luffy and the others are missing. Return to the ships and retrieve the rest of the crew. We need help. Nodding his head, Kuro turns and speeds through the forest, quickly vanishing from view. In the wax house, lounging on a strange white chair in the mysterious house, Sanji rests his feet on the table. Arms dangling to either side and a cigarette dangling from his lips, he takes in the strange structure. A house made entirely of wax. Now I've seen everything. A noise startles him out of his thoughts, and he sits up. Resting on the desk, a den mushi shakes, indicating an incoming call. With each ring, it lets out a guttural, Buddha Buddha Buddha. Here's goes nothing. Grabbing the snail, Sanji presses a button on its underside, accepting the call. It would be more suspicious if nobody picked up, right? Leaning back against the chair, he holds the device to his ear. Where the hell is my report, Mr. 3? Comes an irritated voice from the other side of the line. The person continues, I want those straw hats dead. I don't care how you do it. Sounds like the boss. Let's have some fun. Pulling the cigarette from his lips, Sanji blows a white cloud into the air. The smoke rises toward the ceiling as it slowly dissipates. A grin spreads across his face, and he replies calmly, Mr. 3 isn't available right now. It's Mr. Prince. Can I take a message? Mr. Prince? The den mushi shakes as the man's intensity grows. Put Mr. 3 on, tell him, Mr. 0 is calling. Mr. 0? Sanji's eyes grow wide as realization sets in. That's Crocodile. Hand shaking, he takes another quick drag from the cigarette, blowing the smoke through his nostrils. Feeling his heart settle, he decides to end the conversation quickly. I told you, he's not available. He'll need to call you back. Not waiting for a response, he disconnects the call. Placing the den mushi back onto the table, he stares at it intently. A moment later, it starts to shake as Crocodile calls back. I'm not doing that again. Pushing back from the table, he rises to his feet, ignoring the device. In the woods on Little Garden, Squawk, Kuru's voice rings out as he races through the woods. His feet kick leaves into the air as he dodges between trees. The many obstacles made it impossible for him to reach max speed. Behind him comes a clamor as several members of the Kumate tribe swing from tree to tree in hot pursuit. Arrows whiz through the air, slamming into the ground ahead of the bird, forcing him to swerve around them. One of the larger tribesmen, wielding a large wooden spoon, calls out, "Get back here, we're hungry." Lowering his head, Kuru continues sprinting in the direction of the beach. Must get help. Going merry deck, Johnny and Yosaku lounge in their chairs on the deck of the smaller ship. Having lugged their chairs over, they take the opportunity to enjoy the sun, free from Mary and Peeman's incessant hammering. Removing his sunglasses carefully, Johnny rubs his eyes before stretching his arms above his head. Letting out a loud yawn, he sits up in his chair. Glancing at his friend, he asks, "You bored?" Lip curling into a grin, Yosaku turns his head toward Johnny. He replies, "Yeah, I am so bored." Placing his hands on his knees, Johnny slowly pushes himself to his feet. Back stiff, he pushes his chest forward until he hears a satisfying pop, opening his mouth to continue. He pauses as a strange noise calls his attention to the forest. Raising an eyebrow, he asks, "You hear that, bro?" Rising to his feet, Yosaku brushes off his shorts before joining Johnny. The pair rest their elbows against the railing and stare across the beach at the line of trees. He replies in a low voice, "Yeah. What do y'all think it is?" "I dunno." Shrugging his shoulders, Johnny continues to stare. The trees near the shore begin to shake as the noise gets closer. Maybe Big Bro Zoro's back. But why's he being so damn loud? The trees part as a large duck races onto the beach. Lips splitting into a wide grin, he shouts, "It's Kuru." His smile vanishes as the tree shakes before several dozen members of the crewmate tribe pour out of the forest, chasing after their crewmate. Grabbing the hilt of his sword, he shouts, "And he brought friends. Tell the others." Drawing his blade, he charges toward the gangplank to meet the approaching mob. Lifting his hand to his ear, Yosaku presses the shell of the Den Den Mushi resting inside, unmuting himself. He shouts, "We have company." There is static as several other devices come online. A chorus of voices shouting some variation of "Got it" carries over the line. Going shopping deck leading Chabo across the deck, Kaya sees Kobe, Jin, Hachin, and Ninjin racing for the gangplank, weapons in hand. Between their legs darts Chow Chow, a look of determination on the dog's face. "I don't even want to know what that's about." Looking down at the young boy, she asks in a concerned voice, "Are you sure you want to go to the greenhouse? You're in no condition to garden. It would be better if you rested in." "I'm sure." Chabo's voice was calm but firm. Despite his young age, he held a commanding energy. The glow around his eyes had mostly faded, but his gaze remained locked on the door to the greenhouse. His greenhouse. "I need to be with my plants." He does love his plants. Pushing her doubt aside, Kaya continues to the door and carefully opens it. She pauses to ask, "You're sure you don't need me to stay with you?" "Positive," comes Chabo's reply, cold and distant. The glow was returning, a light green film partially obscuring his vision. Staring into the greenhouse, he feels warmth emanating from each plant. Not wanting to continue the conversation any longer, he steps through the door, slamming it shut behind him. "Hello, Chabo." The voice was foreign and yet so familiar, resonating with his soul. A smile spreads across his lips. "It's you. The fruit I ate last night." "Indeed. I am here as your guide. My time is short. Soon, I will fade, leaving only my power." Nodding in acknowledgement, Chabo walks toward the center of the large room. "Teach me." A clearing in the woods on Little Garden. "Dory." Luffy's excited yelp precedes the young pirate bursting through the trees into the clearing. Skidding to a stop, he gasps in horror at the scene before him. Lying in the dirt, Dory doesn't move. Beside him, Brogy is pinned to the ground, a strange white wax wrapped around his body. Tears stream down his face as he looks desperately at his fallen friend. A massive wax cake is erected beside the pair. Fiona, Gregory, Igaram, Taipan, Vivi, Rika, and Zoro are perched atop the cake. Their feet are embedded in the structure, restricting their movement. The mysterious man who had attacked the giant stands in the center of the clearing. Upon spotting Luffy, his face splits into a wide smile, and he lifts his hands. His sharp voice calls out, "The man of the hour has arrived." The surrounding forest erupts with laughter as pirates step out from behind trees. Buggy, his shirt covered in green and yellow paint, cackles along with his crew. Giving Luffy a toothy smile, he shouts, "What a flashy surprise, Straw Hat." A young-looking woman holding a paintbrush and easel scurries over to the mysterious man. Her twin braids bob with each step. She whispers in his ear, and he rolls his eyes before returning his focus to Luffy. The man's voice carries across the clearing, "You already know our new friends, but I don't think we've had the pleasure of introducing ourselves. My associate here." He nods at the girl beside him, "Is Miss Goldenweek, and I am." Cutting the man off, Luffy shouts, "Mr. 3. Pointing at his head, he continues, "Duh." Irritated at the interruption, Mr. 3 turns to Buggy and shouts, "Is he always like this?" "Yeah. He's an annoying little shit." Buggy replies. His gaze hardens as he glares at Luffy. "You're the annoying one, Bunny," Luffy shouts back. He begins to laugh, "She. "It's Buggy," Buggy screams back, his face turning bright red. Body shaking, a drop of the yellow-green paint drips from his shirt and splashes against the ground. As the argument builds, one of the pirates who had lagged behind the others struggles to drag a music player into the clearing. Covered in dents, the device had seen better days, and its speakers had been partially destroyed in the attack on the carnival the previous day. Giving up, the pirate drops to the ground panting for breath, sweat running down his face. Kicking his foot forward, his heel slams into the play button, and the machine whirs to life. A haunting melody, twisted by the damaged speakers, fills the air. A voice cuts through the melody, Welcome to our freak show. Come meet my monsters. Oh, such a fine collection of stranger things. The surrounding pirates smile maliciously and crack their knuckles, the music pumping them up. Several begin walking menacingly toward Luffy. On the cake, Zoro slowly draws Sandai Kitetsu from its sheath. It's time for you to show me if you are truly malicious enough to bring harm to your master. Don't be an idiot. You picked a fine time to fear for my safety. Glancing to her side, Rika opens her eyes in fear as the older swordsman withdraws his weapon. She whimpers, "What are you doing, sensei? Luffy needs me, and I can't do anything stuck here in this cake." Raising the blade above his head, he takes a deep breath and exhales slowly. Focusing on his left leg, he prepares to strike. "Stop!" Vivi's shouts. Her eyes darted between Zoro and the clearing below. "We have to stay quiet. Otherwise, they might go after us." She continues in a low voice. "What good are you going to be to the captain with no legs? Use your head." "Well then, what am I supposed to do? Just stand here and watch Luffy die?" Zoro growls back. Sheathing his sword, he crosses his arms. Breaking his stalemate, Igaram points at the trees behind their captain and says calmly, "Look over there. Someone is coming." Walking cautiously through the forest, Usopp flinches with the snap of each twig underfoot. "I hear music, but why would there be music here? Must just be my nerves. I hope the others are here." Approaching the battleground, he sees a familiar figure through the tree line. Cupping his hands around his mouth, he yells, "Luffy!" Charging into the clearing, he stops dead as the assortment of pirates shifts their focus onto him. Swallowing hard, he lets out a terrified squeak. Taking Usopp's arrival as their cue, the pirates surge forward. Eyes bulging, Usopp turns and flees back toward the woods. Buggy's crew charges after him, leaving Luffy alone with Mr. 3 and Miss Goldenweek, who are in the midst of a heated disagreement. "Been doing this together for years. What do you mean I'm replaceable?" Miss Goldenweek shouts, jabbing the paintbrush at her partner like a sword. "Think about it," Mr. 3 shouts back as he dodges the brush. Waving his hand at the mob of pirates who are chasing after the continues, "With Mr. 6 and Miss Mother's Day on our side, you're redundant." Crossing her arms, Miss Goldenweek's bottom lip protrudes as she pouts in frustration. Blowing a strand of hair out of her eyes, she snaps back, "Redundant? You're one to talk. Whatever, I don't need this." Coughing loudly, Luffy attempts to get the pair's attention. When it doesn't work, he scrunches up his face in anger and bellows, "Hello? Is one of you going to fight me? I'm bored." The collective sound of his crewmates trapped on the cake, slapping their faces in dismay, can be heard across the battlefield. "Do you mind?" Mr. 3 turns to face the pirate. Placing his hands on his hips, he snaps, "We are trying to have a conversation over here." "That wasn't a conversation, it was a backstabbing," Miss Goldenweek yells, still visibly upset. "Fine," Luffy shouts back. A grin spreads across his face as he sprints toward the cake. He calls over his shoulder, "I guess I'll just break your stupid cake then." "The cake!" Mr. 3 and Miss Goldenweek shout in unison. Leaving his partner behind, Mr. 3 sprints after the pirate. His fingers start to melt, forming a white, waxy liquid, which drips onto the ground before racing ahead toward his target. The music box continues dolling out its haunting lyrics beneath an unsettling, almost mechanical soundtrack. My patience running thinner on this melting clock. Cerebrum jailed with thoughts, most would consider rot. To think you're any different from an animal. A creature sick as you should be put down, but I can't help myself. Candle lock. As the wax runs up Luffy's legs, Mr. 3 yanks his hand backward, causing it to solidify instantly, bringing the pirate to a halt. Whoa, what the heck is this? Grabbing at the wax, Luffy attempts to pry it off his leg, but the substance remains stubbornly attached. Gritting his teeth, he carefully lifts his leg into the air before bringing it crashing to the ground. I can move. Not missing a beat, he resumes charging forward, wax-covered feet booming with each step. Slower than before, he was still moving at a considerable rate, given the circumstances. That was supposed to work. Slow down. Still chasing after Luffy, Mr. 3's fingers continually drip wax that forms a white blob on the ground. The liquid pool glides forward, outpacing and easily catching up with the energetic pirate captain. In the woods on Little Garden. Ah! screams Usopp as he dodges around a tree, before sliding beneath a tangle of vines. Behind him comes the sound of snapping foliage as Buggy and his crew chase him through the woods. Spotting a hollowed-out tree hidden behind a bush, he darts toward it and vanishes from sight. Cowering against the side, concealed in the shadow cast by the tree, he watches as Buggy's crew runs past mere feet away. That was a close one. As the clamor grows faint, Kuro yells, "Where did that sniper go? I owe him a beating." "Phew," Usopp shouts in relief. "Did I just say that out loud?" Eyes bulged as he slapped a hand over his mouth. "That was him," screeches Axe Hand Morgan. The sound of bodies slamming into one another is followed by footsteps approaching the hidden sniper. "Gotta run." Dashing out from cover, Usopp makes a beeline for the battlefield. "Why are they all after me? This is Luffy's fight, not mine." A clearing in the woods on Little Garden as the puddle reaches Luffy's feet. It quickly glides up his legs and across his torso before finally running down his arms. Warm to the touch, the pirate cannot help but laugh as it moves across the sensitive skin in his armpit. She. "Why are you laughing? I'm about to murder you and your friends," screams Mr. 3 as he tightens his hand into a fist, causing the wax to solidify around the pirate's hands. He continues in a loud voice, "Candle lock." Lips tight, Miss Goldenweek stares at her partner as he chases the hyperactive pirate around the battlefield. She mutters, "Serves him right, having to chase that boy all over the place. I'd have him begging for mercy by now." Arms suddenly heavier, they hang limply at Luffy's sides. He continues, undeterred toward the cake. Suddenly, an idea occurs, and a wide smile spreads across his lips. More weight means a harder punch. Swinging both arms backward, he stretches the limbs as far as they will go. Eyes wide, Mr. 3 watches as the pirate's arms stretch far beyond what should be possible. Digging his heels into the ground, he comes to a sudden stop. Staring wide-eyed at the young man, he mouths the words, "What in the world?" "Gum," Luffy chants as he continues on the path toward his trapped friends. The arms snap forward, flying past Luffy at the cake. He shouts, "Mallet," colliding with the top of the structure. Luffy knocks loose a pillar that had been suspending a platform above the heads of his crewmates, who shriek in horror as it falls to the ground. Luckily, the force of his blow was enough to shift it off course, and it landed harmlessly beside the cake. The wax on Luffy's hands crumbles away, leaving his hands free from their bondage, which was both a blessing and a curse, as he could no longer use the weight to damage the cake. As a cloud of white powder rises from the fallen platform, the musical device repeats its haunting chorus, "Welcome to our freak show, come meet my monsters." Oh, such a fine collection of Stranger Things. "See, Captain." Trembling with fear, Gregory stammers, "T tried to be a little bit more careful." The crown, which normally sat straight on his head, was tilted to the side, having been nicked by the fallen platform. Had he been a foot closer to the edge, his head would have been taken clean off. Clicking his tongue against the roof of his mouth, Mr. 3's voice shifts into a more cynical tone, "Tisk tisk. Trying to destroy my statue just to save your filthy friends? What a bother." Raising his hands, liquid wax bursts from his palms, speeding past Luffy toward the cake. Merging with the massive structure, 6 tubes rise on its surface beside the trapped pirates. As they reach Igaram's height, rope wicks push out of the top of each tube, transforming them into makeshift candles. With a snap of his fingers, the candles ignite, and the cake slowly rotates. Wax particles are sprayed into the air before slowly settling on each of the pirates' heads. Lips curling into a cruel smile, he shifts his focus back to Luffy. "I was planning on letting your friends have a slow death, but due to your rude attack, I have been forced to escalate my plans. They have approximately 10 minutes before the wax fully engulfs their bodies." His voice turns sour, and his lips droop as he continues, "I hope you're happy with yourself, Straw Hat." Bursting through the woods, sweat dripping from his brow, Usopp sees Luffy across the field. Cupping his hands around his mouth, he shouts, "We just need to hold on a few more minutes. I sent Karoo to find help. He should be back with Zoro and the others soon." Gritting his teeth, Zoro stares at Usopp. Cupping his hands around his mouth, he shouts back, "I'm up here, you long-nosed idiot." Turning slowly to face the wax cake, Usopp stares at its occupants in horror. They got Zoro, and Taipan too. We are so dead. The thought vanishes as the sound of pirates crashing through the foliage behind him reaches his ears. He runs screaming across the battlefield, again pursued by Buggy's men. My friends are stuck, and there's nothing I can do about it. Frustrated, Luffy pulls back his fists before launching a flurry of punches toward the cake. His scream accompanies the attack, gum gum gatling. Not so fast. Candle wall. With a casual wave of Mr. Three's hand, a small chunk at the base of the cake melts and glides between the structure and the attacking pirate. Tinto the air and spreads out, forming a flat surface as he again tightens his fist, causing it to solidify. Luffy's fists slam against the thick wall, which shakes with each powerful impact. Pirates pour through the trees, led by Buggy, who is cackling madly as his limbs detach and float through the air after the panicking sniper. As the battle heats up, the music box continues to deliver its haunting melody as another unsettling chorus drifts from its misshapen speakers. Please, don't hide your imperfections. Nature took 2 tries to make the man in white. No, I don't mind. You're a beauty, not temptation. You're my creation. The words hang in the air, seeming to punctuate the futility of Luffy's assault and the hopelessness of their situation. Swinging the thick club over his shoulder, Kobe turns away from the man groaning in pain on the ground. He steps forward when a hand wraps around his ankle, halting him in his tracks. Rolling his eyes, he attempts to shake it off but cannot free himself from the man's iron grip. Cupping a hand around his lips, he calls out, "Chow Chow, can you deal with this for me?" The beast bounds across the sand toward him. No longer the fluffy white ball, his hair was thick and coarse, resembling a wolf's fur. Teeth long and sharp, the beast leaps onto the unsuspecting warrior, who releases Kobe's leg with a shriek of terror. Poor guy. A shudder runs up Kobe's spine as he hears the thud of a body dropping limply to the ground. Not looking back, he continues across the sand toward the ships. Kobe is joined by Hatchin and Jin, who had similarly disengaged from their assault on the crewmate tribesmen. The other fighters finish their skirmishes as the 3 men continue toward the going shopping. In Little Garden's clearing turned battlefield. Ah! Usopp screams as he races across the tall grass that bites at his ankles with each stride. His mind races through the many challenges facing them. Luffy is fighting that guy with the weird hair, and I'm being chased by a parade of lunatics dressed up like clowns. Zoro and the others are stuck on the cake, and by the looks of it, they don't have much time before they become a permanent addition. Damn it! Why does everything have to land on me? Reaching toward his side, he withdraws his slingshot. If I can get off a shot, I might be able to set the others free. Otherwise, we are all dead. Sliding his knuckles across his belt, he taps a button beneath one of the tubes lining his waist. A small orb launches upward, and he quickly snatches it out of the air. What are you trying to do, you fool? Buggy shouts before bursting into laughter. Yahahahaha. Hands detaching from his wrists, he sends them racing across the field at the sniper's back, each clutching a long knife. Behind him, the horde of pirates matches their captain's mirth. Dodge, Captain Usopp. Rika screams as the blades zip through the air after the sniper. Rolling to the side at the last minute, the blades narrowly miss clipping Usopp. That was a close one. Good save, Rika. Loading the orb into the leather pad of his slingshot, he draws back the rubber bands behind his ear. Keeping ahead of the jovial mob, his aim bounces with each step. At least it's a big target. Gunpowder Star, releasing his grip on the pad, he sends the red projectile flying through the air at its target. This should leave a dent. There is movement near the base of the wax structure as 2 cloaked figures step into the light. Throwing back their hoods, they reveal themselves as the agents sent to capture Vivi in Whiskey Peak, Mr. Five and his partner, Miss Valentine. A trail of sparks trails the projectile as it continues through the air. Moving quickly, Mr. Five places himself between the orb and the cake. Opening his mouth wide, he catches the red orb and swallows it whole. There is a muted explosion in the man's stomach as the ballistic detonates. Letting out a loud belch accompanied by a plume of black smoke, the man pats his stomach. His eyes meet Usopp's. His voice is calm but focused. Delicious. Do you have any more? There's more of you. Usopp skids to a halt before he runs into the agent. The mob closes in on his position. What do I do? Where can I go? Making a quick decision, he darts to his left, away from Luffy and Mr. 3, who have started to engage in direct combat. As the carnies continue chasing his crewmate, joined by Baroque Works agents Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine, Luffy unleashes his fury against Mr. 3. A barrage of fists rain down, and he shouts, "Gum Gum Gatling." Pummeled by the assault, Mr. 3 drops to his knees. Gasping for breath, his small frame shakes as each blow connects. Putting up a hand in desperation, a small wax shield solidifies between him and the pirate, absorbing the attack. Panting for breath, he nervously glances around the defense only to receive a blow to the chin that hurls him backward to the ground. Blood trickles from the corner of his mouth, and he groans in pain before mumbling, "Please, have mercy." "No!" Pulling back his hand, Luffy shouts, "Gum Gum Pistol." His fist flies forward, slamming into Mr. 3's forehead. His unconscious body drops to the ground. "You go, Luffy." Taipan's voice cuts across the battlefield as the drunkard raises his fists into the air in celebration. The movement was slowed as wax continued to coat his body. A wide smile on her face, Vivi joins her uncle's joy. "You did it, now you can set us free." Turning to his crewmates, a smirk spreads across Luffy's face. He replies in a dismissive tone, "No." The ground around him is darker than usual. His chest feels heavy as the smirk slowly transforms into a cruel smile, revealing a row of white teeth. Pointing at his friends, he asks, "Why should I bother?" Fear in her eyes, Rika's lip trembles. "Why is the captain acting this way? He's supposed to be our friend. He made us his nakama." A tear runs down her cheek, and she whimpers, "Why, Captain?" "Miss Goldenweek?" Gregory asks Fiona, who nods affirmatively. "I had heard stories of her power, but I have never seen it myself. They say she can control others with her color traps, but I don't see anything." Raising his hand, he points at the captain. "Captain, you would never betray us by turning your back in our time of need, would you?" "Betray them? Why, of course, I would." Still smiling, Luffy turns in a slow circle, facing away from the crew. A gust of wind blows through the clearing, parting the grass and revealing a ring of black paint on the ground around the young pirate. The music box continues to belt out its haunting tune, the man's voice replaced with that of a woman. "Freako Friday night. No, I'm the main attraction. Basket acrobat, they want to see some action." Black of betrayal. Vivi's whispers in a voice quiet enough to be heard only by her companions atop the cake. Shaking her head slowly, she scans the battlefield, looking for any sign of the artist. Spotting the young woman, easily identified by her prominent pigtails, she watches as the woman carefully cleans the paint from her brush before resting it against the center of her easel. Desperation plaguing her voice, she shouts, "Usopp, you have to do something." "Do what?" Making another lap around the battlefield, Usopp looks up at the princess who is calling his name. "Can't she tell I'm busy?" Dodging to the side, he narrowly avoids a blade swung by Kabaji, who has closed the distance between them and is attempting to cut down the sniper. Filled with rage, Zoro yells, "If there was somebody else, don't you think we'd have asked them instead? Long nose? Do something quick?" As the swordsman swipes at him again, Usopp leaps over the blade. Shooting one last glance at his crewmates, he yells, "Sorry, I'm a little preoccupied." "We're on our own," Vivi says in a low voice. Eyes watering, she tries to piece together a plan. He did the opposite of what Gregory asked. Maybe we can use that to her advantage. Glancing at Gregory and Fiona, she asks in a low voice, "As long as he steps outside the circle, it'll break her control, right?" The pair nods in confirmation. "That's what we've been told, at any rate," comes Igaram's voice, calm despite the chaos unfolding around them. His eyes were fixed on the young girl, studying her movements as she casually approached the captain's position. "Perfect." Shifting her focus back to Luffy, Vivi fights against the wax building up on her joints and cups her hands around her mouth. She shouts, "Luffy, as my friend and captain, you would never come over here and punch me. What are you doing, princess?" Igaram yells, desperation entering his eyes as he turns to look at the princess. Seeing a mischievous grin on the young woman's face, his mind races. She knows how strong he is, so why would she provoke him? Does she have a plan? "Don't mind if I do," still smiling maliciously. Luffy turns back to his friends and begins walking toward the cake. As his feet cross over the line, he feels something inside him shift. His eyes grew wide as his previous actions hit him like a tornado. How could I say and think such things about my friends? I made Rika cry. Looking up slowly, tears well up in his eyes, and he shouts, "I'm so sorry. We forgive you. Now get us out of here." His trapped crewmates shout in unison. "You got it." Pulling back his sleeves, Luffy prepares to renew his assault against the wax structure. Throwing his arms backward, they stretch away from his body. His fists clench in anticipation. Unnoticed by the captain, Miss Goldenweek picks up her pace toward his position, her paintbrush swirling through the yellow paint. "Look out!" Rika shrieks, but her cry is too late as the Baroque Works agent's brush flicks across Luffy's shirt, leaving a yellow streak along its surface. Oh my gosh, this is hilarious. Usopp is running around like a chicken with its head cut off, and the rest of my crew is standing on a cake. Trying to stifle a giggle, Luffy releases his fists. His arms go limp, and they snap toward him. Grabbing his stomach, he doubles over as laughter shakes his body. She. The music machine continues to crank out its haunting tune as the words fill the air, tinkering with my design. Twist and turn my feral mind. Play with me till you found another toy. Swiping her brush against the palette to clean it, Miss Goldenweek places the tip against the pool of blue on her easel. Twisting it through the paint, she coats the tip in the liquid. She quickly draws a blue line beside the yellow one on the pirate's shirt. Laughter fading away, Luffy stares at his hands. A tear runs down his cheeks, and he says in a low voice, "I was going to hurt my friends." His body shakes as he falls to his knees. "I'm the worst person in the entire world. How could anybody trust me after this?" Tears continue to roll down his cheeks as he begins sobbing uncontrollably. Suddenly, his mood shifts, and he shakes with laughter, wrapping his arms around his stomach. The laughter dies again, replaced with wretched sobs. Cleaning her brush, a smile creeps across Miss Goldenweek's face. She says in a low voice, "The yellow of laughter and the blue of sorrow. That should keep him busy for a while." Raising her gaze to those standing on the cake, she feigns sorrow. "So sorry, your captain is having some big feelings. I don't think he'll be able to help you out." Damn it. The temporary hope after Luffy was freed is replaced with rage. Shifting his gaze to Usopp, who is closing in fast on their position, Zoro shouts, "Enough messing around, Usopp. Luffy needs you." Luffy needs me. Usopp's heart drops as he sees the captain hunched over, trapped in place, oscillating between laughter and sorrow. His eyes dart to the others who are waving emphatically at him. Rolling to the side as Kabaji stabs at his side, Usopp fumbles with the tubes on his waist. Pressing a button launches a yellow orb that he grabs and loads into the pad of his slingshot. Fast, fast, fast. Speeding past Usopp, Kabaji screams in rage. Shoving his feet against the pedals, he spins the unicycle around and starts pedaling toward his prey. The rest of the pirates roar as they descend on the sniper, who is standing still, attempting to aim a shot. "We have you now," Morgan cries out as he swings his axe hand menacingly through the air. Flame Star. Releasing his grip on the pad sends the yellow projectile soaring toward Luffy. As the pirates close in, he scrambles forward. "No time to see if I hit, gotta run." His feet find purchase in the grass, and he takes off toward the cake. A thought flashes through his mind. Buggy had something painted on him as well. Is he also being controlled? The projectile streaks through the air at Luffy before colliding with the captain's back. The ball bursts into flame, igniting the fabric and spreading across its surface. The paint bubbles and darkens. In short order, the tattered remains of his shirt fall to the ground, leaving him bare-chested. Fist slamming into the ground, Luffy's chest heaves as he takes deep breaths, recovering from his earlier emotional outburst. Teeth clenched, he slowly lifts his head to face the cake. "I'm free." Meeting the other's desperate gaze, he shouts, "I'm going to save you." How annoying. Swiping her carefully cleaned brush through the green paint, she swirls the bristles, coating them in the paint. Glancing at Luffy, who is still recovering from his traumatic experience, she places the end of the brush against the grass and begins drawing a circle around him. The cheers of the trapped crew fade away. They watch in stunned silence as Luffy drops backwards onto his bottom. Mirroring the captain, Miss Goldenweek carefully lifts the hem of her dress and sits across from him, producing a tea kettle and 2 saucers, one of which she hands to the enthusiastic young pirate. The music machine keeps playing, the voice cracking slightly as the lyrics continue. Let me be your freak show, I could be your favorite monster. Rattle my whole cage, remind me why I can't be fostered. You have to be kidding me. You know what, screw this. Reaching down, Zoro takes hold of Wado Ichimonji's hilt. Drawing the blade, he slowly raises it above his head. Glancing at Zoro, Vivi raises an eyebrow. Is he going to try cutting his leg off again? She asks in a trepidous tone. What are you doing, swordsman? The others turn to look at Zoro and Igaram chortles with laughter as the others shoot him surprised looks. Have you lost your mind? Gregory asks, genuinely concerned about the man's mental health. Sensei, Rika reaches out, attempting to tug at Zoro's shirt, but her arms fall short of their target. Her voice trembles, is everything okay? Rolling his eyes, Zoro continues holding his sword in the air. He explains, we are going to be turned into statues anyway, right? I might as well make mine look cool. Oh, grabbing at her side, Rika draws her short sword and points it into the air, mirroring Zoro's stance. Smiling brightly, she replies, that's smart. Rika, why are you always so cute? Fiona fawns, clasping her hands together. Leaning toward Luffy, Miss Goldenweek carefully fills his saucer with warm tea before filling her own. Placing the kettle beside her, she shuffles forward slightly before taking a slow sip. Eyes closed, she enjoys the taste. She slowly opens them and meets Luffy's steady gaze. Her tone is soft and warm, and she asks the pirate, why do you care so much about? Waving her free hand absent-mindedly at the cake behind her, she continues the thought, them? Loyalty. The words spill from Luffy's lips the moment the question is finished. He didn't need to think about it, the answer felt as natural as breathing. Smiling, he takes a sip from the cup. Swallowing the bitter liquid, he winces at the taste and shakes his head before again meeting the girl's steady gaze. Needs milk, her eyes explored his, seemingly looking for something more, and he was compelled to continue, they are loyal to me and I to them. Every person on that cake would give their life for me without a second thought, and I would do the same for them. I would for anybody in our crew. Pointing at Mr. 3, who is still lying unconscious on the ground, he asks, what about that guy? Why are you helping him? He's such a jerk. Loyal, unable to finish the word, Miss Goals to the ground. She knew it wasn't true, and there was no point in lying. With a sigh, she again meets Luffy's gaze and replies, I have to. He's my partner. If either of us betrays the mission, we'll be punished. By crocodile? Luffy asks, scooting closer as he listens to the girl's words. Cheeks glowing pink, he giggles, she. Oops. I wasn't supposed to say that name. Crocodile? Fear in her eyes. Miss Goldenweek's pupils dilate as she takes in the pirate's words. Her lip trembles and she leans forward slightly, I don't know what a warlord like him would have to do with us. I was talking about Mr. Zero. Crocodile. That's what I said. Grinning widely, Luffy hooks his hands behind his head. Raising an eyebrow, he asks, didn't you know that? Shrugging his shoulders, he pushes forward, anyways, why would he want to hurt you? Aren't you guys his friends? Friends? Still startled by Luffy's revelation, Miss Goldenweek gently rocks back and forth on the ground. Her mind races as she starts to connect the dots. Glancing at Mr. 3, she notices one of his eyes is opening slowly as he regains consciousness. A sour look spreads across her face. Looking back at Luffy, she replies curtly, we aren't friends. Friendship has no place in Baroque works. Her voice softens as she reflects on the captain's words. I wish I had friends. Then, you should join us, please, join my crew, Luffy exclaims, a wide grin spreading across his lips. Reaching forward, he places a hand on Miss Goldenweek's. She instinctively recoils from the touch, but he pursues the physical connection, and she eventually relents, letting him take her hand in his. I don't know. You barely know me. I've done things, hurt people. You wouldn't want somebody like me. Eyes darting back to Mr. 3. Miss Goldenweek sees her partner starting to push himself up. Pulling her hand out of Luffy's grasp, she wipes it on her pants, subconsciously pushing away his influence. Her gaze shifts back to the pirate, and she more directly answers his request. Besides, I can't. At least not right now. Not with, she points at Mr. 3. The machine continues churning out music. The woman's voice rises above the haunting melody. Let me be your freak show. I could be your favorite monster. Lock me up, don't let me out cause you know I can't help myself. As he rises unsteadily to his feet, Mr. 3 glances at the cake. A smile spreads across his lips, and he interrupts in a derisive tone. Looks like you aren't completely useless, Miss Goldenweek. You managed to stop him from destroying my work. I knew I kept you around for a reason. Deck of the going shopping, elbows resting against the railing, Kaya stares absent-mindedly at the line of trees. The others had left a short while ago, led by Kuru, who seemed desperate for help, leaving her and Chabo behind. The young boy was still in his greenhouse, preoccupied with his plants or communing with nature. She wasn't quite certain which. Members of the Kumate tribe dotted the sandy beach. The rise and fall of their chests an indicator that they were alive despite their injuries. I can't wait to get off this island. Other than the treasure we found, it's been nothing but trouble. A tree shakes, and she feels her body stiffen. Not again. Pirates spill out of the forest, led by Alvida. Eyes dilating, Kaya bakes away from the rail. Glancing at the greenhouse, her initial instinct is to run inside. Seeing the glass walls, she thinks better of the idea. The best chance Chabo has is if they don't spot him. I'm an adult, if I go in, they are more likely to see me, which will give me away. The gangplank rattles as some of the more nimble pirates begin to ascend toward the deck. No more time. Dashing for the dining room, she throws the door open and darts inside. Closing it carefully behind her, she presses her back against the wooden frame and slides slowly to the ground. In the wax house, Buddha Buddha Buddha, comes the Den Den Mushi as it rings for the 10th time in a row. Ignoring the snail, Sanji continues searching the house for anything of interest. Spotting something shiny lying on a desk in the kitchen, he makes a beeline for it. Nami Swan will love this. Picking up the object, his joy falters as he recognizes it as a log pose. Rolling his eyes, he stuffs the device into his pocket. He voices his disappointment. Lame. Giving the room one last cursory glance, he shrugs his shoulders and heads for the exit. Glancing at the snail, which is still ringing, he gives it the middle finger. Fuck off, crocodile. Flinging open the door, he exits onto the sandy beach. On the wax cake, Gregory's mouth hangs open as he points at the forest. Words escape him in the moment as his excitement swells. Slowly regaining his voice, he splutters, it's. Fiona's attention, as usual, is on the redhead. She follows his finger to the group filing through the trees. A smile spreads across her face, and she shouts, they're here. The other trapped crewmates gasp as Kuru and his reinforcements come into view. Hopping off the bird, Jimmy Scoops slowly raises his camera and snaps a picture of the cake. Beside him, Jin stands with his arms crossed, surveying the battlefield, flanked by Hatchin and Kobe. Mary leans his shoulder against a tree. Iron knuckles glowing blue as electricity flows through them. Nami and Najiko, still looking under the weather, are huddled together. Ninjin, Tamanegi, and Piaman chase Chow Chow as the dog bobs and weaves through the trees. Swords drawn, Johnny and Yosaku aim their blades at the sky, imitating Zoro's pose on the cake. Quickly surveying the scene, Jin sees Buggy's men closing in on a terrified Usopp and makes a split-second decision. Grabbing the handle of his weighted tonfa, he shouts, charge. The atmosphere shifts as the pirates follow Jin into battle. Racing toward Usopp, they prepare to intercept the horde following in the sniper's wake, in Little Garden's clearing turned battlefield. Tears run down Usopp's cheeks as his friends charge toward him. They came for us. Seeing the Usopp pirates leading the pack, his heart swells with pride. Determination on their faces, they clutch weapons tightly in their small hands. Wielding his bow, Piaman fires an arrow at Buggy's crew, scattering them. Beside him, Tamanegi extends the razor-sharp blade from his pen. Between his friends, Ninjin drunkenly stumbles into the fray. Look how much they've grown. I'm so proud of you boys. You have done well, Usopp. Now it is our turn, Hatchin roars as he charges behind the trio. feet pounding against the ground with each step. He suddenly leaps over the boys. Blades glinting as they reflect the sun's rays, he swings at Axe Hand Morgan, who meets his assault with his weaponized hand. The others dart around Usopp, engaging with Buggy and his crew. Erecting a living barrier between the sniper and those relentlessly pursuing him, they launch their assault. The tears start to dry as Usopp slows to a stop. He turns to face his friends. I thought they would never come. The clang of steel meeting steel reaches his ears, and he watches in awe. Every muscle ached, and he allowed himself a moment to recover. Movement out of the corner of his eye caught his attention. More enemies, eyes flicking to the side. He sees his allies standing atop the cake, waving their hands, desperately trying to get his attention. Oh yeah, I should do something about that. Pressing the hidden button beneath a tube, a red projectile jettisons forth and swiftly catches it, before loading the ball into his slingshot. Closing one eye, he carefully aims at the cake. I can't believe I almost forgot about you guys, Gunpowder Star. His voice is calm and steady as he releases the pad, sending the orb flying through the air. On the wax cake as the projectile nears their position, the trapped crewmates can hear it fizz as it zips through the air. In a rare moment of self-awareness, Zoro remembers his late-night duel against the sniper. Not the exploding one. His pupils dilate, and he shouts, "Everybody duck." Slamming into the side of the cake, the weapon explodes. Wax flies high into the air as the beams holding up the cake buckle and start to bend. Lowering their bodies as much as they can, the crew brace themselves as they feel the platform shifting beneath their feet. There's a loud snapping sound, and suddenly they feel themselves falling freely through the air, feet still encased in the hard wax. Time feels like it has slowed as they drop downwards before a loud crashing fills their ears. A crack spreads across the structure and splinters across its surface. As the ground breaks up around their feet, the crew realizes they can move freely and leap from the crumbling structure. They land in a heap in the grass. First to pull himself free from the mess, Zoro quickly draws Wado Ichimoji and places the hilt between his teeth. Reaching down, he smoothly draws Sandai Kitetsu and Yubashiri from their sheath while sprinting toward the throng of pirates. With cold determination in his eyes, he targets Mr. 12. A snarl rips from his lips, and he screams, "You're a dead man." Fear grips Mr. 12 as he sees the swordsman approach. His eyes dart around, searching for an escape. Following the swordsman's lead, the others pull themselves from the pile. Drawing their weapons, they charge into battle. Going shopping greenhouse far from the battlefield, aboard the Going Shopping, a young boy stands quietly in his greenhouse, surrounded by a mixture of mundane and exotic plants. Paying no mind to Alvida and her fellow crewmates racing across the deck, Chabo focuses on the voice in his head. "Hold out your hand." Nodding, he obediently lifts his hand, palm aimed at a patch of dirt. He had planted a castor bean seed in this exact spot before leaving Whiskey Peak, and the plant had not yet had the opportunity to germinate. Like this. Precisely. Now, close your eyes and imagine that you are the seed, trapped deep within the earth. Taking a slow breath, he closes his eyes. The image of the seed forms in his mind. He imagines dirt surrounding it, holding the seed with a firm yet somehow gentle pressure. What do I do now? Imagine life bursting from the seed, piercing the soil in search of the sun. Focusing on the seed, he imagines it peeling apart, green stem and white roots digging through the soil. The roots travel down while the stem climbs up until it pierces the soil and emerges into the fresh air. Feeling warmth against his skin, he slowly opens his eyes to see the plant bud poking through the soil staring back at him. You did. This is the nature of my power. Those with whom I have shared my strength in the past have called me the Tane no Ami. I was lost and forgotten long ago on this island and have yearned for a kindred spirit like yourself to set me free. His focus on the voice, the young boy doesn't notice the door to the green room quietly open. A thin woman with dark green eyes enters the room. Over her shoulder, she carries a large club. Had he looked in her direction, he would have seen that her malicious smile barely masked a boiling rage. On the battlefield back in the clearing, the battle rages on, as the Straw Hat Pirates valiantly clash against the Buggy Pirates for the third time since arriving on the island. Old rivalries spark intense conflict, and the sound of steel meeting steel radiates across the field. Staying clear of the action, Jimmy Scoop's camera captures the action as he repeatedly yells his trademark, "Fire." After capturing a particularly memorable shot of Rika's clash against Kabaji, he glances down at the screen. This is big news, Morgans is going to have a field day. Flicking his finger across the screen, he switches to a shot of Jin smashing Don Krieg across the face with his weighted tonfa. Glancing up, he spots Luffy across the field, sipping tea across from a strange-looking woman with brown pigtails. The woman appears to be arguing with a man bearing a peculiar hairstyle. What's gotten into the captain? It's not like him to miss out on a fight. His feet move automatically, drawing him toward the odd trio. Something's wrong. If I can't snap the captain out of this, we're all screwed. The music device continues to crank out its haunting tune as the battle rages nearby. The man's voice returns, replacing the female vocalist's, "Oh na 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 na. Oh na na na." Pausing briefly in his journey across the clearing, Jimmy taps a button on the machine. The box lets out a high-pitched whine before the music cuts off. Enough of that racket, he mutters as he resumes his purposeful stride toward the captain. Approaching the group, he overhears the conversation between the man and woman. Had just let Mr. Six and Miss Mother's Day handle it, he'd be dead already. Look at him. He's sitting there happily drinking tea, while our allies fight for their lives. Mr. 3 yells at the young woman. Rolling her eyes, Miss Goldenweek crosses his arms and pouts. Not making eye contact with the man, she mutters, "What's the fun in that?" Besides, gaze shifting to Luffy, her expression softens. He's not that bad of a guy. Maybe Mr. Zero would let him. Not a chance. Mr. 3 cuts her off, disgust evident in his voice. Glancing up from his tea, Luffy grins and points at Mr. 3. He says in a calm tone, "Your friend isn't being very nice." "He never is. I wish he were more like you." Miss Goldenweek's words were directed at Luffy, but she intended to poke at Mr. 3's fragile ego. "Excuse me." Approaching the group, Jimmy raises his camera and peers through the viewfinder. He continues in a professional tone, "I'm here on behalf of the World Economic Press and was wondering if you would be willing to give me a brief interview and get your picture taken for top dollar. You can count on that." Glancing at the ground, he sees a green ring around Miss Goldenweek and Luffy. Spotting the paintbrush and easel lying beside her, he pieces together what is happening. She must be controlling the captain with her paint. That's why he hasn't beaten them senseless. What? Mr. 3 asks in bewilderment as he turns on his heel to face the photographer. Eyebrows pinched together, he shouts, "We don't give interviews. What are you even talking about?" Before the second sentence had exited Mr. 3's mouth, Jimmy stepped past the man and approached the pair sitting in the green ring. Smiling, he lowers his camera and reaches up to carefully remove his hat. Tipping it forward, he bows to Miss Goldenweek before asking, "How about you, young lady?" Distracting everyone's attention with his flourishing bow and question, he subtly slides his right foot across the grass. Cutting through the paint circle, he watches for Luffy's reaction out of the corner of his eye. What just happened? Luffy felt dizzy, and it was difficult to maintain focus as the effect of the color trap faded. He shook his head as the last vestiges of Miss Goldenweek's control drifted away. His gaze snaps to Mr. 3. Eyebrow lowering in disgust, he glares at the man. "This guy again? I already kicked his ass." Reaching down with his right hand, he pushes himself to his feet. Rage simmering inside, he addresses Miss Goldenweek without bothering to look at her. "Thanks for the tea, but I have unfinished business to deal with." Gritting his teeth in frustration, Mr. 3 stabs his finger at Miss Goldenweek. Dropping all pretense, he shouts, "Damn it, Marianne. You couldn't even keep him in your stupid trap. I should never have trusted you, you're completely worthless." "Oh." Grabbing her paintbrush and easel, Miss Goldenweek rises to her feet. Meeting Mr. 3's gaze, she shouts back, using real names, "Are we now, Galdino?" "You know what? Screw you, I'm sick of getting pushed around by a scrawny nerd." Shifting her focus back to Luffy, her rage melts, and she gives the young pirate a warm smile. In a calm tone that builds with each word, she continues, "Luffy, I'll join your crew. Kick his ass so we can all get the hell out of here." "Yeah." Luffy screams, tossing his hands into the air. Smiling widely, he lets out a primal scream before fixing his steel gaze on Mr. 3. eyes tightening into near slits. He clenches both hands into fists. His voice comes out cold and determined. I'm going to beat the smirk off his stupid face. Good. Give him hell. Marianne replies. That jackass has had this coming for years. Shifting her focus back to the battlefield, she sees Mr. Six and Miss Mother's Day attempting to hypnotize Usopp with their magic act. You think they are so much better than me, Mr. 3? I'll show you why I am an officer agent and they are frontier agents. Breaking away from Luffy, she walks forward. Bumping her shoulder into Mr. 3's side, she scowls as she passes by her former partner. In a cold tone, she mutters, "Messing with me was the biggest mistake of your life." Not wanting to get caught up in the impending battle between Luffy and Mr. 3, Jimmy hurries after Marianne. Several intense skirmishes had broken out across the field. A transformed Chow Chow was grappling with Richie, capitalizing on the wounds he had inflicted on the massive lion earlier in the circus tent. Staying close to his canine companion, Igaram fought against Moji, relying on a mixture of his ranged weapons and the interesting bugs he had discovered on the island. Nearby, Fiona and Gregory sought revenge for their defeat in Whiskey Peak, squaring up against Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine. Working in tandem, they were able to put the officer agents on the back foot. Jin was pummeling Don Krieg with his superior skill, forcing the gaudy pirate onto the defensive. A malicious grin on his face, he took his time inflicting damage on the man who had tormented him for years. Hatchin rained heavy blows down on Axe-Hand Morgan, who responded to the pummeling with slurs the fishman hadn't heard since his days in servitude to the world nobles. Rather than throwing him off, each word from the disgraced marine spurred on his resolve. Having mounted her faithful companion, Karoo and Vivi were tactically assaulting Miss Saturday, charging into attack, then retreating before she could strike back. Their opponent attempted to respond with thrown weapons, but was unable to land a blow. Kobe, Taipan, and Nami ran crowd control, handling the acrobatic Fuas, tightrope-walking Funan Bros, and superhuman Domingos, respectively. Having fled in fear the last time she had encountered the Domingos in Orange Town, Nami was taking great pleasure in finally getting her revenge. As Marianne engaged with Mr. Six and Miss Mother's Day, luring them away from Usopp, the sniper joined Mary in his assault against Kuro. Seemingly toying with her opponent, Rika challenged Kabaji beside Zoro, who was easily manhandling Mr. 12. Usually cocky and arrogant, Buggy was on the back foot as a combined assault by Ninjin, Nijiko, Piemon and Tamanegi prevented him from launching an assault. In retaliation for being kidnapped the other day, Johnny and Yosaku held off Buggy's grunts, preventing them from interfering in the other skirmishes. Their blades spun through the air, cleaving through the clown pirates who were shocked by the ferocity of their combined assault. Still wearing a cocky grin, Mr. 3 lifts his hands into the air. Taking a step backward in pace with every step Luffy takes toward him, he says in a cocky voice, "I don't mean any trouble, Straw Hat. Truly, you have to believe me. I would never want to fight you." Wax drips from his fingers, landing on his shirt and pulling on the fabric. "Who cares?" Luffy shouts back. A smile spreads across his face as his eyes dart to Marianne as he continues, "I promised Marianne I'd kick your ass. You're not talking your way out of this." Opening one hand, he slams his fist into it, making a loud slapping sound as he continues toward the wiry man. As more wax pulls on Mr. 3's shirt, it starts to run across his body, coating his legs, arms, and torso. His grin widens and continues in a soothing voice, "You have to understand. I was just trying to motivate her to be her best self. I didn't mean you any harm." Wax continues to drip from his hands, joining with the rest as it spreads across his skin. "Liar." Pulling back his fist, Luffy squeezes it tight as he picks up his pace, trying to close the gap between them. Throwing the fist forward, he shouts, "Gum Gum Pistol." "Candle Champion." Mr. 3 shouts as the wax around his limbs expands, forming a thick armor. With a flick of his hands, the armor instantly solidifies. Luffy's hand slams into it, creating a small dent but leaving its occupant unharmed. The dent liquefies, reforming its original shape before hardening again. Laughter spills from his mouth as he explains to the pirate, "Wahahahaha, stupid child. I told you I wouldn't fight you, but I didn't say anything about my Candle Champion. That's so cool, it's like a giant robot. fighting back his excitement at seeing the waxy transformation. Luffy forces a serious expression onto his face. Eyes narrowing, he balls both hands into fists and pulls them back. His shout pierces the air, "If one punch isn't enough, then I'll do more." Gum gum gatling. His fists fly forward, pummeling the armor and littering it with dents. Wahahahaha. Mr. 3 continues to roar with laughter, safe within his armor as Luffy's assault slows to a stop. While his opponent gasps for air, the armor melts into liquid, reforming its original shape. Having done the young pirate's progress, he calls out in a cruel voice, "It's no use, Straw Hat. My armor is impenetrable." Damn! I thought that would work. Running to brush away the sweat, Luffy feels its rough texture against his skin. Flecks of hardened wax, remnants from when his hands were encased, still cling to his skin. An idea begins to form. I broke part of the cake statue when I had clay hands. What if I did something like that? I can use his power against him. Glancing to his side, he sees the ruins of the sculpture that had previously held his friends in the distance. A smile spreads across his lips. He shouts, "Bet you can't catch me." Bolting to the side, he starts running toward the broken remains of the cake. "Get back here, Straw Hat!" Feet slamming into the ground with each heavy step, Mr. 3 chases after Luffy. The fighting on the battlefield intensifies as Buggy charges toward Negico, blades drawn. His assault is deflected by Ninjin, who stumbles to the side before striking the clown in the stomach, causing him to double over in pain. Readying a bow with one of his trick arrows, Piamin closes his left eye and aims. Releasing the strain, he shouts, "Flame strike." His arrow lets out a low whistle as it flies through the air before connecting with Buggy's chest. The arrowhead explodes, engulfing the pirate's shirt in flames. The yellow-green paint covering the clown pirate's chest melts away, leaving him with a bewildered expression. Why am I here? Turning slowly around, Buggy observes the scene. His crewmates were locked in battle with the Straw Hat pirates. Catching sight of Marianne, his eyes narrowed. Pointing at the woman, he growls, You tricked me with your weird paint powers. You bitch." Running toward the former Baroque works agent, he is intercepted by Tamanegi, who stabs him in the leg with his pen blade. An anguished scream rips from his throat. Gah! Dropping to one knee, he grits his teeth. Fighting through the pain, he slowly pushes back to his feet and turns to face the 4 pirates descending upon his position. Lips curling in disgust, he snarls, "Who cares why we're here? Let's kill these ingrates." His crew lets out a loud cheer, reinvigorated by their captain's outburst as they redoubled their attack. She. Leaping over Mr. 3's arm as it crashes into the ground beneath him, Luffy continues racing toward the fallen wax structure. Almost there, just a few more steps. He dodges to the side as another punch is thrown his direction before scrambling up a flat wax surface into the broken remains of the cake. His eyes dart around, looking for something he can use as a weapon as he scrambles forward. Not noticing the jagged edge of one of the pieces, he feels it slice against his ankle and lets out a surprised yelp of pain. Youch! "What are you doing, Straw Hat? You can't get run from me forever," Mr. 3 bellows as he climbs after the younger man. It was proving difficult for him to navigate the uneven surface due to his bulky armor, slowing him down significantly. "Can't stop, gotta keep going." Fighting back his tears, Luffy continues forward. He shouts back, "I'm not planning on it." Forcing a smile onto his face, he continues forward. Seeing a large pillar sticking out of the rubble, he heads toward it. Arriving quickly, he wraps his arms around the pillar and pulls up hard. Expecting to meet resistance, he is pleasantly surprised as the pillar slides free of the rubble. Ignoring the blood dripping down his leg, staining the wax beneath his feet in deep crimson, he turns to face Mr. 3, who has managed to reach the top of the pile and is lumbering shakily toward him. "What are you going to do with that?" Mr. 3 mocks the young pirate as he closes the distance between them. Chuckling to himself, he continues, "Ha ha ha. Do you think you can beat me with something I made? Pathetic?" His pace picks up, and he pulls a fist back, preparing to strike down the unruly pirate. "I do." Luffy yells back, swinging the pillar over his shoulder. His skin itches as he waits anxiously for Mr. 3 to get within striking distance. "Hurry up, damn it." Judging that the man is close enough, he swings the pillar forward. It slams into the wax armor, which shatters on contact. Spilling out of his suit, Mr. 3 rolls across the broken wax shards before stopping at Luffy's feet. Looking up at the pirate, his eyes grow wide. Voice cracking in fear, he whimpers, "You know it was just a joke, right?" "Nope." Raising his foot into the air, Luffy brings it crashing down into Mr. 3's head. Consciousness leaves the man in an instant. Across the battlefield, the sound of combat fades as the Straw Hats emerge victorious from their fights. Wax crunches beneath his feet as Luffy walks across the ruins toward his crew. The wound on his ankle had closed, and dried blood clung to his skin, unnoticed by the determined pirate. "We won. Why am I still so mad?" Beside him, Brogy continues to sob over the body of his fallen friend. He winces at the noise. "I couldn't save Dory." A tear runs down his cheek, leaving a streak in the white dust that coated his skin in a fine powder. Stepping onto the grass, the blades brush against the sides of his sandal-clad feet. Arm looped around Fiona's shoulders, Nami leans on the larger woman for support. She felt woozy from her exertion and found it difficult to stand on her own. Seeing the captain's distress, she asks quietly, "Luffy, what's wrong?" Her voice wasn't loud enough to reach the young man. Taking a deep breath, she starts to call out to him when a coughing fit overwhelms her. Bending forward, she loses his grip on Fiona and falls to her knees. Each cough shook her slender frame. Nami, also woozy. Nejiko stumbles over to her sister. Dropping to her knees, she also begins loudly coughing. Her arms felt like they were on fire. Each of her bug bites pulsed, leaving her torn between wanting to scream and cry. "Are you two okay?" Fiona asks in a frantic tone as the pair continues to cough on the ground. Taking their lack of response as an answer, she bends down and scoops a large hand under each of them. Tucking the women under her arms, she says to no one in particular, "I'm taking these ladies back to the ship. Kaya will know what to do." "Do you think Miss Nejiko and Miss Nami caught whatever sickness Chabo has?" Rika quietly asks Tamanegi. "I hope not." Shrugging in response to the girl's question, Tamaneg attempts to put on a brave face, "I'm sure they'll be fine." Fear washes over Hatchin as Fiona vanishes into the woods, carrying the sisters back to shore. Chabo, Nami, and Nejiko all being sick at the same time. "Please, be a coincidence. I couldn't live with myself if Arlong did this to you." Seeing fear in the fishman's eyes, Gregory loops an arm around his large shoulders and says with a smile, "It'll be all right. Kaya will patch them up." Going shopping deck hidden behind boxes and barrels, the pirates lay in ambush, waiting for the Straw Hat crew to return. Hearing the creaking of the gangplank, they noisily shush one another. Hunkering into their hiding spots, they grab hold of their weapons. Plumes of gray smoke drift into the air as the approaching pirate continues walking toward the deck. A surly voice calls out, "If you idiots think I'm falling for this trick a second time, you got another thing coming." The blonde-haired chef comes slowly into view as Sanji steps onto the deck. His eyes dart around, looking for anything out of place. "Did they seriously move all of my spice boxes? Idiots. As if I wouldn't notice." Seeing multiple pairs of feet peeking out behind barrels and other equipment, he rolls his eyes. Taking one last drag from his cigarette, he tosses it aside before letting out another cloud of smoke. He addresses the poorly concealed pirates in a bored tone, "You need to practice hiding. This is embarrassing." As several pirates leap from cover, Sanji slides his hands into his pockets. He slowly draws back his right trike, going shopping dining room. "Please, please, please don't look in here." The sound of a body hitting the deck breaks through the fear holding Kaya in place. On a nearby table, plates abandoned after breakfast rattled noisily. She scrambles to her feet. Racing to a nearby window, she carefully lifts the blinds and peeks through. Is that Sanji? Her heart fills with hope as the blonde-haired chef slams his foot into one of the pirates, hurling him into two others. She lets out a small gasp as 5 pirates charge Sanji's position. "Look out," she whispers, trying to keep her voice low, mindful of the danger lurking outside. Bodies continue to fly across the deck as Sanji carves through the attacking pirates as smoothly as his knife through a fresh steak in the kitchen. Footsteps approach the dining room, and Kaya glances nervously at the unguarded entrance. The sound of loud banging on the door is followed by the handle twisting as several pirates attempt to gain entrance so that they can hide from the onslaught. I can't let them find me. The thought flashes through Kaya's mind as she throws herself in front of the door, holding it closed with her small frame. She hears a muffled, "Is somebody in there?" from the other end, followed by the heavy thud of two bodies slamming against the wall. Not daring to breathe, she squeezes her eyes shut and presses her body against the door. "I'm sorry, Sanji. I wish I could help, but they would end me in a heartbeat." In Little Garden's clearing, static fills Zoro's head as the small snail nestled against his ear canal comes to life. He nearly rips out the device. These damn den mushi. Still contemplating his destructive instinct, the static dies, replaced with Sanji's voice. "Had a run-in with some old friends back on the ship. I'm just about. Hey you, get your ass back here. I didn't say you could leave." The sound of footsteps and heavy breathing precedes a shriek before the chef's voice cuts back through. "Anyways, as I was saying, I'm just about done with cleanup here. Did any of you find Luffy and the others?" Zoro reaches up and presses the shell on his snail, unmuting himself. Lips splitting into a grin, he replies, "Sure did. No thanks to you, curly brows. Are you sure you didn't find a rock that looks like the captain, Mosshead? I bet you're still wandering around in the forest, lost as usual." Sanji replies in a snarky tone. Starting to laugh, Zoro begins walking away from the group as he continues verbally sparring with the chef. "Dahahahaha. Lost. I'm not the one who ended up back on the ship." More static fills the line before Fiona's heavy breathing cuts in. She is clearly in a hurry and her voice comes in a clipped cadence. "I've got Nami and Najiko with me. We're headed back to the ship. They need medical assistance. Make sure Kaya is ready when we get there." "Kaya's here? I thought I was the only one on the ship." Sanji replies, clearly confused. The sound of footsteps is followed by the twisting of a handle and an irritated grunt. "The hell? Did somebody lock the dining room? Going shopping deck, what in the hell? Bet it's more of Buggy's men hiding in here." Muting the den mushi in his ear, Sanji twists and shakes the door, trying to force it open. Frustrated, his voice comes out much louder than intended. "Open up or I'm breaking this damn door down." Suddenly, the door bursts open, and he stumbles into Kaya, who is standing sheepishly on the other side. His cheeks grow warm as he feels her warm body against his when a thought flashes through his mind. This is Usopp's girlfriend. Bro code. Don't be a creep. Jumping backward, he attempts to hide the blush that has spread across his face and stammers, Sorry Kaya, I didn't realize." Foo. It's okay." Kaya replies with a laugh. A smile on her face, she darts forward and wraps her arms around the chef, hugging him tightly against her and making him blush even harder. A tear runs down her cheek, and she whimpers, "I was so scared." Her eyes widen as a thought flashes through her mind. "Chabo." Pushing back from Sanji, she scans the deck for the boy. Worry in her eyes, she looks back at the chef and asks, "Did you see Chabo? He was in the greenhouse last time I checked. But I haven't seen him since Alvida and her men boarded the ship." "Alvida?" Concern filling his voice, Sanji turns to face the deck. "That's not good. She'll snap him like a twig." He continues, "I haven't seen her or Chabo. Are you sure you saw Alvida?" "Positive. If you didn't see her, then she might," Kaya replies, her voice trailing off. She didn't want to voice the possibility of the young boy's capture by such a treacherous foe. A thought occurs to the chef, and with it his concern melts away. But wait, his cheeks burned even brighter as a smile spread across Sanji's face. "Alvida is so pretty." He instructs in a dopey tone, "Stay here." Fiona is on her way with Nami and Najiko. They both need medical attention. Skipping away from the blonde woman, he gushes, "Alvida, my dear, I'm coming." Kaya smacks her face with her hand as the chef dances away from her. "Your libido is going to get you killed one day." Twisting the handle, Sanji throws open the door to the greenhouse. He is met with an olfactory assault as the various scents reach his nostrils. The room was different from what he remembered. Fully grown plants and trees sat where seedlings had been the day before. What in the hell? He felt a sudden wooziness and stumbled forward slightly, catching himself against the door frame. His vision swam, and it took him a moment to spot Chabo, standing beside a planter, his hands hovering over a plant rapidly reaching maturity. Opening his mouth to speak, he is cut off by the boy. "Welcome, Sanji," Chabo says in a calm tone. Removing his hands from the plant, he turns to face the chef. His green glowing eyes slowly fade to their normal hue as he takes in Sanji's state. Pointing at Alvida's unconscious body near the door, he asks, "Were you looking for her?" How? Sanji stumbles over the word. The dizziness continued to grow, and he was finding it difficult to maintain his balance against the doorframe. A bush in front of him appeared to be bending in his direction, its leaves opening to reveal rows of teeth. Have I gone mad? Seeing Sanji's focus on one of his freshly grown nightshade plants, Chabo smirks. Can't have you hallucinating, chef. It will distract from cleanup duty. What can I do? Tane no am I. Time is of the essence, child. Give me control, and I will demonstrate more of our shared strength. How do I do that? Just hold out your hand, like this. Stretching his hand toward the plant, a bright green glow forms around the edge of his eyes, spreading across the surface until both orbs are engulfed, tinting his vision. An image of the fully grown plant forms in his mind, and he feels it shrink, leaves retracting into their stems as its berries regress into flowers. His eyes fade to their natural hue, and he inspects the plant, which has regressed to its seedling state. That was amazing. Can I learn to do that too? All in good time. His gaze flicks back to Sanji, and he raises an eyebrow. Would you mind taking out the trash? He gestures again at Alvida's unconscious body. Confusion fades away, and Sanji can feel his focus return as the spores from the plant dissipate. He gives Chabo one last concerned glance before obediently following the young boy's directions. Grabbing Alvida's leg, he is surprised when his hand doesn't slip off. I guess her powers don't work while she's asleep. He carefully pulls the pirate out of the greenhouse and onto the deck, allowing the door to close behind him. Giving the dozing woman a grin, he hears Fiona clear her throat behind him. Turning quickly, he shouts, I swear. Sure, you didn't. Ignoring the man's blustering, Fiona asks, where is Kaya? As if on cue, Nami and Najiko both let out pained groans. Pointing to the side, Sanji mutters, dining room. Eyes dropping to Nami and Najiko, he feels his pulse quicken. She wasn't kidding, they look miserable. In Little Garden's clearing wings flutter in the breeze as Miss Friday slowly glides to the ground beside Mr. 3. Hopping off his partner's back, Mr. 13 carefully places a log pose into the unconscious man's outstretched hand. Having completed their primary mission, the pair turns and inspects the battleground. Pulling out a sketchbook, Mr. 13 withdraws a custom-made pencil, small enough to be held by his small, otter fingers. He begins tracing the assembled Straw Hat crew, including their former comrade Miss Goldenweek, who appears to have joined their cause alongside Mr. 8, Mr. 9, Miss Monday, and Miss Wednesday. Writing utensil dancing over the canvas, he occasionally glances up to ensure the drawing's accuracy. Tried to catch me, but nobody is as clever or brave as me. Usopp continues the story he had been telling since Fiona left the small group. There was a mixture of engaged and bored expressions around him as the others waited for Luffy to give them their official orders. Hey guys, Marianne interrupts the story, pointing at the creatures watching them from across the battlefield. We have company. Squinting, Kobe asks, aren't those the animals we saw back in Whiskey Peak? Mr. 13 and Miss Friday. Igaram clarifies with a nod. He turns to Vivi and asks, they may be after you. Would you like me to handle them, Miss Vivi? I've got this. Dipping her paintbrush into the red paint, Marianne swirls her brush through the liquid, thoroughly coating it. Marching confidently across the field and climbing onto the remains of the wax cake, she passes by the creatures. Stopping beside a crumbling pillar, she carefully paints a bullseye onto its surface. Stepping back, she tilts her head before finally smiling at her artwork and muttering, perfect. A flurry of wings and the scampering of feet accompany Mr. 13 and Miss Friday launching themselves at the pillar. Smashing into it, they take a step back before again slamming into the structure, which shakes on impact. Wiping the paint from her brush, Marianne casually strolls back across the field to rejoin the others. A smile on her face, she announces, that should keep them busy for a while. That's incredible. Vivi exclaims as the woman gets close. Smiling, she asks, how did you do that? Why is she being so kind to me? An hour ago, I would have killed her, but now I'm being treated like a friend. Cheeks glowing pink, Marianne shuffles uncomfortably and answers, it's my color traps. They let me. We have to save Brogy. Luffy declares, cutting off the conversation. Staring at the giant who was still sobbing over his fallen companion, he feels his chest tighten at the thought of what had been taken from the noble warrior. Oh, of course, Captain. Usopp stutters, reaching down and fumbling with the tubes on his waist before finding the right one. A red orb launches into the air, and he snatches it, quickly loading the projectile into his slingshot and taking aim. He releases the round and shouts, "Gunpowder Star." The orb erupts on contact, breaking apart the wax and pushing Brogy to the side. The giant lands on the grass, tears running down his cheeks as sobs continue to rack his large frame. A loud voice booms across the field. Why are you crying, brother? Eyes popping open, Dory turns toward the crying giant with a wide smile. You're alive, Brogy and Luffy shout in unison. Blinking away tears, Brogy pushes to his feet before bending down to help his friend. As the pair regain their footing, Luffy races across the field toward them. Leaping into the air, the captain's arms extend to either side, wrapping around both giants' legs and tightly squeezing the pair. The others follow closely behind their captain, excited and confused at how Dory survived his fateful duel. Unnoticed by the crew, Buggy and his men, who have started to regain consciousness, slip away, joined by a reluctant Mr. 3, Mr. 5, and Miss Valentine. Cheeks wet with tears, Brogy beams at his friend. Patting the man on the back, he asks, "How did you survive? I thought I had slain you." Kabababababa. Gia-ga-ga-ga-ga-ga-ga. Your blade was too dull. Today our duel is a draw, Dory answers, smiling back at his eternal rival and dearest companion. Zoro interrupts the giants' reunion, his voice filled with concern as he reaches up to mute his Den Mushi. Luffy, we have to get back to the ship. The situation with Nami and Nejico is worse than we thought. Come on, big bro, at least let them. A glare from the swordsman causes Johnny to cut his reply short. "Aw man, do we have two?" Luffy exclaims, dropping to the ground. Sticking out his bottom lip, he gives Zoro his saddest puppy eyes. Meeting the captain's gaze, Zoro replies, "It's important." With a loud sigh, Luffy turns to the line of trees and begins walking toward it, followed by the giants and the rest of his crew. Going shopping deck tapping his foot impatiently, Sanji feels relief flood his body as Luffy emerges from the woods, followed by the rest of his crew and what appear to be two giants. Hell no, we barely have enough food to feed Luffy. There's no way I can keep those two alive. As they approach, he waves and shouts, "Luffy, come with me, Kaya needs to talk to you in private." Nodding, Luffy races up the gangplank and joins Sanji, who leads him to the lower decks. Tossing the last pirate over the ship's side, Fiona finishes clearing the deck. "Can't believe he left me to clean up his mess. Just because I'm a woman doesn't mean I am your maid." Blonde, pushing aside her frustration as the others step onto the deck, her eyes lock on Gregory, and she feels a fluttering in her chest. Her gaze slides to the giants standing on the beach, and she lets out an audible gasp, clasping her hands over her mouth as the pair meander across the sand, clearly uncertain of what to do next. They both survived. How can that be? Something's off. Kaya wouldn't ask after me if it wasn't important. Following Sanji down the steps, Luffy asks, "What's the big deal? It's just a headache, right?" "Be patient, Straw Hat. We are almost there." Sanji replies with a smirk. Stopping at the bottom of the stairs, he heads down the far hallway before stopping in front of a normally unoccupied room and knocking on the door. Not waiting for a response, he shouts, "It's Sanji, I've got Luffy." Finally, Kaya's frantic reply is followed by the tap of her feet across the ground. The door is flung open, and men are yanked into the room before it is slammed closed behind them. Nami and Nejico lay in bed. Cheeks flushed and gasping for air, they are both clearly in a bad state. Eyes slowly cracking open, Nami rolls her head to the side. As Luffy joins Kaya at her side, the navigator tries to force a smile and chokes out, Hey, Captain." Nami. Taking hold of the orange-haired woman's hand, Luffy hops onto the bed. His voice is warm and comforting, a departure from his usual brashness as he asks, "How are you?" "I'm Nami starts to answer but is overcome with a coughing fit. Pulling her hand free from Luffy's, she covers her mouth. As her body recovers, she relaxes against the pillow and closes her eyes. Her voice comes out even weaker than before. "I'm having a hard tea time." Resting her hand on the captain's shoulders, Kaya says softly, "They need a doctor." Flinching slightly at the touch, the warm hand, meant to comfort him, felt to Luffy more like a weight. Seeing his crewmates in this state was PAI inside him was breaking. "I couldn't protect them. I'm their captain and I couldn't do a damn thing to keep them safe." Anger flashes across his face, and he growls, "You're a doctor." Pulling back slightly in surprise at the rage in the young man's voice, Kaya glances at Sanji, who shrugs his shoulders. Returning her attention to the captain, she attempts to reason with him, "I'm an amateur. This is far beyond my ability. They need a real doctor. One who is trained to handle major medical emergencies." Giving the orange-haired navigator and her sister one last look, Luffy rises to his feet. His cold gaze locks on Kaya. "Where?" The word sounded more like a demand than a question. "There's an island." Kaya searched Luffy's face for any sign of the easygoing captain she knew, but all she saw was rage. She swallows hard before continuing, "It's on the way to Alabasta. The name is Drum Island. They are known for their world-class doctors." She finishes the thought in her head. "And their tyrannical king." "Good." Eyes flicking to Sanji, Luffy barks a command at the chef, "Get the senior officers together. We need to make a detour." What's gotten into him? I've never seen this side of Luffy. Licking his lips, Sanji attempts to reason with the man, "But Captain." "That's an order." Luffy cuts him off before shifting his focus back to Kaya. Seeing the fear in her eyes, his face softens, and he rests a hand on her shoulder. "I came on too strong." Giving her a gentle squeeze, he forces his voice to remain calm, "Make them comfortable, then join us on the observation deck." Not waiting for a response, he follows Sanji out of the room. Going shopping observation deck a short time later, the senior officers, except Nami, gather in the large room. Several couches had been rearranged into a tight and intimate circle. Unaware of the reason for this meeting, they exchanged worried glances. Sitting on one of the couches, Luffy's body is unusually stiff. Looking around, he does a quick head count. Jin, check. Kobe, check. Sanji, check. Kaya, check. Zoro, check. Nami, no check. Gaze resting on the empty spot where she would have sat, he begins, "Nami and Nejico aren't going to make it to Alabasta in their condition. We need to take a detour to find them a doctor." Seeing Zoro shift slightly in his seat as he prepares to interject, his eyes flick to meet the swordsman's. The intensity behind his gaze silences the green-haired man's response. Satisfied, he continues, "We need to tell Vivi. She'll want." "I'll want what?" Vivi's calm voice calls out as she carefully closes the door behind her. Striding across the room, she gracefully settles into Nami's empty seat. Lacing her fingers together, she rests her chin against the bridge formed by her fingers. Leaning forward, she meets Luffy's gaze. Her regal tone fills the room. "If you are going to decide something for me, then I deserve to have my voice heard. Isn't that right, Captain?" "Who do you think you are, Princess?" Nobody orders the captain around. Jin's lips in disgust, and he snarls, "Why are you?" Lifting his hand to silence the man, Luffy continues holding Vivi's gaze. "She's going to fight this. But I'm the captain, and it's my choice." He addresses the young woman with a calm and firm voice. "I guess I can tell you here. Nami and Nejico need a doctor. I know we promised to take you to Alabasta, but we're going to Drum Island." Vivi cuts him off, her voice firm but decisive. "They have the best doctors." Lifting an eyebrow slightly at Luffy's surprised reaction, she asks, "Does that surprise you, Straw Hat?" "It shouldn't. I couldn't live with myself unless I knew we did everything in our power to keep them safe. My people have endured Crocodile's deception for years. They can survive without me for a few more days." A shadow of doubt crosses her face, and her eyes sink slightly. She continues in a muted tone, "The only problem is that Drum Island is directly between here and Alabasta. But the next log pose location would send us off course. We need an eternal log pose to have any chance of finding it." "Like this?" Pulling out the log pose he had stolen from the wax house, Sanji tosses it casually to Vivi. Eyes wide, Vivi stares in fascination at the device. Looking up at the chef, she asks in bewilderment, "Where did you find this?" A grin spreading across his face, Sanji leans back against the couch. "No way in hell am I telling them about that weird call with Crocodile." Lacing his fingers together, he casually replies, "I have my ways." Mind racing through possibilities, Kobe sits in nervous anticipation as the discussion unfolds, searching for an opportunity to speak. Sensing a lull in the conversation, he hesitantly interjects, "We have 2 ships." Every eye snaps in his direction. It felt like he was standing beneath a spotlight. A bead of sweat runs down his brow. Realizing the others are waiting for him, he elaborates, "What if we split up?" "Never," Luffy yells back. Yanking off his hat, he runs his fingers over the rough fabric, trying to settle his racing heart. Jaw clenched, he glares at Kobe. "Mutiny." He's talking about a mutiny. Gritting his teeth and letting out a guttural growl, he suddenly shouts, "What else do you want me to do? Dissolve the crew? Turn myself over to the Marines? Don't be ridiculous." Luffy, Kaya's calm voice breaks through the captain's rant. Placing her hand on his arm, she continues soothingly, "He isn't saying all of that." Eyes wide, Kobe pushes his back against the couch, subconsciously trying to burrow into it to hide. "I shouldn't have said anything, please don't hurt me." Leaning forward slightly, Zoro stares at Luffy, studying the young man. "There is no right answer here. It's time to prove you have what it takes to be a captain." Voice firm, he tells the young pirate, "It's your choice. We will stand behind any decision you make, Captain." The others nod in agreement as focus shifts back to Luffy. How am I supposed to make this choice?" Rage fades as the reality of the situation sets in. He looks across the group, every eye seems to bore into his skull as they await his decision. What kind of a captain would willingly separate his crew? "We are a family. I can't split up a family, can I?" But, gaze lowered to the ground, he laces his fingers together and places them behind his head. A small puddle forms between his feet, and tears run down each cheek. Nami and Nejiko need help, and Vivi needs to return to her people. If I could give them both what they need, that would be the right thing to do, wouldn't it? But how will I protect them? I can't be in 2 places at once. What if they get hurt without me? His thoughts race as he reflects on the adventures they have already been on together. They get hurt even when I'm with them. Nami and Nejiko are evidence of that. Maybe they will survive without me. Besides, it should only be a couple of days. A week at max. Lifting his gaze, he locks eyes with Kobe. His voice is low, tinged with doubt and fear, "We'll split up." It felt as though his world were shattering, but he knew that he had to hold himself together for the sake of the crew, going shopping deck. Footsteps mix with the squeak of wood as the crew scrambles away from the observation deck. They attempt to look busy preparing the ship for launch and steal nervous glances at the wooden door. The rustling of chairs inside the small room indicated that the meeting had recently ended, and it was only a matter of time before the captain and senior officers emerged. The metallic door handle twists violently before the heavy wooden frame swings open. Zoro is the first to emerge, followed quickly by Jin, with solemn looks on their faces. They position themselves on either side of the door, flanking the entrance as the others emerge behind them. Next out of the small room are Sanji and Kobe. Both men seem wary as they approach the rail above the main deck and lean against it. They survey the crew below, who have given up all pretense of work and are focused on the emerging group. Kaya and Vivi trail close behind, making their way to the stairs. They hurry down to the lower decks, Kaya continuing downward to the sleeping quarters to check on her sick patients as Vivi strides purposefully across the deck toward the gangplank and begins her descent to the sandy beach. Last to emerge is Luffy. His eyes are red and his eyelids are swollen. Dried tears etched lines down both cheeks. Staring at the railing, he pushes between Kobe and Sanji, before resting his elbows against the metallic bar and leaning forward. "I have to be brave. I'm the captain, for crying out loud. If they see weakness in me, this whole plan will fail." Following after the captain, Jin and Zoro stop behind him. Arms crossed, they strike intimidating poses. "So, what's the word, Captain?" asks Taipan before lifting a bottle of cheap beer he had snagged from the bar to his lips and taking a quick swig. His eyes snap to the gangplank after his niece. "Where's Vivi off to in such a hurry?" His gaze drifts to Igaram, who shrugs his shoulders, seemingly reading his mind and equally perplexed. Swallowing the lump that had formed in his throat, Luffy's gaze was drawn to the old drunkard. The edge of his lips tilts upward, the first sign of his trademark smile breaking through the otherwise somber expression. Shifting his arms slightly, so that his hands rested on the railing, he subconsciously grips the metal bar so hard that his knuckles turn white. Letting out a breath he hadn't noticed he had been holding, he addresses his crew, "We are splitting up." There are gasps from below as the others drop the tools they had been holding and stare, open-mouthed, at their captain. At least they understand the gravity of the situation. Pausing to give the assembled pirates a moment to digest the announcement, he slowly scans his eyes over the group. "I still can't believe I'm doing this." Satisfied by the response, he continues, "Most of us will be taking the going shopping to Drum Island to find a doctor for Nami and Najiko. They are both in need of urgent medical care. The others will head in the Going Merry to the next stop on the log pose before continuing to Alabasta. Any questions?" Johnny and Yosaku exchange a quick look before Yosaku's hand darts into the air. He waves it emphatically, earning a grin from Luffy, who points in his direction. The swordsman's voice comes out louder than he expected. "What ship are we going on, big bro?" "Which ship are they assigned to?" "I forget." Scarlet runs up Luffy's neck. He shot a pleading glance at Kobe and stammered, I. Cutting off the captain, Kobe says in a calm voice, "You two will be staying on the Going Shopping. I'll post the official list as soon as possible, and you can double-check your assignments. For everyone here, the ones going on the Going Merry are me, Igaram, Vivi, Taipan, and Kuru. Everybody else is staying on this ship." Such a small group. Mary's voice cuts in. The mink glances across the deck at the Going Merry. The smaller ship shook as the tide drew closer to shore. "Good thing I finished most of the repairs. I'd hate to send them off in a busted-up vessel." "I bet they'll have so much fun," Rika exclaims, beaming as she steals a look at Igaram and Taipan. The older crewmates chuckle at the young girl's enthusiasm. Her cheeks grow pink in embarrassment. "What? It was so much fun back when there were only 4 of us. I bet they'll have a blast." Lips curling into a half-smile, Sanji leans forward slightly as he stares at the young girl. He says in a calm voice, "As long as they don't starve to death. Would you mind hauling some food to the other ship, Rika?" The girl opens her mouth to protest, and he shoots her a serious glance, shutting down the argument before it could materialize. "Yes, chef," Rika mumbles as she turns toward the kitchen. Spotting Ninjin already heading in that direction, relief floods through her small frame. "At least I don't have to do it all by myself." Relaxing his arms slightly, a sly smirk plays across Zoro's lips. He says in a condescending tone, "So, what are you all waiting for? We've a ton of shit to do before we leave. Get your asses in gear." Broken from their collective trance, the crew scrambles across the deck. Several races down the gangplank after Vivi to prepare the Going Merry, while others scatter across the Going Shopping looking for supplies their crewmates might need. "Geez, Moss Head. You didn't need to be such an ass about it." Pushing off the railing, Sanji turns to face the swordsman. Rolling his eyes, Zoro starts walking toward the stairs leading to the main deck. He replies in a calm tone, "It worked, didn't it? Hey Luffy, let's grab our stuff from the Going Merry before they leave." "Our stuff?" Confusion gives way to realization as Luffy races after the swordsman. A wide smile spreads across his face, and he shouts, "Oh yeah, I forgot. We are normally on that ship." "Huh?" Shoving past Zoro, he races down the steps. "No shit, Straw Hat." The captain's smile was infectious, and Zoro couldn't help but mirror it as he followed after the energetic young man. Watching the pair hurry across the deck, Jin takes Luffy's place against the railing. Resting his hand on Kobe's shoulder, his voice is calm but firm, "Take care of yourself out there." Reaching into his pocket, he pulls something out and places it in the pink-haired man's hand. "What's this?" Kobe asks in confusion as he glances down at the device. "A log pose, we already have plenty of those. But why does it look so old?" Flipping it over, he inspects the back, hoping to find a clue as to its origin. "A gift from our giant friends, Dory and Brogy." Glancing at the shore, Jin sees the Titanic duo standing awkwardly beside one another. Neither seems entirely sure of what is going on. Gaze shifting back to Kobe, he continues, "They said it takes about a year from log poses to tune to this island. Luckily, they had this one lying around and gave it to me when we were headed to the ships." Tucking the device into his pocket, Kobe turns to address the gruff man, "Thank you, Jin. I don't know what we'd have done without this." He smiles, hoping to win the pirate over. His smile falters as the older man stares at the deck, enraptured by the movement below. He tries again, seriously, "This is a lifesaver." Jin nods, not paying much attention to his younger crewmate. His eyes were locked on Mary, who was running across the deck carrying an armful of clothes. What a thoughtful man. "I picked a good one." Realizing that Kobe was looking for an answer, he searched his memory. What did Kobe say? Something about a lifesaver. Is he hungry? He replies, "There's plenty of candy on the other ship. You should be fine." "Great. Ignore me." "That's super cool, Jin." Slightly hurt, Kobe pushes away from the railing and starts walking to the stairs. He calls out, "Take care of yourselves, guys." Going shopping greenhouse opens, and a young boy slips in, holding something in his hands. The pungent aroma of plants hits Pieman as he steps inside. Covering his face with his arm, he tries to prevent himself from coughing as pollen attacks his sinuses. What in the heck? Did Chabo do this? Seeing the younger boy near the center of the room, he slowly makes his way closer, still covering his mouth and nose. The fabric from his shirt acted as a decent filter, allowing him to breathe without lungfuls of pollen. "What do you want?" Chabo asks, without looking away from the planter he was standing beside. His eyes glowed bright green as he focused on one of the many seeds beneath the surface. "Keep your focus, boy." At this stage, even a short conversation can be enough to stop my ability from working. What am I supposed to do? Kick him out? This is his ship, too. My focus is on your growth before I fade away. How you send him away is none of my concern. Approaching his friend cautiously, Pieman gasps as a small bud emerges from the soil. Pausing, he watches fascinated as the plant grows before his eyes, spreading across the dirt. Flowers bloom along its surface before collapsing on themselves and forming small orange circles that grow into full-sized pumpkins resting beneath the plant. How is he doing that? It takes him a moment to break from his reverie. Turning to face the young boy, he reveals the mushroom he had been hiding in his hand. It had a long white stem with a red cap covered in white spots. He says quietly, "I grabbed this on our way back to the ship. Thought you might want it for your collection." Amanita muscaria. Eyes fading back to their natural hue, Chabo turns toward the older boy. Reaching forward, he carefully takes the deadly mushroom from Pieman's hands. He replies softly, "Thank you." Going shopping temporary infirmary. Walking over to the door, Kaya flips the light switch. The lights in the room fade, leaving only the natural light peeking in from between the curtains. Nami and Nijiko were tossing and turning on the bed, unable to comfortably rest. "I wish there was more I could do. I'll be back to check on you in a bit. I need to take care of a few things first," Kaya says softly as she opens the door and exits into the hallway. Closing her eyes, she lets out a held breath. Backing into the far wall, she slowly lowers to the ground. Elbows on her knees, she rests her head in her palms. Tears run in rivulets down her cheeks. "Please be okay. I don't know what I would do without the two of you. Fight through this." Going shopping. Kitchen flames crackle across stovetops as Hachin and Sanji scramble to pull ingredients from the shelves. Panic edging into his voice, Sanji shouts, "They need meat. Don't forget to season it right." "Yes, chef." Hachin bellows back, racing toward the walk-in freezer and tossing it open. He is greeted by rows of freshly cut meat, courtesy of the previous day's hunting competition. The door to the kitchen swings open as Rika and Ninjin saunter in. They are so absorbed in their latest argument that neither notices the older chefs. "Said we just had to get them some snacks. Quit being such a tryhard," Ninjin shouts at the young girl. Tears gather along the corner of Rika's eyes, and she chokes out a response, "They're our crew. We have to give them good food. That's what Sanji would want us to do." She's right. Sanji interrupts the pair, causing them both to gasp in surprise and turn in his direction. Lips curling into a grin, he tosses some vegetables into a pan and places it over one of the flames. Tilting his head at a pile of potatoes, he commands the duo, "Get to chopping." We don't have much time. Going shopping deck, resting his back against the railing, Yosaku watches the crew scrambling across the deck, preparing to launch. A toothpick hangs from Johnny's mouth as he stands beside his friend. Think we should help? Yosaku asks, not moving from his position. Chewing on the end of the toothpick, Johnny considers the question for a moment. Eyes drifting to the upper decks, he watches Igaram carry a couch over his broad shoulder. He replies in an even tone, I dunno. I think they got it covered, bro. Besides, he lowers his gaze back to the main deck, focusing on Marianne, standing on the opposite rail, watching them. It was her first time on the boat, and she had quickly realized she would be of no help amongst the hustle and bustle of the others. His voice turns cold, we gotta keep an eye on the new girl. I don't trust her. Nudging his friend in the side, Yosaku motions at the girl and whispers, she's staring right at you, bro. What if she can read lips? He turns around to face the ocean, and Johnny follows suit. Phew, satisfied they can converse privately, he continues, she does kinda creep me out. There is a wooden squeak as the deck groans under the constant movement across its surface. I know, right? She almost took out the captain, Johnny exclaims, hooking his arm around Yosaku's shoulder. Nodding in agreement, Yosaku pauses before responding. He seems to trust her, though. Big bro Luffy has a good eye for people. What are you two talking about? A small, feminine voice asks from behind the men. New chick. They answer in unison. Not bothering to look at the new arrival, Johnny replies, I dunno man. He also thought he could fight a giant whale by himself. He's not exactly firing on all cylinders. Besides, she's a freaking assassin. What if she kills us all in our sleep? Approaching the railing, the new arrival rests her elbows against the metallic surface. With a sly smile, she again interjects, sounds like he was just trying to have fun. Turning to the new arrival, Johnny bellows, what kind of fun is? The words die on his lips as he sees Marianne staring back at him. Elbowing Yosaku, his friend follows his gaze. Both men's eyes opened wide as they realized what she might have overheard. Yosaku stammers, we didn't mean to, I mean, we did, but, it's been a long day. Johnny nods enthusiastically with his friend's words, dumbstruck as he stares at the woman. She looks so small from up close. How did she dominate Luffy so easily? With a giggle, Marianne playfully nudges Johnny's side, foo, you guys are funny. Letting out a sword, Yosaku elbows Johnny's other side. He smiles at the young woman before shifting his focus back to Johnny. More relaxed, he says, see? She's harmless. Told you the captain knew what he was doing. Oh, I wouldn't say that. Marianne's smile transforms into a cruel grin as she gazes across the ocean. A hint of sadism enters her voice, and she continues, Mr. 3 and I killed quite a few people in the name of Baroque works. But I promise, you have nothing to fear from me. Her eyes flick to the side, capturing both men as her lips part, showing bright teeth. Her voice softens, as long as you stay on my good side. Her original playful demeanor returns as she continues in a friendly tone, anyways. Zoro sent me over here to tell you guys to get off your asses and help out. Think you can do that? Not waiting for an answer, she turns away from the pair and strides purposefully across the deck. Exchanging a worried glance, the men nod at one another before sprinting away from the railing to join the crew in its preparations. Going merry flying bridge. A short time later, Kobe and Igaram are in the flying bridge, recently outfitted with a new couch borrowed from the going shopping. Standing before the whipstaff, Igaram carefully presses the lever forward, causing the ship to shake. Worried, he instinctively releases the wooden pole. I don't think that was supposed to happen. Facial hair twitching, he studies the object. I can do this, it may not be a steering wheel, but I can figure this out. And if we see if Fiona or Hatchin is willing to join us. He tentatively wraps his fingers around it again, this time pushing to the side. There is a noise outside as the rudder matches the whipstaff's movement. Perfect. A smile touches his lips as Kobe watches the large man's confidence build. Lifting his hand to his ear, he carefully presses the shell of the earpiece Den Den Mushi. They had one for each member of the smaller crew, except for Karu, and had decided to don them at all times to make communication easier. Vivi and Taipan, let down the sails. His voice is calm but filled with authority. As the most senior member aboard the ship, He was the acting captain until they could reunite with Luffy and the others in Alabasta. There is static over the line before the pair answers in unison, on it. Kobe watches through the window as Vivi climbs the main mast before untying the sails. They unfurl and tumble to the deck, flapping in the breeze but unable to catch it properly. Catching hold of the ropes, Taipan quickly ties the bottom around the base of the mast as Vivi slides down the pole to join him. The wind catches in the sail, causing it to billow out. Kobe is about to let out an excited yelp when he notices that the ship isn't moving. Furrowing his brow, he walks toward the exit, calling out to Igaram, "I'll just be a moment." Stepping through the door, Kobe looks at the going shopping, which has also unfurled its sails. The large ship also appears stuck, and several crewmates are racing across its deck. His earpiece Den Den Mushi crackles before Hachin's voice cuts through. "We are tuck in the sandbanks. Must have pulled the ships too close to shore when we landed on the island. With a higher tide, we would be free, but right now we can't move. Somebody needs to let the captain know." There is more static followed by an acknowledgement from Sanji, Zoro, and Jin. There is silence for a moment as they search for the young pirate. Kobe sits in quiet anticipation, not knowing what to do but hopeful that Luffy will come up with a solution. His face lights up as the young pirate appears on the upper deck of the other ship. Finally, his joy is replaced by anticipation as the captain cups his hands around his mouth. Going shopping deck. Luffy's voice carries across the beach. "Hey Dory and Brogy, we're stuck." The two giants glance at one another before their faces split into wide smiles. They charge toward the ships. Taking hold of both crafts, the pair lean backward before pushing forward with all their strength. Sand scrapes along the keels before they suddenly pop free of the sand and drift away from the shore. The crew smiles and waves at the giants from the deck as the ships slowly drift away. Several shed tears, knowing that it is unlikely they will ever see their large friends again. Unnoticed by the crew, a massive creature rises out of the water behind the ships and slowly opens its mouth as they float toward it. The Island Eater. It had orange and white scales, and its body resembled an oversized goldfish. Spotting the oversized creature, the giants glance at one another and nod before drawing their weapons. Swinging the ancient weapons over their shoulders, they prepare to unleash a powerful attack. Several crew members turn and gasp in fear as they see the massive creature preparing to swallow them whole. Dory's voice carries across the ocean. "Behold the legendary spear of the giants of Elbaf." Brogy's shouts so loudly that trees behind them shake. "The only thing we can't pierce is the great snake soaked in blood." The pair swings their weapons forward, sending a gust of energy that tears across the water before slamming into the massive creature. They shout in unison, "Hikoku Sovereignty." The Island Eater is lifted into the air and flung far away from the ships. Kabababababa, gia-ga-ga-ga-ga-ga-ga. The giants' laughter resonates together as they wrap arms around one another's shoulders and lift their weapons into the air. Tossing his arms upward, Luffy joins their laughter with his own. "She, we'll miss you." "You too, little pirate." The pair shout before again bursting into laughter. As the island fades from sight, the giants' laughter rings in the crew's ears, filling them with hope for their next great adventure. Holding a Den Den Mushi in one hand and a newspaper in the other, Jimmy yells, "What in the hell is this? Morgans? You let the government tear my article to shreds. Where's the journalistic integrity?" "I didn't have a choice," Morgans shouted back through the device. He continues, "They said it was the only way I could run it. I can't have the world government shutting down my paper. You know that. I'm taking a huge risk running your articles to begin with. Do you expect me to throw everything away for your ego?" "It's not about ego." Gritting his teeth, Jimmy takes a slow breath. He continues in a calmer voice, "It's about the truth. Every time we let them take that from us, their control grows. You know that as well as I do, Morgans. It's why you started the World Economic News in the first place." "I know." Voice quieter, Morgans repeats, "I know, Jimmy. But there's only so much I can do. Keep sending me the truth, and I'll publish what I can. It'll get out there one way or another. They can't hide everything. At some point, something is bound to slip through the cracks." The line goes dead as the news mogul hangs up. Staring at the snail that has gone limp in his hand, Jimmy mutters, "You better not be lying to me." An envelope filled with bills was stuffed in his pocket. Payment for the article. 100,000 belly, a third of what he'd gotten from the Whiskey Peak article. If butchering my article wasn't enough, you had to go and short me, jerk. Red Force Deck eyes narrow and brows furrowed, Shanks mouths the words as he reads through the article for the third time. With a frustrated sigh, he tosses the heap of papers at Beckman and shouts, I can barely read this damn thing. Half of it's missing, and what's left has been butchered beyond recognition. Leave to the government to shove their nose in everybody else's business. Gathering the scattered pages, Ben Beckman carefully sorts them before turning to Jimmy's article. Rolling his eyes, he smirks, What do you want me to do about it, Captain? I dunno. Make it readable. Grabbing a mug, Shanks stomps to the bar and pours himself a drink. Captain, you have to calm down. Yassip attempts to comfort the red-haired pirate, but is shrugged off as Shanks drains his drink and pours himself another. Shooting a glance at the others who shrug apologetically, he tries again. We all want to know how Luffy and his crew are doing. Don't forget, my boy is with him. But there's nothing we can do about. Whatever. Shanks cuts the sniper off as he slams his mug into the table. Alcohol sloshes over the edge, coating his fingers. Lips splitting into a grin, he starts to chuckle before bursting into laughter. Da ha 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 ha. Do you know what this means, boys? Our Luffy figured out how to piss off the government. Not only that, but he put Buggy in his place. That's worthy of celebration. Capitalizing on their captain's shift in mood, the others race to the bar. Filling their mugs, they join his revelry. Ennie's lobby gates holding the newspaper carefully between his pages. A giant turns to his partner. Confusion on his face, he asks, Have you ever heard of Little Garden? It sounds familiar for some reason. The other giant shrugs before replying, I dunno. Why do you ask, Oimo? I can't shake the feeling I've heard that name before. Oimo continues. A breeze across the courtyard catches the paper and rips it from his hand. Grabbing at it, he desperately shouts, Get back here. Unfortunately, the wind is too strong, carrying the pages out of reach. Grinding the tip of his cigar against the metallic table, a man with a long stitch scar across his face stares at the paper. His voice carries across the casino, drawing every eye, damn it. Staff race around him, quickly escorting the guests out of the building before hanging a temporarily closed sign on the door. Balling his hand into a fist, he slams it into the table and screams. Failures. Glancing at the door and seeing it locked, he continues his tirade. So, Mr. 3 and Miss Goldenweek managed to make a mess of things, as usual. The next time they show their faces around here, I'll make them pay for their incompetence. The staff members shoot one another worried glances and edge away from their boss. Leaping to his feet, the man grabs the table and hurls it into the air, sending the papers flying in every direction. A cruel smile spreads across his face as he stomps across the room toward the offices. Ideas for revenge swirled through his mind, going shopping deck. Leaning against the railing, the wind rustles Luffy's hair as he stares across the ocean at the spot slowly disappearing over the horizon. He knew those aboard the Going Merry would be watching their ship shrink on the horizon too, perhaps with the same lingering sadness he felt. A tear runs down the captain's cheek. I know it was the right choice. Why'd I feel like my heart was split in two? His thoughts are interrupted by the sound of boots approaching from behind, and he quickly wipes away the tears before turning with a smile toward the person approaching his position. Seeing Zoro, he raises an eyebrow and calls out, What's up? Noticing the smudge on his captain's face, Zoro reaches into his pocket. Pulling out a rag, he thrusts it into Luffy's hands and says in a low tone, Now isn't the time to go soft on us. You are our captain. If you aren't confident, the others will worry. Glancing over the captain's shoulder, he pauses as the dot on the horizon vanishes from sight. You'd better survive this, Vivi. It'll kill Luffy if something bad happens. Shifting his focus back to Luffy, his lips split into a grin, and he says in a louder voice, New battle rankings are up. You're gonna want to see this. Oh yeah? Did the new girl place well? Following after Zoro, Luffy continues to pepper him with questions. What about Chabo? Sanji said he was going to try. Smirking, Zoro continues toward the dining room. He mutters, Be patient, Straw Hat. I don't want to ruin the surprise. As they approach, the sound of chatter can be heard from inside. Humanoid shapes can be seen through the window, crowded around the announcement board. Shoving open the door, the two walk into a lively conversation between their crewmates. Would have won if he hadn't transformed into a damn wolf, Johnny shouts before slamming his fist into a table. Several mugs filled with ale shook with the impact. He shoots a glare at Chow Chow, who is curled up contentedly on the ground, licking his paws. Sitting against the wall, Hatchin stares at his hands in disbelief. Flecks of paint clung to his tattered clothes. He appears to be shaking off a mental fog as he tries to process his loss. Chabo is conspicuously absent, having returned to the greenhouse after his match. Meanwhile, wearing a sling on his right arm, Piaman is sporting a black eye and a large grin as he regales Usopp and Mary with his match against the young gardener. "Was so cool, I didn't know plants could do any of that stuff." Spotting Hatchin, Luffy shouts, "Who beat Ya, Hachi?" The fishman slowly looks up from his hands and gives the captain a blank stare before his eyes drift to Marianne. The young woman giggles and raises her hand. "I didn't know she was so strong." Hurrying over to Marianne's side, Luffy grabs her shoulders and shouts, "How did you do it? You're a painter, not a fighter." Her smile fades as the young pirate shakes her entire frame. Desperation fills her eyes, and she looks to Zoro for help. "He's going to shake my brain loose." The swordsman shrugs before walking past her toward the mugs on the table and grabbing one for himself. There is a bang from the kitchen door. It swings open, revealing Sanji, Rika, and Ninjin carrying plates of food. The chef's voice rings out above the chaos. "Food's ready, first come, first served." The chatter ends as the crew lets out a loud cheer before charging toward the chef and his assistants, leaving behind the newly updated battle rankings page, covered in fingerprints and scuffs from being manhandled. Battle rank Monkey D. Luffy Nefertari Taipan Rorinoa Zoro. Jin Sanji Kobe Usopp Marianne Hatchin Nefertari Vivi. Mary Fiona Nami Ninjin Rika Chow Chow Johnny Gregory. Igaram Najiko Chabo Piaman Kuru Tamanegi Yosaku. Note: you may challenge anyone of a higher rank in combat, and if you win, your rank will increase to reflect the victory. Going shopping temporary infirmary, beep beep beep. Chirped the thermometer dangling between Nami's lips. Striding purposefully across the room, Kaya plucks the device free and glances at the temperature. 101 degrees. It's not great, but better than last night. Her eyes drift to Nami, who gives her a weak smile. She steals a glance at Najiko, who is sleeping peacefully beside her sister. Resting her hand on the navigator's shoulder, she says in a gentle voice, "You need your rest. Do you think you can do that for me?" But Nami mumbles as she tries to sit up. Truthfully, she was beginning to feel restless. Having been bed-bound since leaving the island, she was concerned about their course without her navigational prowess. "I just need to check the log pose. Then I can rest easy." Meeting Kaya's eyes, she softly begs, "I can't keep." "No, you need to rest." Kaya cuts her off in a firmer tone than she intended. The woman tenses up, and she realizes her mistake. Nami doesn't like to be bossed around. "I need to be tactful to avoid her bolting." She gives the door a worried glance before returning her focus to the navigator. In a more soothing voice, she continues, "Can I bring you something? Maybe a book? Something to exercise your mind, since you can't move your body?" Did she just tell me no? I know what I'm capable of, and I don't need her to tell me what to do. Lips tightening and eyes narrowing, Nami glares at her friend. It takes a moment for the questions to sink in, and she relaxes, falling back into the comfort of her bed. "I guess this isn't so bad. I can at least do something useful." A sly grin spreads across her lips, and she whispers, "Can you bring me the maps?" Kaya knew exactly what Nami meant. The maps they had found on Little Garden were still sprawled in a corner of the dining room. Nobody in the crew had dared to touch them, for fear of incurring Nami's wrath. "Is this the time for?" Her thought is interrupted as Nami clicks her tongue against the roof of her mouth. Letting out a breath she hadn't realized she'd been holding, Kaya replies, "I suppose that can be arranged, if you promise to behave." Nodding enthusiastically, Nami's grin turns into a genuine smile, and she responds, "Of course." Several minutes later, Kaya returns carrying an armful of maps. Gliding across the room, she looks on in dismay at Nami sitting upright in the bed. "Couldn't wait, could you?" Choosing to ignore the woman's defiance, she carefully hands one of the maps to Nami before laying the rest on her lap. She asks in an even tone, "Anything else?" Nami replies, hardly hearing the question as her eyes scan the map. I don't think I've seen this one before. Where is, eyes growing wide, she sees what appears to be a treasure chest in the lower right corner. Treasure. Placing her finger against the paper, she carefully traces from the chest to an island with an unfamiliar name. She softly whispers to herself, Drum Island. Her lips twitch as she thinks about the possibilities. As long as we figure out where this island is, we can get the treasure. I could have sworn she was asleep when I talked to Luffy about that island. Curious, Kaya walks beside Nami and looks at the map. Seeing the name of the island and several familiar landmarks, her eyes widened in surprise. She turns to Nami and asks, How did you know? Know what? Nami asks, tearing herself away from the map to meet Kaya's searching eyes. Did I miss something? Resting a manicured finger on the island's name, Kaya replies softly, How did you know we were going to Drum Island? Heart racing, Nami's pupils dilate. Her lips felt dry all of a sudden, and she quickly wet them with a flick of her tongue. We're going there. Shifting her focus back to the map, she rests her finger on the treasure chest. Even sick, she couldn't hold back the excitement growing eyeels. We can find the treasure. A coughing fit immediately follows the exclamation. Tossing the map forward to avoid ruining it, she grabs her stomach and begins making a loud retching noise. Fishing a syringe from her pocket, Kaya wraps an arm around Nami as she uses her thumb to remove a cover from the needle. I had hoped it wouldn't come to this, but your health is the priority, Nami. Giving her friend one last tight squeeze, she stabs the needle into the woman's arm and pushes the plunger, sending a liquid sedative coursing into her veins. As Nami's body grows limp in her arms, Kaya carefully lays her onto the bed, whispering, We'll worry about treasure later. You need your sleep. Why? Vision fading, Nami tries to fight for consciousness. The weight of her maps lifts away from her legs. Eyes drooping, she mumbles, I'll get that treasure. Sleep washes over her small frame. The lights above the bed blink off for a moment before turning back on. A small hum fills the air as the ground starts to vibrate beneath Kaya's feet. She stares in confusion as medical equipment falls to the floor. What's happening? She is thrown into the wall as the ship lurches to the side. The lights flicker again, and Kaya glances at the bed fearfully. Both women are secured, and she breathes a sigh of relief before again being thrown, this time toward the bed as the ship leans in the other direction. Landing across Nami's torso, she scrambles to her feet and grabs hold of the bed frame. I'm not going to keep getting tossed. The thought is interrupted as her hands are yanked free. The ground beneath her falls away for a moment before she is slammed hard into the floor. Legs screaming in pain, a tear runs down her cheek. A distorted crackling can be heard in the hall before Hachin's voice cuts through over the surveillance den Mushi located near the stairs. It was faint, but Kaya could make out his words. Freak storm. Brace yourselves. The ship again rocks, and Kaya fights to maintain her balance as more medical tools crash to the ground. Hachin's voice resumes, Nami, report to the flying bridge. Panic washes over Kaya as she stares wide-eyed at Nami, who is sleeping restlessly on the bed. This is bad, what have I done? Loud knocking on the door precedes it being flung violently open, and Jin running inside. Seeing Nami asleep, he shoots Kaya a look of panic and shouts, Wake her up. I can't, Kaya screams as the ship lurches again, sending Jin careening into a wall. She continues in a panic, I just sedated her, there's no way she can. I can, what? Nami croaks in a tired voice. She felt dizzy and nauseous, but pushed herself up despite the discomfort. A wave of exhaustion ripples through her body. She grits her teeth as her eyes slowly open. Everything was blurry, as if she were staring through a dirty window. Lifting her hand, which felt unusually heavy, she rubs her eyes before blinking several times. Vision slowly coming into focus, she sees the room in complete disarray. What happened here? This isn't like Kaya. Her head moved slower than she wanted, and she took in Jin and Kaya, who were both staring open-mouthed at her. The ship lurches again, and Nami clutches the sheets of her bed to avoid being thrown from it. Now, much more alert, she shouts, What's going on? Freak storm, Jin shouts, pushing up from the ground where he had been tossed. Glancing at Kaya, he asks, Can I take her? Looking from Nami to Jin, Kaya feels panic rise in her chest. She shouldn't be moving around at all, least of all in the middle of a storm. But if she stays here, we might all die. What do I do? What is the right thing to do? I'll go. I have to. Nami replies in a commanding tone. Pushing the sheets aside, she attempts to swing her feet off the bed, but is seized with pain. Tightening her jaw, Nami tries to avoid revealing too much on her face. She hisses through her teeth, "Can you carry me?" Of course. Jin crosses the room and scoops Nami into his arms. Giving Kaya one last look, he mouths, "I'm sorry," before sprinting through the still open door. Going shopping flying deck. Hatchin holds one side of the steering wheel, while Fiona clings to the other. Together, they try to keep it from moving in either direction. Wind whips across the deck, sending barrels and crates flying as rain pelts their bodies. "We need Nami," Hatchin bellows, his words mostly swallowed by the storm raging around them. Feeling the boat tilt to the side, his muscles bulged, preventing the wheel from turning in that direction. Pink hair flapping in the wind, Fiona grits her teeth as she fights alongside Hatchin to hold the wheel in place. Glancing at the stairs, her heart sinks as she sees no one coming to their aid. Shifting her attention back to the fishman, she shouts her response, "We can do this, we're strong." Going shopping main deck. The crew scrambles to secure ropes that were whipping through the air, propelled by the furious winds. Focused on their work, nobody notices Jin exit onto the deck, carrying Nami in his arms. "Secure the sails," Zoro shouts as she races across the deck. His order goes unheard by the others, who are all preoccupied with other tasks. Gritting his teeth, he races for the center mast. "Without those sails, we'll never get out of this. I don't know shit about ships, but Mary won't shut up about how important those stupid things are." Seeing Zoro's movement, Johnny and Yosaku exchange a quick look before racing to help, reasoning that the swordsman knew something they didn't. "This is so much fun." Arms wrapped around barrels filled with brined fish, Luffy roars with laughter, "Shi. Going shopping flying bridge. The wind pushed against Jin's chest, fighting against each step as he struggled to climb the stairs. Even the worst pirates on the Grand Line can't compare to Mother Nature. Reaching the top of the stairs, he sees Fiona and Hatchin trying desperately to grab the steering wheel while it spins freely. "We might be too late." Gritting his teeth, he hurries across the deck to the others. Ramming his elbow into Hatchin's side to get the fishman's attention, he hands Nami to the large man and shouts, "You got this." "What's wrong with Nami?" Panic fills Hatchin's eyes as he stares at the limp girl in his arms. Shaking off the fear, he carefully manhandles her up to his top two hands before again attempting to grab the steering wheel. "Hey Hachi, I made it," Nami mutters weakly. Rolling her head to the side, she takes in the choppy waves and the storm raging around them. "This sucks. I feel like I'm dying." Her head ached, and she felt like she might throw up at any moment. She forced herself to focus on the situation rather than her discomfort. Spotting a small patch of smooth water with the current letting away from the storm, she points and mumbles, "Go there." Following Nami's finger, Hatchin's eyes widen in surprise. How did she see that so easily? Turning to Fiona, he echoes her earlier sentiment, "We can do this, we're strong." Strong isn't enough. Frustration growing, Fiona attempts to grab hold of the steering wheel, only to be slapped away by the spinning spokes. "This isn't fair. Nothing we are doing is working. It's hopeless," hands balling into fists. She grits her teeth before pulling back her right arm and slamming her knuckles into the center of the wheel. Much to Fiona and Hatchin's shock, the wheel stops spinning for a moment as soon as her fist makes contact. Not wanting to waste the opportunity that had been handed to them, Hatchin grabs one side of the steering wheel and Fiona grabs the other. Pushing downward, Hatchin yells, "We need to turn the ship." Nami curls up in Hatchin's two upper limbs, her arms wrapping around the fishman's sucbs to the sedative. "Whatever you say." Muscles tightening, Fiona pushes upward, working with Hatchin to slowly turn the wheel. Feeling resistance, she glances back at Hatchin and sees him holding firmly in place. Confused, she shouts, "What happened to turning?" "This is enough," Hatchin roars back, his eyes focused on the patch of water Nami had identified. The bow of the ship was now pointed directly at it. As they drift into the current, the vessel starts to pick up speed. Soon, they are zipping across the ocean, cutting smoothly between the choppy waves and out of the storm. It isn't long before they are jettisoned into a smooth patch of water, as the clouds fade into the sky behind them. The only evidence of the storm was the panting crew and a layer of seawater coating every inch of the ship. Turning back to Jin, who is staring in shock and awe at Nami, Hatchin carefully hands her back and says in a cheerful tone, "Thanks." "Are you a witch?" Eyes glued to the woman in his arms, Jin turns and makes his way back to the ship's temporary infirmary, going shopping. Things settle on the ship after the storm, and the crew returns to their normal duties. The younger members begrudgingly clean the deck under Mary's stern supervision. Before long, day fades into night, and the crew retires to their quarters to rest and recover. As the first rays of dawn's light climb over the horizon, they are greeted by Luffy. Legs dangling over the side of the ship, he straddles the bowsprit of the ship. "I miss the Mary. This seat isn't nearly as comfortable." The scent of salt in the air fills his nostrils with each inhale, a constant reminder of the ocean surrounding their large vessel. Closing his eyes, he inhales deeply, enjoying the warmth on his skin. A new smell emerges, and eyes snapping open, he leaps to his feet. Throwing his arms into the air, he yells, "Sanji made bacon." Spinning on his heel, the young pirate races toward the stairs. Rather than taking them down, he leaps into the air, landing with a bang on the wooden surface of the main deck. Not missing a beat, he dashes toward the dining room and throws open the door. The clatter of silverware against plates and voices meets his ears. Tumbling into the room, he cries out, "Breakfast time!" Racing to a crowded table, he squeezes between Johnny and Yosaku, managing to elbow both in the ribs while attempting to fit between the pair. Upon Luffy's arrival, Rika races into the kitchen in a panic and shouts, "Captain's here." Sanji quickly shoves a plate filled with food into her hands with a gruff, "Don't keep him waiting." Hurrying back into the dining room, Rika dashes to Luffy and places the food in front of him. She shouts a bit louder than intended, "Enjoy." At a less crowded table nearby, Kaya mindlessly picks at her plate. Nami and Nijiko, who normally sat on either side of the young woman, were conspicuously absent, still resting in the makeshift infirmary. Seated across from Kaya, Fiona tentatively asks, "Is there anything we can do to help?" Gaze focused on her plate, Marianne tried hard to stay out of the conversation. "Why are you trying so hard to be friends with these people, Miss Saturday? You don't owe them anything." Looking up from her plate, it takes Kaya a moment to register Fiona's words. Dark rings around her eyes gave away her restless night. Voice cracking, she replies, "I don't," forcing a smile, she continues, "I'm fine." A thought drifts through her head. The map, a smile spreading across her face, she meets Fiona's eyes. On second thought, "I might have something for you." Eyebrows narrowing slightly, Marianne pulls her gaze away from the plate and grumbles, "Miss Saturday isn't your lapdog." "Oh, it's fine," Fiona replies in a cheerful tone. Attempting to place her hand on Marianne's arm, the woman pulls away instinctively. Shifting her focus back to Kaya, she nods her head enthusiastically and replies, "I'm happy to help in any way." "Good." Pushing her plate away and rising to her feet, Kaya motions for Fiona to follow her as she heads toward the exit. The larger woman responds in kind, discarding the remains of her meal and rising to follow Kaya out of the room, leaving Marianne to sulk alone at the table. Entering the dining hall late, Jimmy Scoops notices the new girl sitting alone and makes his way toward her. Sitting down, he hardly notices Rika deliver a plate of hot food in front of him. Tilting his head slightly, he asks in confusion, "What's got you looking so down on your luck?" "I don't have to explain myself to you." Sneering, Marianne stabs at an egg on her plate and shoves it into her mouth. Chewing noisily, she glares at the man. "Who said you could sit here?" "Fair enough." Picking up a fork and knife, Jimmy carefully cuts up the food on his plate, glancing up occasionally at the angry woman. Once the task is complete, he puts down the knife and scoops a mixture of egg and bacon onto his fork. Giving the woman one last glance, he says absent-mindedly, "Just thought, as an artist, you might want to look at some of my pictures." Placing the food in his mouth, he returns his gaze to his plate. Gaze softening slightly and shoulders relaxing, Marianne studies the man's face. "Is he the reporter from Little Garden? I didn't realize that he was in the crew." Scooping another forkful of eggs, she replies in a hesitant tone, That wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. Placing the food in her mouth, she chews more carefully, eyes still fixed on the photographer, studying him. Maybe I could base a painting on one of his pictures, assuming they aren't complete crap. Reaching for the camera hanging around his neck, Jimmy slips it over his head and carefully slides it across the table to the young woman. Glancing up slightly, his lips curl into a grin as Marianne shifts her focus to the device. A newfound smile on her face. I had a feeling that would pull you out of your shell. Going shopping temporary infirmary. The door opens slowly as Kaya and Fiona quietly enter the small, dark room. Making their way to the table, Kaya guides the other woman to the map Nami had found the day before and points at it. Is this? Fiona's question is silenced as Kaya presses a finger to her lips before pointing at the woman sleeping beside them. Nodding, the large woman carefully picks up the map. Glancing one last time at Kaya to make sure everything is okay, she receives a small nod. Turning away, she silently exits the room. My maps, Nami mumbles as she rolls over in the bed and wraps her arms around Najiko's torso. Kaya holds her breath. Nami would kill me if she knew one of those maps had just walked off without her supervision. She lets out the breath as Nami's breathing returns to its steady rhythm. Good, she's still asleep. Going shopping. Observation deck. A short time later, Fiona is joined by Gregory, Jin, Hatchin, Luffy, and Usopp around a table in the observation deck, studying the map. Sunken treasure. This is so cool. Bouncing excitedly from foot to foot, Luffy lunges toward the map. His hand is swatted away by Jin, who was primarily there to protect it from their impulsive captain. Undeterred, he continues trying to grab the map, resulting in a brief tussle between the pair. Crossing his arms, a smug look spreads across Usopp's face, and he declares, "This is nothing. I once found a map that had 10 treasure chests on it. Each one was filled with enough gold to fill this entire ship." Really? Raising an eyebrow, Gregory looks at Usopp in confusion. He's got to be lying. There's no way he found something that impressive. Noticing Jin and Hatchin shaking their heads in frustration, he purses his lips and shifts his gaze back to the map. Voice low, he continues, "Anyways, it's a good thing you brought this to us now, Fiona." Placing his fingers slightly below the treasure chest, he says, "Based on the notes Nami left, we are somewhere around here. Should be at the treasure in a few minutes. Had we waited any longer, we'd have missed it." The previous night, in a moment of panic, Nami had hastily filled a notepad with navigational notes. That notepad was now clutched protectively in Gregory's left hand. Tearing himself away from his wrestling match with Jin, Luffy yells, "Can I die for it?" "No," the others shout in unison. "You're a devil fruit user, Luffy. You'll sink like a rock." Hatchin reminds the captain before shifting his focus back to the map. He smiles and declares, "I'll dive for it. As a fish man, I'm the best swimmer on the crew by a long shot. I can handle helmsman duties while you are under. We'll need to stop the ship, so we don't accidentally leave you behind," Fiona volunteers in a soft tone. "And Usopp stops for a moment. "What can I do?" An idea forms. "Smile," he shouts, "I'll keep an eye on you, with my goggles, lore." Sounds like, UGN. Jin's words are cut off as he receives an elbow to his stomach from the struggling captain. "Quit fighting, Straw Hat." He lets out a low groan before continuing through gritted teeth, "We've got a plan." Going shopping. Main deck. Leaning against the ship's railing, Yosaku chews on the end of a stick he found on the ship after the previous day's storm. It tasted terrible, but he had resolved not to show discomfort on his face. Beside him, Johnny's eyes were covered by a pair of sunglasses, and he was whistling the tune of a familiar sea shanty. Both men are startled as the door to the observation deck is thrown open. Biting down on the stick, Yosaku sputters as several fragments make their way down his throat. Spitting out the end, he gags on the taste and clutches at his neck, spluttering, "Gah, that was nasty." Snorting in amusement, Johnny raises an eyebrow and replies, "Told you not to put that shit in your mouth, bro." Gaze focused on the door, he watched Hatchin exit, followed by Fiona, Gregory, and Usopp. Jin and Luffy trail behind the others, both looking exhausted and mildly frustrated at one another. What the hell happened to them? Hatchin, Luffy, Usopp, and Jin descended the stairs toward Johnny and Yosaku. Fiona and Gregory, however, veered off toward the flying bridge. The duo exchanged a quick look before taking a sudden interest in a nearby pile of rope, not wanting to get involved in the situation. Paying little mind to the swordsman, Luffy wears a scowl as he attempts to pull himself free of Jin's grip. He grumbles to himself, "I still think I'd make a better diver than Hatchin. You'd certainly get to the bottom faster. It's the return trip where you might have some issues." Jin replies with an amused smirk. The others chuckle along. Frustrated, Luffy crosses his arms and stubbornly looks away, mumbling, "Whatever." Reaching up to his head, Usopp pulls down his goggles and secures them in place over his eyes. Flashing the thumbs up, he shouts, "I'm ready." "Excellent." Placing two hands on the railing, Hatchin quickly scrambles onto the top hands coming together to form a V above his head. He smiles and shouts, "Let's do this." Muscles in his legs tense for a moment before he leaps into the air. His body angles downward. Air whipped past his ears for a moment, then gave way to a crash as he sliced through the waves into the cold, murky water. From the deck, Usopp peers over the edge. Eyes widening in panic, he realizes that he cannot see even a single inch through the dark water. Damn it! What do I do? A thought occurs to the sniper. Reaching above his head, he twists a small dial. The lens of his goggles darkens for a moment before revealing Hatchin as a yellow shape moving downward and away from the ship. I forgot about the heat vision mode. This can still work. I'm such a genius. Nobody could ever. His mind seizes for a moment as other large yellow shapes appear beneath the waves. Those are too big to be fish. Jaw clattering, he stutters, "Gee guys, ITH think we might have a pee problem." Beneath the going shopping arms pumping in unison, Hatchin glides through the water quickly. A dark, oily substance obscured his vision, making it difficult to see more than a few feet ahead. "Leave it to humans to pollute our ocean." A glow pierced the darkness, emanating from below his position. "There's no way that could be the treasure, can it?" Tilting his body slightly, he swims toward the glow to investigate. Suddenly, his vision is filled with wooden boards. Having enough time to shield himself with his arms, he crashes into the deck of a ship. A shipwreck? Impossible, I'm not nearly deep enough. The sound of hinges grinding pulls Hatchin's attention, and he stares in awe as a trap door opens. A head pokes through the opening, followed by a pair of arms. Pushing down on the deck, the rotund man pulls himself out of the ship and onto the deck, allowing the door to close behind him. A bow and quiver filled with arrows are strapped to the stranger's back, and he stares in confusion at Hatchin. His shirt had an odd chessboard pattern, but the red and white were replaced with green and cyan. There is a lurch, and Hatchin feels the deck press up against his chest and arms as he struggles to his feet. "We're going up. This can't be good." Usopp needs to warn the others. Reaching toward the swords hanging from his waist, he hesitates as the man slowly shakes his head, "No." Going shopping main deck, the majority of the crew is now crowding around the railing, watching in fascination as bubbles form on the ocean's surface. Weapon drawn and at the ready, Usopp continues to stare down in horror as the yellow figures grow in size. He stutters, "They're getting closer, get ready." "No shit. We have eyes, ya know." Jin mutters, hand on the handle of his morning star, ready to draw it at a moment's notice. "Of course. The day I decided to practice fencing and left the rest of my stuff in my locker, we got attacked." Legs dangling freely as she sits on Zoro's shoulders, Rika giggles to herself, "Who do you think it is? Do you think we'll get to fight them?" Scowling as the young girl's foot smacks into the side of the face, Zoro growls, "You'll be fighting me a second if you can't hold still." The pool of white foam grows as the water pulls downward in a circle around where Hatchin had dove in. The going shopping starts to tilt toward the tiny whirlpool before Fiona adjusts the rudder, pushing it out of danger. A wooden spear emerges, with a black flag hanging damply from it. The crew backed away from the railing, enthusiasm replaced with determination as they drew their weapons in anticipation. "A Jolly Roger?" Luffy asks skeptically, unable to make out the design on the black flag. As the ship continues to emerge from the water, the sails slowly unfurl, revealing a skull with a crown of gold and purple atop its head. A pink tongue protrudes from the side of its mouth, pressed against the upper jawbone, and there are black dots where lips would have been. Jimmy lifts his camera to his eye. Squeezing his left eye shut, he presses the shutter and yells, "Fire!" Beside him, Marianne is pointing a flashlight at the ship's mast, making the water droplets sparkle. Water sloshes off the side of the deck as it emerges, revealing Hatchin glaring at the strange man in the chest-patterned shirt. The hatch on the deck is flung open, and two more men climb out. The first is a tall man wearing a long orange cloak. Both hands are covered in thick black gloves. He has a tightly curled afro and a thin beard connected by 3 small balls of hair at either cheek and his chin. The other is a portly man with dark violet hair and a cylindrical jaw made of tin plates. As the other men gather on either side of him, the man with the dark violet hair shouts at Hatchin, "I am Wapple, captain of the Blicking Pirates. How dare you invade our ship, fishman?" She. Erupting with laughter, Luffy begins rolling up his sleeves as he pushes past his crewmates toward the railing. Resting his elbows against the metal frame, he leans forward and calls out, "You look ridiculous, Wapoo. Are you going to take that from him, Hatchin?" "It's Wapple, you moron. Get it right," Wapple shouts back. Clenching his teeth, he ground them back and forth, causing the metallic plates on his face to scrape against one another, making an unpleasant noise. Looking back over his shoulder, Hatchin sees his crew preparing for battle. Reaching down, he grabs for the handle of one of his swords when an arrow flies through the air, pulling his attention back to the man with the chessboard patterned shirt, who is knocking a second arrow into his bow. Panic in his eyes, he shouts, "Might need some help here, Captain." Grinning, Luffy pulls himself onto the top of the railing, causing Zoro to reach toward him in fear, but quickly regains his balance. Bending his knees, he prepares to leap as he shouts, "Jin, Usopp, let's go save our friend." Not waiting for a reply, he leaps into the air, landing on the deck of the Blicking Pirates, several feet behind Hatchin. Of course, with a sadistic grin, Jin swings the Morning Star over his shoulder as he saunters after the captain. "Why me?" Shaking with panic, Usopp fumbles with the tubes on his waist. He is interrupted by a gentle hand on his arm. Looking down, he sees Pieman smiling excitedly at him, bow held in his free hand. "Can I try, Captain Usopp? I think I'm ready," Pieman asks. While waiting for an answer, he reaches behind his back and retrieves an arrow from his quiver, quickly knocking it onto the bowstring. Looking down, Usopp is struck by the determination in the young boy's eyes. "First little garden, now here. When did you get so brave, Onion?" Nodding quickly, he replies, "Of course. I believe in you." "Thanks." Shifting his focus to the ship, Pieman closes his left eye just like Usopp had taught him. "I have to be careful not to hit Hatchin or Luffy." "You got this, Onion," Tamanegi shouts in excitement as he races over to his friend, followed by Ninjin. Climbing down from Zoro's shoulders, Rika scrambles over to her friends to cheer Pieman on. Blicking Pirate's ship deck landing beside his captain, Jin opens his mouth to speak when an arrow sails over his shoulder, nearly clipping him before continuing on its trajectory and hitting the man with the chessboard shirt in the arm. "Holy shit. Half a foot off and he'd have put that between my shoulder blades." Swallowing hard, he shakes off the momentary distress as his gaze locks on the man with the afro who is walking confidently across the deck toward Hatchin. With a sneer, he roars, "Don't even think about it," legs tensing for a moment. He takes off at a sprint toward the unsuspecting pirate, swinging the Morning Star through the air at the man's head. She. That's more like it." With a smile on his face, Luffy cracks his knuckles and starts walking toward Wapple. Tilting his head from one side to the other, he cracks his neck as he continues, "I'm going to kick your ass for threatening my friend Wallow." "It's Wapol," the enraged pirate shouts back. Pointing at Luffy, he shouts, "Chess, Kuromarimo. Teach this little bastard some respect." His finger quivers in the air. As the subordinates ignore his orders, a red glow runs up his neck toward his cheeks. Spittle flies from his lips as he shouts, "That was an order." Knocking an arrow, Chess aims at Luffy and lets loose, but the pirate easily dodges to the side. He is immediately punished as a second arrow is launched by Pieman from going shopping, striking his other arm. Narrowing his eyes, he shifts his focus back to his assailant, muttering, "Stay out of this, kid." Dodge another of Jin's relentless attacks, Kuromarimo glances at Luffy. Capitalizing on the distraction, Jin lands a blow on the side of the man's head, knocking him to the ground. She. Nice try. Watto. Quickening his pace, Luffy rapidly closes the gap between himself and Wapol. Clenching his hand into a fist, he pulls it back as he charges the pirate. I said it's WAPOL. Wapol shrieks in frustration. Taking a half step backward, his eyes widen as Luffy's arm stretches further than should be possible behind his back. He stutters, what are you? Gum pistol. Luffy roared. His hand whips forward, slamming into Wapol's stomach. The large man immediately doubles over in pain as Luffy leaps onto his back and begins delivering quick blows to his torso while continuing to laugh hysterically. She. This is fun. Seeing his captain in trouble, Kuromarimo attempts to crawl across the deck toward him, but is stopped as Jin's foot crashes down into his back, pinning him in place. Releasing the arrow from his bow, Chess feels a sinking feeling in his chest as a green-haired swordsman on the opposite boat glides forward and slices it in half before the projectile can reach its target. In desperation, he looked to Wapol for instruction, only to see his captain being pummeled by Luffy. Making a strategic decision, he shouts, retreat. I'm the one WHO gives orders here. Wapol screeches before doubling over as another powerful blow from Luffy connects with his side. Dropping to his knees, he groans and coughs up blood before slowly lifting his head to face Luffy, who is now standing before him, fists pressed against his hips and a triumphant grin on his face. Eyes wavering as he struggles to hold onto consciousness, he whimpers, retreat. They can't hear ya. Speak up, Wagyu. Luffy taunts his fallen opponent. I said, retreat. Wapol screams before dropping to the deck in exhaustion. You heard him, Luffy replies, a grin on his face. Turning to Jin, he points back at the going shopping and issues the order, we're done here. Let's go get our treasure. But Captain, what if they? Jin's voice cuts short as Luffy's expression hardens. Sneering at Kuromarimo, he delivers a swift kick to the man's head, knocking him out before returning his gaze to Luffy's, fine. Let's go. Turning away, he storms angrily back to the going shopping, Hatchin and Luffy following close behind. Such a stupid decision. But he's the captain, so what am I going to do? Going shopping main deck. It doesn't take long for the blinking pirate's ship to disappear from view and Hatchin to resume diving for treasure. This time, his search is fruitful, and he manages to bring a large chest onto the deck of the ship. Still giddy from his battle and excited about what could be found, Luffy fumbles with the clasp holding the chest closed. I earned this. It's probably full of meat, salted and cured at the bottom of the ocean. Licking his lips, he finally gets a good grip on the clasp and flips it open before hurriedly prying open the lid, assisted by Jin and Zoro. His smile droops for a moment as he sees that the chest is not filled with delicious food, but returns as the light reflects against a pile of glittering coins. Throwing his fists into the air, the young pirate declares, we found treasure. More than just treasure. Stepping forward, Tamanegi picks up a book resting on top of the pile. A strange rain, missing its headstone, that had been resting on the book, falls to the deck. The leather cover was hand-carved with the title, MBN Logbook. Wrinkling his brow in confusion, he mutters, what is this thing? Flipping open to the first page, his eyes widen in disbelief. It's so well preserved, but how can that be possible? He reads aloud, October 22, 1113. I, Mont Blanc Noland, have decided to categorize these strange devices. They behave like a rudimentary version of zone devil fruits. Further research is needed to determine how they're connected. Below the entry is a picture of an amulet that bore a striking resemblance to the wolf pendant hanging from Chow Chow's collar. Every eye turns to the dog who cowers in fear at the sudden attention, going shopping main deck. It isn't long before the others disperse to other parts of the ship, taking care of their daily chores and hauling the coins down to the lower decks for storage, leaving Tamanegi alone with the mysterious notebook. Flipping through the pages, the young boy hardly registers his missing companions as he absorbs the contents of Noland's journal. Logia rings? Paramecia armor? Why have I never heard of these things before? We know a little bit about the Chow Chow's zone amulet, but by the sound of it, there are a bunch more like it out there. Lost in the content of the journal, he meandered around the deck. The clink of metal against his shoe drew his attention to the ground. A dull glint caught his eye, a stark contrast against the weathered wood of the deck. He looked down, brow furrowed, to see the ring, its headstone missing, lying as if waiting for him. Bending down, he carefully plucks it from the ground. Without thinking, he asks, "Where did this come from?" Getting no response, he shrugs his shoulders and shoves the trinket into his pocket. Finders keepers. Shifting his attention back to the book, he continues reading. As the sun begins to set, Ninjin exits onto the deck, Piemon following close behind him. Spotting Tamanegi, the pair marches toward their friend. "Where have you been all day, Onion?" Ninjin asks. Mischievous grin playing at the edges of his lips. He claps a hand on the boy's shoulder before glancing down at the journal in his hands. Raising an eyebrow, he chuckled to himself. He. Are you seriously still reading that thing? Give him a break, Carrot. Piemon interrupts, aware of how quickly Ninjin can shift from playful to aggressive. Glancing up, Tamanegi snaps the journal shut and replies in a curt tone, "None of your business." His tone softens as he realizes how harsh his words must sound, and he mumbles, "Sorry, didn't mean to be rough." "You better be," Ninjin replies, elbowing Tamanegi in the side. Looking conspiratorially around the empty deck, he says in a low voice, "Want to sneak some booze, while the grown-ups are busy?" "I don't know," Piemon replies, hesitation evident in his voice. "What would Najiko think? It's bad enough that you drink. She'd have a cow if she caught me and Onion doing it." Shrugging his shoulders, Tamanegi starts walking toward the stairs leading to the second-floor dining room. "Sounds fun to me. What's good?" "Quit acting like a baby, Pepper. Even Onion's doing it." Jabbing Piemon in the ribs, Ninjin follows after the blonde boy toward the bar. "See, come on, guys, don't be like that." Catching his lip between his teeth, Piemon wrings his hands nervously as the others depart. Succumbing to his friend's influence, he races after the pair, shouting, "I'm coming, slow down." Going shopping bar. Sitting alone in the bar, Zoro sips from a sake cup. It was quiet here, peaceful. A smile plays on the edge of his lips as he enjoys the warm beverage. Almost sundown. If I play my cards right, I can avoid human interaction until tomorrow morning. His thoughts are interrupted as the door to the bar is flung open, and he shouts in irritation, "The hell do you want?" "Hey Zoro." Ninjin replies cheerfully as he hurries around the bar and starts pouring drinks for his friends who take a seat on either side of the exasperated swordsman. Shooting the man a quick grin, he shifts his focus back to the boys and says in a confident tone, "Mixing up something special for my buddies. Don't tell the grown-ups." The other two giggle, but are quickly silenced by Zoro's steel gaze. "You know I'm a grown-up, right?" Zoro asks, before taking another sip from his sake cup. The corner of his lip twitches, hinting at the smile threatening to break through. "Sure ya are." Sliding glasses filled with orange bubbly liquid across the bar to Tamanegi and Piemon, Ninjin starts mixing up another drink for himself. Grinning to himself, he continues, "You know what I mean." Yeah. I won't tell. Just don't get caught. If I have to listen to another of Kaya or Najiko's lectures about contributing to the delinquency of minors." Zoro lets the words hang in the air as he tosses back the rest of the cup and slams it down onto the bar before growling, "Got time to fill me back up?" "You know it." Setting his finished cocktail aside, Ninjin reaches beneath the bar and pulls out a container of sake. Popping the lid, he quickly fills Zoro's cup before sliding it back to the swordsman and returning the bottle to the shelf between his legs. Grabbing his glass, he lifts it and carefully sips from the edge, not wanting to spill even a single drop. His gaze remains focused on Zoro, and he says in a calm voice, "Feels weird drinking with Taipan, huh?" "Sure does. I'm not used to there being so much left for us." Raising the sake cup, Zoro clinks it against the half-empty glasses in front of Piemon and Tamanegi before taking a long slurp. Going shopping. Main deck. An hour later, Zoro and the kids stumble onto the main deck, arms around each other's shoulders. Swaying with each step, they repeatedly shush each other before souping to fits of laughter. Eyes narrowing as he approaches the group, Mary hisses, "What are you three doing up so late? And what is wrong with you, swordsman?" Belching loudly in the former butler's face, Zoro loudly replies, "Done worry about it, Johnny. Just having some fun. Can't tell Mary or we'll get in." His voice fades, and he blinks several times before continuing as if he had not stopped, "In trouble." Wow. He is wasted if he can't even recognize me. Rolling his eyes, Mary grabs the swordsman by the arm and leads him and the children toward the door to the lower decks. Zoro attempts to pull away, but in the man's drunken state, he is easily caught and dragged toward his destination. Mary mutters to himself, "I don't envy you in the morning. We're good. Tomorrow's tomorrow." Ninjin injects before hiccuping loudly and giggling to himself. Going shopping dining room the next morning, Zoro and the boys find themselves alone at a table far from the other in the bustling dining room. Holding his head, Tamanegi lets out a groan of pain. "I feel like I got hit by a marine battlecruiser last night." The light streaming in from a nearby window seemed to be trying to dig a hole into the back of his skull. "Maybe I can ask somebody to shut it." Turning his head sends pain shooting through his skull, and he quickly gives up, settling on staring at his half-finished plate. Nodding in agreement, Pieman pushes an untouched egg around his dish. "Is it always going to be like this? Why did I let Onion talk me into drinking so much?" Grinning, Zoro picks up a cup and takes a sip of sake before replying, "Sounds like you boys need to try the hair of the dog." The pair groans in response. Looking unfazed by the previous night's drinking, Ninjin raises a mug of tea and clinks it against Zoro's cup. He replies in a bubbly tone, "I'll drink to that." "So what's the plan for tonight?" "Same thing as." The words die on Zoro's lips as the door to the kitchen swings open and Hatchin steps into the room. Glancing back down at his cup, he asks in a concerned tone, "Did you put something extra in my drink, Carrot?" "What are you talking about? It's just sake, like you asked." Turning in his chair, Ninjin glances at the door and lets out a loud gasp as he sees Hatchin walking toward them. Eyes wide, he stares in horror as the fishman approaches. Pointing a shaky finger, he stumbles over his words, Hatchin, why are you? Why are you blue?" Ignoring the boy's question, Hatchin forces back a smile as he sets a plate filled with pastries on the table. Turning to Zoro, he asks in a jovial tone, "Would you like anything else?" Why stares back in confusion and horror, causing him to crack. Lips splitting into a wide grin, he begins laughing at the man's distress. Ha-chi-chi-chi-chi. Truthfully, the fishman had been pulling this prank all morning on the rest of the crew. Still, there was something particularly endearing about the swordsman's look of baffled confusion that he couldn't resist, and he shouted, "I'm a fishman." Zoro and the kids stare in confusion at Hatchin's declaration. "Get it?" Hatchin tried to prod the group, but their expressions didn't change. Rolling his eyes, he continues, "An octopus fishman. I do what octopuses do." "But why are you blue?" Ninjin asks, still confused. "Didn't you feel how cold it was this morning?" Hatchin asks, a look of bafflement on his face. The group nods in agreement, but it's clear from their faces that they aren't connecting the dots. Crossing his arms, Hatchin continues in a condescending tone, "And I'm an octopus fishman. Get it? My blood turns blue when it's cold. It helps me survive in colder temperatures." Seeing the looks of confusion shift to slight recognition, he lets out an exasperated sigh. The fishman turns away from the table, shouting dramatically as he stomps back toward the kitchen, "What is Nijiko teaching you kids? This is ridiculous." "So, this is a dream, right? He isn't really blue, is he?" Zoro asks, and the boys nod in agreement before returning their focus to breakfast. The surveillance Den Mushi in a corner of the room's eyes start to glow before Fiona's soft voice cuts through. "We'll be arriving at Drum Island in 30 minutes. Island stipends have been delivered to your rooms. Please gather your things in an orderly fashion and meet on the main deck for instructions before we debark." The voice fades away as the orbs on the snail's head stop glowing and its body relaxes. Going shopping main deck, pushing open the doors leading from the hallway to the main deck, Kaya prevents them from closing behind her. The sound of footsteps behind her preceded the appearance of Jin and Mary, escorting Nami and Noiko onto the deck. Still wearing their pajamas, both girls' eyes were red and puffy, and their cheeks flushed red. As her foot reached the top step, Nijiko stumbled forward. Catching the girl, Mary shoots a concerned glance at Kaya. "I know time is of the essence, but wouldn't it be for the best to have a doctor meet them here on the ship, rather than taking them onto the island?" As doubt flashed through his mind, he quickly pushed it aside and continued onto the deck. Swallowing hard, Nami pulls away from Jin's tight grip as she makes her way onto the deck. Forcing a smile, she gives a half-wave to her crewmates and mumbles, "Hey, everyone." The cold air from the sea sends a shiver down her spine, and she instinctively wraps her arms around her chest in an attempt to warm up. Spotting Hatchin's blue skin, her lips split into a smile. In a warmer tone, she calls out, "Didn't know Bluchi was making an appearance. It's been, AACHOO. Lifting her hands at the last moment to prevent spraying snot at the others. She feels Jin's arm wrap around her shoulders and leans into him for comfort. She could hear Belle Mare's voice in her head. "Too much, Nami. Take it easy. Leave now, pirates." An unknown voice from shore calls their attention. The crew scrambled to the railing and looked over the side to see a tall man with slicked black hair and a goatee. He was wearing a long, fur-lined green tunic with iron plates wrapped around his arms. The man was surrounded by an assembly of villagers wielding guns, swords, and pitchforks who looked outwardly hostile. Having captured the crew's attention, the man continues, "You are not welcome here on Drum Island." A chorus of, "Yes, yeah," and "Go away," accompany his declaration as the villagers wave their weapons threateningly through the air. "Who in the hell are they to say I have to leave?" Grinding his teeth in frustration, Luffy starts to pull back his fist and shouts, "Gum gum." His words are interrupted by a soft hand on his shoulder. Glancing at the offending crewmate, he sees Kaya shaking her head, no, at him. "Captain, we need a doctor. The worst thing we can do right now is start a fight with." Kaya's words are interrupted by the sound of a gunshot. The bullet zips through the air, missing Luffy by a hair. At least it didn't hit. Her thought is interrupted as pain rips through her side. Combined with the narrowing of Luffy's eyes, she doesn't need to look to know that she had been shot. This won't end well. Stumbling backward, clutching her wound, Kaya's eyes filled with tears as the captain turned back toward the shore. Kaya, sprinting toward the young woman, Usopp catches her just before she falls to the deck. Eyes watering, he stares in horror at the crimson stain spreading across her shirt. "You bastards!" Hands slamming into the railing, Luffy's knuckles turn white as he tightens his grip. Eyes darting through the crowd, he spots a man whose gun is still smoking. Stabbing a finger at the terrified villager, he shouts, "I'm gonna kick your ass for shooting Kaya." "Luffy!" Kaya cries out, tears still streaming down her cheeks. Aided by Usopp, she stumbles toward the captain and grabs desperately at the back of his shirt. She chokes out, "Please don't fight them, it's not worth it. Think of Nami and Najiko." The man in the green cloak, face contorted in rage, stomps toward the villager who had fired at the ship. Stooping low, he whispers something into the man's ear, causing him to drop the gun and hang his head in shame. Straightening his back, the leader turns to the ship and replies in a cold voice, "My apologies. But the fact remains, we will not allow pirates like you to set foot on our island." Still shaking with rage, Luffy glares at the man. Kaya is right. But she is also wrong. That guy deserves a punch in the face. Gritting his teeth, he growls, "No." Pulling a cigarette and lighter from his pocket, Sanji ignites the tip before placing the white stick in his mouth. Inhaling the smoke, he lets it out slowly through his nose before interjecting in a calm voice, "We need a doctor." Shifting his focus to the blonde-haired chef, the man in the green cloak shouts, "That's not my problem, like I said. We don't allow pirates on our island, no exceptions." Lowering his hands to the blade strapped to his waist, Zoro's eyes narrow into slits. "If he doesn't get out of the way in the next 5 minutes, I'll carve a path onto this damn island myself. We can pay. Our belly is as good as anyone else's," Kaya says in a weak voice as Usopp leads her to the railing. Holding pressure on her side, she tries to slow the bleeding. "I'll need to bandage this soon. I'm already feeling lightheaded." As if on cue, Gregory arrives beside her with a first aid kit he had retrieved from the observation deck. "Would you like any help?" Gregory asks, his voice filled with concern. Receiving a subtle nod in reply, he opens the kit and fishes out gauze and medical tape. Biting his lip, the man in the green cloak ponders the woman's offer as he stares at the ship. At last, he replies, "Fine. We will let you dock for 1 million belly." 1 million belly? Nami shouts, spittle flying from her mouth as she slams her hands into the railing. "Highway robbery. That's ridiculous." Her body immediately punishes her for the violent outburst as a coughing fit racks her body, knocking the orange-haired navigator to her knees. Nodding her head, Kaya replies in a calm voice, "I accept." Turning to Usopp, she whispers, "I left a supply list in the finance office. Grab what we need to cover that, plus the $1 million we need to pay for our entrance fee." As the sniper nods and starts to turn away, Shirton pulls him back for a quick kiss before letting him go. Cutting off the last strip of medical tape and applying it to the bandage, Gregory allows the woman's shirt to drop, covering her wound. Rising to his feet, he asks quietly, "Do you need a fresh shirt?" "I'll be fine. This gives me a great excuse to buy something warm for the island." Kaya reassures him with a smile before shifting her focus to Luffy, who is still seething. Stepping toward him, she places a hand on the captain's shoulder and whispers, "You did the right thing." "Whatever. I don't care." Luffy grunts, brushing her hand aside before crossing his arms. Eyebrows pinched together, he glares at the man on the shore who is now guiding the ship toward the docks. "I had to split the crew. Now I don't even get to punch somebody who hurt Kaya. This sucks. When can I do what I want to do?" Going shopping. Greenhouse. Loud knocking on the door drew Chabo's attention. He pauses, fingers around a seed that he was extracting from the flower of one of his exotic plants, and calls out, "Yes." "Hurry it up, kid. We're about to get off the ship." Sanji's gruff voice can be heard through the door. The man's dark shadow can be seen through the milky glass with a light haze around it from his cigarette smoke. "Almost done," Chabo replies in an uncharacteristically bubbly voice. The previous night had been difficult as he bid farewell to the guiding voice of his Tane Tane no Mi. Today, he was feeling optimistic and was excited to put his new skills to the test. Adding the seed in his fingers into a small pouch around his waist, he glances down and carefully looks through the collection. "That should be everything I need." A smile spreads across his face as he skips over toward the door. Tossing it open, he joins the others as they make their way toward the gangplank. Drum Island docks. Inserting a small Den Mushi into his ear, Jin watches the crew assemble into small groups and strategically hands out the other snails to Fiona, Kaya, Mary, and Sanji. Having delivered the devices, he rejoins Chow Chow, Johnny, Yosaku, and Zoro, who have opted to stay back to defend the ship. Pressing a finger against the shell in his ear to unmute himself, he growls, "Try not to get separated. We know very little about this island and its inhabitants. There could be danger around every corner." There is a crackling noise as the others unmute their devices. "Yes, sir," Fiona replies quickly as she turns to wave at the master-at-arms before stepping onto the gangplank leading to the island. "You got it, stud." Mary's cheerful voice cuts in as he winks at Jin before following the others off the ship. "Ah, you two are so cute," replies Kaya, who had already reached the shore and was heading toward the man with the green cloak. "Keep it professional," Sanji barks in a stiff tone. Muting his snail, Jin turns to the others and asks, "How should we pass the time?" As they reach the bottom of the gangplank, Gregory and Fiona make eye contact and nod before shifting their focus to the younger members of the crew. Placing his hands on either side of his mouth, Gregory bellows, "Class field trip time." Letting out a collective groan of frustration, Chabo, Ninjin, Piaman, Rika, and Tamanegi hang their heads as they march toward the red-haired man, followed by Fiona, who quickly counts heads before flashing a thumbs up to Gregory. Her voice light and fluttery, she calls out, "All accounted for." "Do we have to? I thought we'd get a break since Miss Najiko is." Ninjin's words trail off as he looks at their teacher, who is stumbling after Kaya and the strange man, accompanied by the rest of the crew. Having gotten over his frustration, Luffy peppers the strange man with questions as they make their way down the path. "What's your name? Why is this island so cold all the time? Is it true your island is full of doctors? Why were you leading villagers instead of soldiers? Do you have any good food here?" Slowing his pace, the man grabs the captain's shoulder hard and shouts, "Slow down, pirate. I can't answer everything at once." Resuming his pace, he continues, "My name is Dalton. In terms of the weather, this is a winter island. Which means it is always winter here. As far as the doctors are concerned, I think we should discuss that somewhere a bit more private." Snow crunches beneath their feet as the crew share concerned looks while continuing down the path. Flecks of snow drift lazily through the sky toward the group as they continue after Dalton in silence, broken occasionally by the sound of animals scurrying out of their way or the snap of Jimmy's camera accompanied by his trademark exclamation of, "Fire!" Having given up on walking by themselves, Nami and Najiko were being carried by Hachin and Sanji. Not wanting to ruin the moment, Sanji's mind raced as the blue-haired woman in his arms nuzzled against his chest. "I've died and gone to heaven. Who cares about a doctor? This is perfect." A trickle of blood ran down his nose, unnoticed by the chef. Glancing down at the woman held in his blue arms, Hachin smiles as the rhythmic rise and fall of her chest indicates that she has fallen asleep. Placing an arm protectively over her, he reflects on their shared history. "While I regret what I did under Arlong, I am forever thankful that he brought you into my life, little Kishu Mikan." Lifting his gaze to the path, he spots what appears to be a bear standing upright, supported by a small cane. Lifting his eyebrows, he calls out, "Dalton, what is that creature?" Raising his right hand, signaling the others to stop, Dalton responds in awe, "That is a hiking bear. He's a rare sight around these parts. Follow my lead." Clasping his hands together, Dalton dips his body forward, bowing respectfully. The crew follows suit, bowing to the majestic beast as it slowly crosses the path before them before disappearing into a thick line of trees on the opposite side of the road. Straightening his back, Luffy hooks a hand behind his head and scratches it in confusion before asking, "Why did we have to bow?" "It's a sign of respect." Continuing forward along the path, Dalton is followed by the others as he continues his explanation. Those who failed to bow before the hiking bear are punished with 1 hour of Caesar, which has been known to leave even the most limber with leg cramps so severe they're bedbound for a week. She, that's so weird." Luffy continues laughing as he skips across the snow before performing a somersault and landing with a loud, "Ta-da." "Be serious, Captain," shouts Usopp. But the sniper cannot keep the smile off his face as the captain attempts a second somersault and lands face first in the snow. Shifting his focus to Dalton, he proclaims, "I would have been fine. I once did a Caesar for an entire day. It was just before I joined this pirate crew, you see." Sanji and Mary both groan in shared exasperation as Usopp launches into another of his farcical tales. Ignoring the commotion, Marianne waves Jimmy over to a tree that had managed to retain some of its leaves and whispers, "Take a picture of this one. I want it as a reference piece when we get back to the ship." Going shopping. Main deck. As he scanned the ship, Jin spotted Zoro exiting onto the deck. Drenched in sweat, the swordsman had a towel draped over his shoulder. His shirt was missing, likely abandoned somewhere in the training room. He waved and called out to his crewmate, "How are you doing, samurai?" "None of your business, raccoon eyes." Zoro replies with a growl. Grabbing the towel, he runs it across his brow. Jin was still staring in his direction. Narrowing his eyes and furrowing his brow, he shouts, "I'm not some piece of meat. Besides, what would Mary think if he caught you looking at another man?" "Asshole, as if I'd ever cheat on Mary." A touch of pink reaches Jin's cheeks, and he tries to laugh it off. "Dahahaha, trust me, you aren't my type." As his face grows even redder, he turns away from the swordsman. Resting his elbows against the railing, he tries to focus on the waves lapping against the ship's hull. As an arm drapes around his shoulders, he tenses instinctively. Zoro's distinct and pungent scent reaches his nostrils, and he wrinkles his nose in disgust before saying in a sarcastic tone, "Do you know how a shower works?" "I'm not stupid," Zoro responds before removing his arm and placing his hands on the railing beside the man. Tensing, he pushes his hands down, lifting himself into the air before landing feet first on the metallic bar. Straightening to his full height, he shouts, "Besides, why would I shower when I can let Mother Nature do the hard work for me?" Dahahahaha. Bending his knees, he leaps over the side and plummets into the ocean with a loud splash. "So we're doing cold plunges now? You are a lunatic, Zoro." Unable to suppress a grin, Jin wrestles his shirt over his head before leaping over the railing into the cold water after his friend. Pointing lazily at Jin as the man vanishes from view, Johnny asks, "Think we should follow them, bro?" Pulling his index finger from his nose and flicking a booger onto the deck, Yosaku replies, "Nah, we are way too mature for that." "You know it, bro." Nodding his head, Johnny's eyes narrowed in on the deck chairs that the pair usually occupied while on ship duty. "Drum Island. Forrest wearing a wide smile, Chabo calls out, "Hang on." The others stop for a moment as he drops to his knees beside a mushroom. It had a dark red cap with white spots along its surface in a pattern that reminded him of the Amanita muscaria sample in the ship. Withdrawing a knife from his pocket, he carefully slices through the thin membrane beneath the cap, catching hold of the piece before it hits the ground. There are enough spores in here to plant a forest of these things. Unzipping the pouch hanging from his waist, he places his mushroom sample beside several seeds he'd collected from an interesting flower he had spotted earlier in their hike, with petals made of ice. Rising to his feet, he shouts, "That's all. We can keep going." "What a weirdo," Ninjin mumbles to Piaman and Tamanegi. The pair nod in agreement, resisting the urge to ask the younger boy about his find for fear of being mocked. "He's not weird," Rika shouts, her cheeks tinged red as she turns on the boys. Wagging her finger, she continues in a loud voice, "Be nice." Her eyes dart to Chabo, who appears blissfully unaware of the older boy's insult. At least he isn't sick anymore. Who cares if he likes to collect weird things? We have our friend back. "Kids, let's not get into any fights out here," comes Gregory's voice from behind, causing the children to scamper forward. His fiery red hair, usually parted on either side of his face, hung down, obscuring most of his features. Taking a deep breath, he blows a stream of air upwards, splitting the hair so that he could see. "I need a haircut. Maybe Usopp can squeeze me in this evening." Clasping her hands together, Fiona coos, "Gregory is right. No more fighting." She bats her eyes at the man who fails to notice as the mat of unruly hair falls again, obstructing his peripheral vision. "Whatever," grunts Ninjin, in frustration. "This field trip is even worse than the one Nijiko took us on." A stick catches his attention, and scooping it off the ground, he declares in a loud voice, "I'm bored. Let's play a game." "A game?" the other children call out as they crowd around the boy. Even Chabo, who usually maintained his distance from the others, was intrigued enough to join the periphery of their small group. Tapping the stick along the ground, Ninjin pretends to hear something and declares confidently, "I believe we are near some treasure. All we have to do is follow our trusty treasure guide poles." The others cheer before scrambling to either side of their makeshift trail in search of sticks of their own. No longer needing to focus on the children, Gregory turns to Fiona and asks quietly, "Any chance you can help me figure out this hair situation?" Of course, cheeks tinged bright red, Fiona moves beside the man. "I get to touch his hair. How intimate." Removing the surprisingly light crown from Gregory's head, she carefully bhis before binding it together behind his head with a hairclip. Resting the crown back in place, she asks in a soft voice, "How's that?" "Wonderful. You're a miracle worker, Fiona." Grinning at the woman, Gregory notices that she is blushing. Is she embarrassed? How absurd. What's to be embarrassed about? Drum Island, Bighorn Town. As the group on the path passes the last of the trees, Dalton spreads his arms and proudly announces, "Welcome to Bighorn." Cylindrical buildings with roofs that look like cones lined both sides of the street. Tied to posts outside several of the buildings were large creatures covered in white fur that vaguely resembled hippos. Catching Jimmy Scoop's eyes, Mary Ann points at one of the buildings. The photographer dutifully raises his camera. As the shutter snaps, he yells, "Fire!" "Whoa! This place is neat!" exclaims Luffy as he dashes ahead of the group toward one of the large creatures. He stands for a moment studying it before shouting, "What do they taste like?" The creature's eyes grow wide, and it takes several steps back from the pirate, who has begun to drool. "Those are white walkies," Dalton calls out, his voice a mixture of surprise and alarm as the young pirate grabs hold of the creature's leg and starts chewing on it. Leaving the others behind, he hurries over to Luffy and yanks him away from the terrified beast. A stern edge enters his voice, "They aren't food, they're for riding." "They can be both," Luffy declares. Crossing his arms, he lets out a huff as Dalton leads him back to the group, occasionally stealing glances over his shoulder at the white walkie. Taking a step back from Kaya, with whom he had been quietly conversing, Usopp loudly declares, "Mary and I will handle the shopping and drop everything back at the ship." Resting her hand on the sniper's arm, Kaya replies quietly, "You don't need to. I'm sure the others can handle." "Nonsense. Usopp cries out as he breaks away from her touch and starts walking toward Mary. With my luck, I'll get dragged into a dangerous adventure if I stay around Luffy any longer. I can't risk it, he continues loudly. Good luck with the doctors, we'll handle the hard part. Are you sure about this? Mary asks in a low voice. Grabbing the man by the arm, Usopp picks up his pace toward the shopping district and hisses back quietly, of course I'm sure. Usopp was the first to volunteer to go after the giants back on Little Garden. What's gotten into him? Before Kaya can ponder the question any longer, Dalton arrives, dragging Luffy, who is desperately trying to free himself from the man's grip. Shifting her gaze to them, she asks, where should we go now, Dalton? Our friends still need a doctor. She points for emphasis at Nami and Nejiko, who are both sound asleep in Hatchin and Sanji's arms. About that, we should discuss this more privately. My home isn't far from here. Not waiting for a reply, Dalton starts marching into town. Exchanging worried glances, the others follow cautiously behind. Drum Island, Dalton's house. It isn't long before the group arrives at Dalton's house. Quickly filing in, they find it to be much more spacious inside than it looked from the road. Pointing at the bed, Dalton commands, you should lie down. One of my men shot not too long ago, and you've already lost a good deal of blood. Glancing at the unkempt bed, Kaya attempts to refuse, but I couldn't, it would be rude to. I insist. Dalton interrupts in a firm tone. Pulling the comforter across the bed, Kaya carefully crawls onto it before lying down. She fights down the voice screaming in her head. This is unsanitary. Addressing the others, Dalton continues in a casual tone. Unfortunately, our reputation as a land of doctors is a bit outdated. Not too long ago, a pirate by the name of Blackbeard came here. To save himself, our king took our best doctors, along with most of the military, and fled the island. But even before that, Wapol took. Wapol, expression hardening, Hatchin glances at Luffy, who is pouting in the corner of the room. A flashback of their conflict the day before plays through his head. I had no idea he was connected to Drum Island. Thought it was a coincidence that we ran into him on the way here. Huh? Leaping to his feet, Luffy jogs over to Dalton. Like a light bulb going off, his face lights up, and he yells, sounds kinda familiar. We met a guy the other day with a similar name. He was fat and had a weird metal chin. It was something dumb like Wamper or Wombat. Maybe they're brothers? Rolling his eyes, Sanji shouts, his name was Wapol, you moron. You don't know that. Luffy fires back, turning to Sanji as he clenches his fists. Yes, I do. I was standing 10 feet from you when he introduced himself, dumbass, Sanji shouts. None of that matters. Dalton roars as he rises to his feet, stepping between Luffy and his crewmate. Giving the pirates a stern look, he waits for them to relax before continuing. Hope is not lost. You could always get help from the witch who lives at the top of the Drum Rockies. Did he just say witch? Marianne whispers into Jimmy's ear. The man nods, his gaze focused on Dalton. Frustrating building, Sanji feels a tingling in his fingertips as his instincts scream to grab a cigarette. The woman nestled in his arms makes his vice impossible to retrieve, and he shifts his anger at the man in the center of the room. What good is a witch going to do? We need a doctor, damn it. Her name is Kureha, and before our idiotic king outlawed them, she was one of the finest doctors in the land. If you need healing, you won't find anyone better suited to the job. Dalton attempts to calm the chef's fury. Anger vanishes in an instant, replaced with a dopey expression as Sanji replies, she's a doctor? You should have said so earlier, I bet she's beautiful? Just point me in the right direction and we'll be on our way. Starting toward the door, he is stopped by Dalton's hand on his shoulder. Panic edges into Dalton's voice as he warns, not so fast. You'll need to go around the mountain if you want to reach the top safely. There is a tribe of Lapons on this side. They are vicious creatures, feared by everyone here on Drum Island. I shudder to think what they would do if they found you in their territory. Yanking free of the man's grip, Sanji glares at him. His gaze flicks for a moment toward Hatchin and Luffy, who are moving toward him. He shouts, we need to hurry if we are going to save our friends. Besides, we aren't afraid of any stupid Lapons. Isn't that right, Luffy? Cracking his knuckles, Luffy shouts, you said it, let's kick their asses. Wait, you don't understand, they'll kill. The door slams behind the trio, cutting off Dalton's words. Shaking his head, he shifts his focus back to the blonde lying on his bed, ignoring Marianne and Jimmy, who are busy scanning through the pictures on Jimmy's camera. Pushing up onto her elbows, Kaya winces slightly as her side throbs in pain. Catching Dalton's gaze, she asks, "Are they really that dangerous?" "They are, but I have a feeling your friends are up to the challenge." Walking toward the bed, Dalton places a hand over Kaya's and continues in a softer tone, "You're just like your mom. You know that, right?" Eyes wide, Kaya pushes further up in the bed. Studying the man's face, she whispers, "What do you mean? How do you know my mother?" "I'm not surprised you don't recognize me. It's been many years since your last visit to the island." Back then, the East Blue Trading Company was in its prime. Squeezing the girl's hand, Dalton releases it and takes a step back. He continues with a smile, "I used to serve as a royal guard before people. Got to spend many evenings getting to know your parents when they were in town, buying and selling merchandise. Your mother shared your caring spirit, always focused on others with little regard for herself. She would be proud to see you now." The click of a camera shutter, followed by a whispered, "Fire," from Jimmy, draws both of their attention as the photographer captures the heartfelt exchange. Going shopping. Main deck. Chow Chow's insistent barking rouses Johnny and Yosaku from their slumber. Sitting up in their chairs, they look around in sleepy confusion as the familiar creak of the wooden gangplank draws their attention. Pushing his sunglasses onto his head, Johnny rubs his eyes. He calls out in a sleepy voice, "Jin? Zoro? That you guys?" His question goes unanswered as the approaching person continues toward them. This again. Rising to his feet, Yosaku stretches his arms above his head and slowly leans backward, cracking his back. He calls out, "If it's that crazy old broad with the monkey's paw, then it's my turn, Johnny." Yeah, I remember." Lowering the sunglasses back over his eyes, Johnny pushes himself up. A mat of gray hair crests the top of the gangplank as an old woman makes her way onto the deck. In her arms is a pillow with a hairy paw that has 3 raised fingers. Opening her mouth to speak, she lets out a startled, "Wah!" as Yosaku yanks the paw from the pillow. Stumbling backward, she loses her footing and tumbles onto the gangplank. Screeching in terror, the woman rolls down its length before being deposited into a snowbank below. With a quiet groan, she shakes her fist at the men laughing from the ship. "Da ha 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 ha, serves that old bat right." Johnny continues chuckling as he hooks his arm around Yosaku's shoulder and guides his friend back to their chairs. Yelping excitedly, Chow Chow darts between the men's legs. Settling into his chair, Yosaku chews on his lip as he stares at the paw in his hand. Glancing away for a moment, he shouts, "Yo, Johnny, you still got that notebook?" "I dunno." Shrugging his shoulders, Johnny flops into chair and kicks up his feet. Head rolling to the side to face his friend, he asks, "Why's it matter?" Scratching his head, Yosaku tries to remember as Chow Chow's barking grows louder and more insistent. "Ain't that supposed to help us make a good wish?" Eyebrows pinching together slightly, Johnny tries to remember what happened to the book. Giving up, he shouts back, "I dunno. I think little bro Tomonagi's still got it. You gonna keep asking questions or are you gonna make a wish?" "Woof. Make a woof wish." Chow Chow leaps onto the chair beside Yosaku and nudges his arm. Even Chow Chow's tired of waiting. "Make a damn wish already," Johnny shouts as he again pushes to his feet. He was quickly growing impatient. "Go any slower, and I'll take the damn thing and make a wish myself." "Damn it, knock it off, you two." Shoving Chow Chow off the chair, Yosaku glares at Johnny, who is now towering above him. "Why can't they just leave me alone? I can barely think with all this racket." Gritting his teeth, he hugs the paw to his chest and shouts, "I wish you two would just shut up for a minute so I can think." The paw begins to glow bright blue as another finger slowly closes, leaving just 2 sticking up. A crackling noise fills the air before it vanishes from sight. Opening his jaw wide, Chow Chow attempts to bark, but nothing comes out. Panicking, the dog spins in a circle, trying desperately to produce a sound. Even the scratching of his claws against the deck is muffled. Fury fills Johnny and he attempts to shout, but no noise escapes. "What the hell?" Clapping a hand over his mouth, he verifies that it is still there before letting out a silent scream that fails to pass through his lips. "Damn it, not again." Another wasted wish. Frantic, he races to the railing, scanning the ocean. Spotting the old woman on her boat, he attempts to scream at her to come back, but no sound escapes. His heart jumps as two flags appear behind the retreating boat, rising into the air. One was unmistakable, the flag they had seen on their encounter the previous day. The other was similar, bearing the same Jolly Roger against a white background rather than Waipal's black. This is bad. Pointing at the water, he attempts to scream to his companion, but the warning refuses to escape his throat. Finally, some quiet. I should have wished for this earlier, da ha 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 ha. Grabbing his stomach, Yosaku roars with laughter at his crewmate's predicament. Johnny continues his silent screams, praying that Yosaku will notice and investigate. No, 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 no. No, no, no. As the minute comes to a close, the desperate cry bursts from his lips. Oh, come on, it wasn't that bad, quit being such a baby, bro. Yosaku shouts back, not bothering to get up from his chair. Waipal's back, and he brought a friend. Johnny screams as the ships continue their ascent, water pouring from their decks as they emerge from beneath the waves. No freaking way. Leaping from the chair, which clatters to the ground behind him, Yosaku dashes to his friend. The color drains from his face at the sight of the massive ships. Not again. We're not getting tied up on this damn ship again. Grabbing at the blade strapped to his waist, he shouts, "Stay back, we're armed." Mahahahaha. Waipal's voice echoes across the water as the hatch to his ship bursts open. He crawls onto the deck, followed by Chess, Kuromarimo, and dozens of armed soldiers. The other ship follows suit as a man with a similar facial structure to Wapol emerges onto the deck. With striking pink hair and a black beard, he wore regal armor. A violet cape covered his shoulder, orange pants, and fluffy shoes. Behind him came two men in fancy attire, clearly his senior officers, and a horde of soldiers. Why is it always us? At least we have Zoro, Jin, and Chow Chow this time. Glancing at the shore, Johnny sees a trail of footsteps left by Jin and Zoro leading to the woods. His heart sinks as he looks down at Chow Chow, who is cowering in fear. Or just Chow Chow. The thud of a metallic grappling hook latching onto the railing beside him draws his attention back to the ships. A shudder runs down his spine as he watches soldiers climb onto the rope and begin making their way toward them, going shopping, main deck. From his vantage point, Johnny can see Wapol arguing with the commander of the other ship. He couldn't make out what they were saying, but he could see Wapol directing his vessel toward shore. As the approaching pirates closed the distance across the ropes, he noticed a royal sigil on their well-polished armor. Weird. He turns toward Yosaku to announce his discovery and realizes that his friend is no longer by his side. Eyes bulging, he scans the deck and catches a glimpse of a foot just before it vanishes from sight into a barrel. Good idea. Jogging away from the railing, he leaps into an empty crate. The lid slams shut above his head, sealing him inside. The dull thud of boots hitting the deck could be heard through the wooden crate. Pressing his ear against the side, Johnny attempts to focus on the new arrival's words. Making out the words, or at least two of them, he shudders and pulls away. Wrapping his arms around his knees, he slowly rocks back and forth, attempting to quiet the fear that was bubbling up inside. There is more thumping as others land on the ship and begin to search for Johnny and Yosaku. There is a loud crash before an excited voice cries out, "Found one!" Yosaku, reaching down and grabbing the hilt of his blade. Johnny takes a deep breath before leaping to his feet, knocking free his covering as he draws his sword. "Johnny!" Yosaku shouts before one of the soldiers slams a fist into his stomach, driving the air from his lungs. "Woof! Stop it!" Chow Chow barks as he lunges at the pirate, who easily kicks him aside before grabbing Yosaku by the collar and delivering a second blow to the man's ribs. "Leave him alone!" Bursting out of the barrel and landing on the deck, Johnny is intercepted by two more pirates who each have their blades drawn. One swings at his head, and the sound of steel meeting steel rings across the deck as he parries the blow. Yosaku groans as drool mixed with blood runs down his chin. His eyes waver as he attempts to straighten his back. This guy hits like a. Another blow connects with his back, and he slams face first into the wooden deck. With a snarl, Chow Chow raises a paw and presses it to the wolf amulet hanging from around his neck. Eyes flashing, his muscles expand, lengthening across each limb. Fluffy white fur vanishes, replaced with a coat of coarse gray hair that provides a welcome relief from the frigid winter air. His teeth expand, filling his jaw with razor-sharp blades. Saliva drips from his newly transformed maw. Lips drawing back, he lets out a guttural growl before leaping onto the pirate who had kicked him and sinking his fangs into the man's neck. The taste of metal fills his mouth as he releases his jaws, allowing the pirate's body to tumble to the deck. Sliding a hand under himself, Yosaku pushes up to a kneeling position. Head spinning, he tries to focus on the commotion around them. More pirates were landing on the deck, and with them, a pair of strangely dressed men. The sound of steel blades colliding draws his attention, and he watches as Johnny strikes down both of his assailants. Blinking several times, he mumbles, "I feel like I just got hit by a train." "Quit standing around, bro. We can't let these guys take our ship," Johnny shouts as he shifts his focus to the new arrivals. The remaining pirates held back, waiting for instructions. A third man, the second ship's captain, leaps onto the deck. Up close, with his stocky build and jaw, he looked even more like Wapple, clearly a close relative. Drawing his blade, Yosaku shuffles across the deck toward Johnny. Still snarling, Chow Chow moves into place between the swordsmen, crimson dripping down his chin as a low growl rattles his chest. "By order of Wapple, my dumbass younger brother, you are all under arrest," the mysterious new arrival shouts. Chow Chow, Johnny, and Yosaku don't move, frustrating the man who shouts, "If you won't surrender, we will take you by force. Shirasengo, Checkers, take these men into custody." "Yes, sir," the other strange men reply, cracking their knuckles as they approach. Charging forward, Chow Chow leaps into the air toward one of the men. His name was Shirasengo, and he had hair as white as snow that stood out from his head in jagged lines seemingly without rhyme or reason. As the wolf sailed through the air toward him, he drew back his right leg and fist, taking a defensive stance. Flattening his palm, he shouts, "Reef barrier strike." With a forward thrust, he slams his opened palm into Chow Chow's snout. The wolf lets out a surprised squeal as his torso compresses like an accordion. Dropping to the deck, Chow Chow lets out one last whimper before his head slumps over onto the wooden surface. Body shrinking back to his normal shape and size, he lies prone between the swordsmen and their new adversaries. Drawing two guns, the man known as Checkers aims them at Johnny and Yosaku. His long shirt bore a checkerboard pattern, and he was notably the only member of the invading pirates not wearing white gloves. A smirk spreads across his face. Squeezing both triggers, he says in a low voice, "Synchronized shatter." The bullets slam into Johnny and Yosaku at the same time, exploding on contact, letting out a high-pitched whine as the duo is flung across the deck. Before either of them can regain their footing, the soldiers descend upon their position, binding their hands and feet in thick ropes. Drum Island, Forest still holding their sticks, the children call out to one another with their imaginary finds of gold and treasure as the small group treks through the woods. Even Gregory and Fiona have gotten in on the action, making note of each find and providing commentary on the supposed value of each item that the kids mention. Spotting a small creature covered in thick white fur on the path ahead, Ninjin raises his hand to silence the others. Oblivious to his sudden shift, Rika just led him, sending the older boy sprawling onto the strange beast. With a shriek, the creature attempts to pull itself out from under Ninjin, who is himself fighting to regain his feet. A roar from nearby answers the small creature's cry, and a pair of large beasts leap into the clearing. Their faces looked almost human, but with dark blue skin, and they had human-like fingers and toes that disappeared into a mat of white hair that stretched from the top of their heads down to their feet. The surrounding forest erupts in noise as more of the creatures emerge from between the trees, accompanied by large wolves with similarly snowy fur. "Yeti!" shrieks Fiona as she dashes between the children and the large creatures. "We have to keep the kids safe." Reaching into her pockets, she slides her fingers through the metallic rings of her iron knuckles. Pulling the weapons from her pockets, she tightens her grip on them. Gregory follows on her heels, grabbing Ninjin by the hand and tossing the young boy behind him before grabbing his steel bats and drawing them. The small creature limps over to the two larger ones that are both snorting angrily at the small group. Slipping between their legs, it cowers in fear behind them. Gathered together behind the adults, the children prepare to defend their position. Blades in hand, Rika's eyes follow an enormous wolf as it slowly steps through the line of trees beside them. He looks like Chow Chow in his wolf form. Probably isn't half as nice, though. Dropping to his knees, Chabo places his hands against the snow-covered ground. His eyes begin to glow green, and he searches for any hint of life buried below. There are so many of them. Knocking an arrow, Piaman casts his gaze from side to side, trying to determine which of the approaching creatures poses the most immediate threat. Pulling a pen from his pocket, Tamanegi presses his thumb against the lever on its side and quickly extends the razor blade hidden within. Panic grips his heart as he late the location of the pressure points hidden under the Yeti's fur. Pulling a flask from his pocket, Ninjin tilts back his head and takes a long drag before whipping the excess from his chin. Belching loudly, he stumbles away from the group and runs headfirst into the torso of a huge Yeti. The creature lets out a roar and swipes at Ninjin's head. Ducking beneath the attack, Ninjin's limbs feel like jelly as he repeats the mantra Taipan had taught him so long ago. Trust your body. Trust your body. Trust your body. Another swing at his torso misses by a hair as he stumbles backward out of range. Letting out another loud belch, he slurs, "Dat all y'all got? Yaw, hairy monster? Gonna need more in that to get through my drunken dance." He giggles as the creature rushes toward him. At the last minute, the young boy rolls to the side, allowing the Yeti to pass harmlessly beside him. The surrounding creatures roar, charging toward the small group. Having spotted numerous seeds buried deep beneath the frozen ground, Chabo reaches his hand toward them and closes his eyes. Picturing each seed peeling open, roots burrowing deep into the ground as they send shoots upward through the soil before emerging through the cold snow into the fresh air. He mutters, "Natural barricade." The glow around his eyes intensifies, visible through his eyelids as he continues concentrating on the plants that are rapidly expanding around them, forming a temporary shield between his friends and the approaching Yeti. Capitalizing on his friend's ingenuity, Piaman pulls back the bowstring while aiming into the air. He yells, "Volley shot! Arrow hail!" Releasing the string, he sends the arrow high into the sky while quickly knocking two more and repeating the process. Pushing through the thicket of bushes and trees that have suddenly sprung from the ground, Tamanegi navigates Chabo's labyrinth. Knuckles white around the pen blade, he searches for any sign of movement. His job complete, Chabo rises to his feet. The green glow around his eyes slowly fades away, and he watches in detached amusement as the others engage in combat around him. Swords crossed in front of her chest in imitation of Zoro, Rika studies the wolf as it paces in a slow circle around her, licking its chops occasionally. In an instant, the creature leaps toward her. Sliding her foot to the side, she tilts her blade slightly and swings so that the side of the blade connects with the wolf's torso, knocking it off course without causing any serious harm. A tear runs down her cheek, and she begs, "Please don't make me hurt you, Mr. Wolf. You remind me too much of my friend." Snarling in response, the wolf twists toward the young girl and slashes at her midsection. She deflects his claws with her blades, leaping backward to provide distance between them as she again levels her swords at the wild beast. Scowling, Rika scrunches her nose and shouts, "You leave me no choice, Mr. Wolf. If you won't play nice, then I can't either." Pulling back her elbow, she levels her blades at the wolf, placing one below. Legs tense, she screams, two-sword style. Weaving fangs. Racing toward the creature, her blades fly through the air, slashing downward before swinging back upward. The wolf desperately fights back, claws clattering against the metal as he desperately fends off the attack. Separated from the children by the small forest that had suddenly burst to life behind them, Gregory and Fiona desperately fend off the enraged Yeti. Neither was particularly large or strong, but they fought with an intensity that belied them as the parents of the terrified infant still cowering in fear behind them. Steel bats soaring through the air, Gregory connects with the larger of the two creatures, who simply shrugs off the blow. A fist flies forward, slamming into his chest, driving him backward. Lights flash before his eyes as searing pain courses through his body. Gasping for air, he stumbles backward. Fiona, he manages to choke out as the Yeti charges toward him. Gregory, at that moment, Fiona could only see red. Lifting her foot into the air, she slams it into the ground while screaming, "Quake stomp!" The earth buckles beneath her feet, rippling toward the Yeti, who appear panicked as they are thrown backward. Dropping to his knees, Gregory places his palms against the earth, trying to steady himself as the ground continues to roll with the impact of Fiona's strike. He'd experienced this before in Whiskey Peak when Fiona had been backed into a corner by a pair of particularly aggressive pirates. At the time, he'd been standing further away, but at this range, the shaking was extremely disorienting. Luckily, the Yetis were equally as thrown off. Unnoticed by the more experienced combatants, Chabo poked his head out from behind a tree that was shaking violently from the earth's movement. It takes the young boy a moment to examine the situation. His eyes were drawn to the Yeti cub, now lying on his back, tears streaming down his face. This started with the infant. Perhaps he can put a stop to it. Unzipping the pouch hanging from his waist, he digs inside and pulls out 2 seeds. I'd have preferred lavender or chamomile, but this passion flower should do in a pinch to calm his nerves, and if that doesn't work, the glowvines will at least offer a relatively harmless distraction. The shaking had stopped, and the Yetis were still fighting to regain their balance. His window of opportunity to slip by unnoticed was closing fast. Bolting forward, he races past Fiona and Gregory, who both reach out to stop him in vain before continuing effortlessly past the Yeti. His pace slows as he approaches the cub, not wanting to frighten it more than it already was. Chest still aching, Gregory rises to his feet, his eyes glued to the larger Yeti who is staring daggers at him. Good, they didn't see Chabo. But need to do more. He calls out, "Remember Operation Laughing Hyena?" Fiona lets out an affirmative grunt as she crashes her iron knuckles together. "Distract, disarm, and discombobulate," she says in a cool tone. Good. The metallic bats felt heavy as Gregory's chest continued to sting from the Yeti's punch. Pressing buttons near the base causes the weapons to separate, revealing a length of chain that runs down to the ends, which now rest on the snow. It's now or never. Watching the Yeti begin to charge toward him and his companion, Gregory starts to swing the bats on either side of his body. Air whips around him as the chains become a blur of movement. Steel bat cyclone. He yells before twisting to the side and slamming the spinning weapons into the approaching Yeti, knocking it into the snow. Beside him, Fiona fights to maintain her footing as the wind from Gregory's attack pushes against her side. Her focus on the approaching Yeti, she waits until it has nearly reached her location before leaping into the air. Pulling back her iron knuckles, she cries out, "Skull bash!" Slamming both fists into the creature's head, she lands on its shoulders. Seeing the dazed look in the Yeti's eyes, she pushes her feet off its shoulder blades, leaping free just in time as it crashes face first into the snow. Landing behind her fallen enemy, she turns to face Gregory. He was wearing a goofy grin, but it was clear he was fighting to catch each breath, and his weapons were about to slip from his grip into the snow. Oh no, sprinting toward the man, she scoops him into her arms and cradles him like an infant. "Gregory, dear sweet Gregory, please be okay." A tear runs down her cheek. Capitalizing on the distraction offered by his crewmates, Chabo is now standing beside a fully grown desert passion flower vine, which has spread across the snow and wrapped around the infant Yeti. The plant's pollen filled the air, and the small creature was no longer crying, but instead staring dully into the air. He's calm, but this isn't enough. I nest of his fellow Yetis that we aren't a threat. Palming the glow vine seed, Chabo's eyes begin to radiate green light around the edges. The sound of the other children's battles filled the air, and he knew he had to act fast. I've never tried to grow a plant that wasn't in the soil, but time is of the essence. Picturing the seed opening within his palm, he pictures its roots snaking down his arm and across his torso before continuing down his leg and into the snow in search of soil. At the same time, the shoots emerged from between his fingers, wrapping around his arms and chest as buds form along their length before opening wide to reveal bright blue flowers that glow with a bioluminescent light. It was strange to feel the plant move across his body in reaction to his devil fruit ability. Rising to its feet, The small Yeti waddles toward the strange glowing plants wrapped around Chabo's body. It lets out a soft cooing sound, drawing the attention of its fallen parents, who both lift their heads to watch their child. As Chabo plucks one of the glowing flowers from his chest and bends down to hand it to their child, the male Yeti lets out a loud cry that is echoed by the rest of his tribe in the surrounding woods. Sounds of battle fade as the Yeti, along with the bedraggled children, emerge from the woods to watch the infant play with his new glowing toy. The largest of the Yeti, who moments ago had been locked in combat against Ninjin, pumps his fists against his chest before pointing at Chabo and letting out a confused growl. The Yeti parents carefully push themselves to their feet before responding with a softer noise that is repeated by the rest of the tribesmen. Shaking his head, the large Yeti turns to the children and slowly bows his head in respect. The rest of the Yeti follow their chief's lead, lowering to their knees as they bow before the pirates. Taking another swig from his flask, Ninjin belches loudly before slurring, "If y'all really want to be our friends, find us a big treasure." Bad timing, Carrot, Piaman hisses, but it is too late as the Yeti rise to their feet and begin beating their chests. Reaching forward, the chieftain grabs Ninjin by the wrist. The boy attempts to struggle away, confused as to why his drunken sixth sense hadn't alerted him to the action as the Yeti begins marching forward, with the youngster in tow. "Let go of him," Rika yells before letting out a shriek of terror as another Yeti sweeps her off her feet and begins following behind the chieftain. The rest of the children desperately scramble away but are easily caught by the massive creatures and hoisted into the air. Green fading from his eyes, Chabo watches in amusement as the crew is carried into the woods. Glancing at Fiona, then down at the young Yeti, he asks, "Is it safe?" The creature nods, and he shrugs his shoulders before saying, "Guess we should follow them." Unraveling the vine from around his chest, he lays it in the dirt, joining Fiona and the infant Yeti, marching after the others. "Drum Island, Drum Rockies, I'm bored," Luffy yells as he digs his boots into the tightly compacted snow. There was nothing but white to either side and stretching far up the side of the mountain ahead. Behind him, he held a rope attached to a small sled. Nestled in the sled, Nijiko rested peacefully, wrapped in a blanket they had found outside of Dalton's house. Beside him, Hatchin was dragging an identical sled with Nami curled up inside. "Are we there yet? There had better be food up there. I haven't eaten in a week." "We ate an hour ago, dumbass," Sanji yells as he blows out a ring of smoke that drifts slowly out of sight. Leading their small group, he was beginning to grow irritated at the captain's incessant whining. "Think about something other than your stomach for once. At the rate you're going, we'll be out of food before we're halfway up this damn mountain." Stumbling forward, he glances down to see what appears to be a rock in the path. Irritated, he swings his foot forward, colliding with the object and sending it flying through the air. His chest tightens as what he thought was a rock rotates and blood-red eyes appear on its surface. Letting out a pained shriek, the tiny creature lands in the snow several feet away. Around them, more red eyes snap open as hundreds of rabbit-shaped monsters rise from the snow. Towering high, the creatures easily dwarfed the pirates. Thump thump. The sound echoed through the icy air as the Lapons beat their feet against the snow. "Run!" bellows Hatchin. Tightening his grip on the sled, he starts to sprint toward a small gap between two of the terrifying creatures, Drum Island, Drum Rockies. Having almost reached the gap between the Lapons, Hatchin's plan is halted as one of the massive rabbits leaps into his path, forcing him to come to a sudden stop to avoid a head-on collision. "Darn you!" Dropping the rope leading to Nami's sled, he reaches for the massive blades at his side. "What are you doing, Calamari?" Sanji yells as the sled begins to slide down the mountain toward him. Spinning around, Hatchin races after the escaping craft and catches hold of the rope, bringing it to a stop, jostling Nami awake. "Wah?" the orange-haired navigator asks as she stretches her arms above her head and lets out a loud yawn. "Get down," Hatchin yells back, ducking as the Lapon leaps over his head with an outstretched foot, before landing with a heavy thud in the snow. Racing toward the fallen Lapon, Sanji delivers a powerful kick, launching it into two of the other rabbits and knocking them over. "Did you see that?" he yells. "Get him, Sanji! Kick those gorillas' asses!" Luffy cheers as he drops the rope and starts clapping for his crewmate. Realizing his mistake, he stretches his arms backward, grabbing hold of the sled to stop its descent. They aren't gorillas, you idiot, they're polar bears. Swinging his foot through the air, Sanji connects with one of the lapons, knocking it into the other. Foot slipping on the wet snow, he catches his balance before gravity has the chance to deposit him on the ground. These things are adapted to the snow, and here I am nearly falling on my ass. Removing the cigarette that was clenched between his teeth, he blows out a stream of smoke and says in a low voice, "You two better not try to fight. Just dodge and run. If either of you lets go of your ropes, I'll kick your ass once I'm done dealing with these things." Lapons. Hatchin helpfully offers, remembering Dalton's warning back in the cabin. Whatever. Flicking ash from the end of his cigarette, Sanji watches as the lapons descend upon him. Collier shot. Leaping into the air, he swings his leg above his head before bringing it down onto the nearest of the lapons' necks. As long as my feet aren't on the ground, I don't have to worry about tripping. Landing on his feet, he slides across the snow toward two of the massive creatures. Or not, leaning forward, he presses his hands against the snow and spins, feet circling to connect with both of the lapons, sending them careening away. Too many, his mind screams. Scrambling to his feet as more approach from every direction, he feels his heels slip out beneath him. He manages to scream a warning to his companions while falling to the ground, "Run!" Sanji! Luffy yells as he turns and starts racing across the snow, dragging Negico's sled behind him. He bellows, as tears run down his face, "We'll never forget you." Matching Luffy's pace, Hatchin blubbers, "He was the best of us, what will we do now, Captain? We'll have to eat dried ramen and ketchup for every meal." Luffy wails as snot rolls down his chin. Eyes red and puffy, he notices a lapon leap into his path just in time to swerve around it before continuing, "I'll starve to death." "What are you idiots going on about?" Sanji demands in a shrilled tone as he races past the pair, feet a blur as snow flies in every direction. Sanji. Releasing the sled, Luffy leaps toward the chef, arms spread wide. "The sled!" Sanji shouts, ducking beneath Luffy's hug and catching hold of the rope. "Good save!" Luffy yells back as he throws his weight backward and presses his feet into the soft snow. Skidding to a halt, he spins to face the approaching horde of lapons who are descending upon their position. Grin spreading across his face, he lifts his right leg, which rapidly expands, stretching far away from the young pirate. Undeterred, the lapons continue their charge, quickly closing the gap. Gum gum, twisting his body counterclockwise. Luffy's leg swings through the air before slamming into the side of the lapons, hurling them further up the mountain. Whip. Soaring through the air, the lapons quickly vanish from view amid the solid white canopy of the snow-covered mountain. Covering her ears, Nami groans, "Make it stop, too loud." Somehow managing to sleep through the commotion, Negico snores loudly. "Drum Island. Beach. Did you hear something?" Jin asks, glancing at the mountain that extends across much of the island's skyline. A shiver ran down his spine, partially from the cold and partially from the faint sound of their captain's distinct battle cry. "Why did I leave my shirt on the boat? Such a stupid choice." Shrugging his shoulders, Zoro tightens his grip on the massive sheet of ice he is using as a makeshift weight. Sweat ran in rivulets from his brow, and his muscles tensed as he slowly lifted the ice as high as he could before lowering it slowly toward his chest. He mutters through clenched teeth, "I didn't hear shit. Now, quit getting distracted and spot me." "Drum Island. Forest. Let me go." Ninjin whines as the Yeti chief continues dragging him through the forest. The mental fog was beginning to clear, and he desperately wanted to take another sip from the flask hidden in his pocket. The others had given up their struggle, allowing the Yeti tribe to carry them. Walking alongside the strange creatures, Chabo, Fiona, and Gregory, who had recovered from their injuries, kept an eye on their surroundings, looking for any landmarks they could follow back to the ship. Stepping through a gap in the trees, the Yetis stop in a small clearing and set down the young pirates. Releasing his grip on Ninjin's wrist, the Yeti taps the boy's chest before motioning at an opening at the base of a small hill. "Huh? Wasid?" Stumbling forward, Ninjin instinctively reaches into his pocket and draws the flask. Pressing it against his lips, he takes a quick swig before fastening the lid and returning it to his side. A strange glow emanated from the cavern entrance, and he felt himself drawn to investigate. Did they bring me to treasure? How kind. Carrot, Tamanegi cries out, but is cut off as a Yeti places a furry hand over his mouth, muffling the warning. I'm fine. It's fine. I'm fine. Ninjin slurs as he lurches through the opening. The glow he had seen from outside grows, and he feels his skin prickle with each step. Footsteps echo off the walls, and he feels his clothing pulled tight against his skin. As the vespers of drunkenness fade away, his vision sharpens. Pulling out the flask once again, he stares at it, confused, and mutters, "Weird. I should still be shit-faced, but I'm completely sober." His voice was a deep baritone and sounded foreign to his ears. There must be something off with the acoustics in here. He pauses a moment before shrugging his shoulders and continuing onward. Stepping around a corner, he catches sight of a chest overflowing with glittery treasure. Eyes lighting up, he hurries over to the container and drops to his knees. Gold and silver coins had spilled onto the ground on either side, and the chest itself was nearly bursting at the seams. I bet this thing weighs a ton. It'll take all of us to carry it out of here. He places his hands on the handles, slightly surprised that he could stretch wide enough to hold them both. Pulling upward, he is shocked as it easily lifts into the air. What? How? Deciding to investigate further once he has rejoined the others, he marches out of the cavern into the sunlight. A strange man appeared from the cave. A mat of purple hair atop his head nearly obscured his eyes, and he had a long, unkempt beard. In his arms, he carried a chest filled with treasure. Making his way toward the group, the man grins and announces, "Look what I found." Reaching for their weapons, the group eyes the man with caution as he draws close. Knocking back the string of his bow, Piaman shouts, "Who are you and where the hell is our friend?" The man stops short, a look of confusion on his face, and replies slowly, "What do you mean, Pepper? It's me." How does he know that name? Aiming one of his steel bats at the stranger, Gregory growls, "Liar. Carrot's a kid. You're older than me." "Guys, it's me." His voice was still too deep, too gravely. Ninja knew something was wrong, but at the moment, his focus was on the others. They think I'm a stranger. I have to convince them it's me. What do I know about them that nobody else would? It takes him a moment to realize that his friends were significantly smaller than they had been when he entered the cave. Staring down at the treasure chest, he notices hair covering both arms. Hair that an hour ago didn't exist. Focus. Meeting Gregory's gaze, he continues, "I'm Carrot, bartender of the Straw Hat Pirates. My friends and I were recruited in Syrup Village along with our leader, Captain Usopp. What can I say to convince you that it's me? What if I tell you what your favorite drinks are? Gregory, you prefer a whiskey sour, while Fiona's drink of choice is crema de lilac. Pepper and onion. We snuck into the bar last night, and you two got wasted. Rika, we always get into arguments in the kitchen about whose cooking technique is better. Chabo, I made fun of you on the way here for picking mushrooms. It's me, you guys. Who else would know that stuff?" Carrot, stepping forward. Fiona cups the man's cheek in her hand. She asks softly, "What happened?" "I don't know. I wish I did." Ninjin admits. His head droops, and he releases the treasure chest, which drops to the ground with a loud thunk. A tear runs down his cheek. Brushing it away, his fingertips meet the long beard hanging from his chin. Seeing the worried expression on his friends' faces, the waterworks release, and he begins sobbing uncontrollably. "It's not fair. I'm a kid. I want to be a kid. Why did this have to happen to me?" The Yeti tribe slowly shuffles away, satisfied with having shown Ninjin the way toward treasure, leaving the crew alone together. Ninjin's wails echo against the trees as his friends surround him and offer comfort. Drum Island, Drum Rockies having resumed their journey up the mountain, Sanji is the first to notice a rumbling noise emanating from nearby. Having handed off Najiko's sled back to Luffy, he raised a now freed hand and hissed, "Stop." "Come on." Frustrated, Luffy halts his motion and glances over at Hatchin, who has done the same. He turns his fiery gaze on Sanji and shouts, "What's the holdup?" "Listen, dumbass." Sanji fires back as the rumbling sound intensifies. There was something else that he could faintly make out. The sound of feet slapping against snow. "Hell no." Panic creeping into his voice, he shouts, "It's those damn polar bears. They're doing something." "Lapons." Hatchin helpfully corrects the enraged chef, but his voice goes unheard. The ground begins to shake as the rumbling grows closer. Pointing up the mountain, Sanji yells, "Move! We don't have much time. Make up your mind. Do we go or do we stay?" Luffy shouts back, his irritation building as his legs start to wobble. "We go!" Sanji bellows as he starts sprinting up the mountain, followed by his crewmates. Snow slides toward him, and he is forced to leap over a snowball careening in his direction. The cigarette drops from his mouth and is immediately captured in the sea of snow. He yells, "Avalanche!" Eyes darting around, searching for a safe path, Luffy spots a small lapon tumbling downward. Extending an arm, he yanks the rabbit free from the snow and deposits it safely into the sled beside Nezuko. Still dizzy, the creature lifts his head to look around at the chaos around him as Luffy and the others continue fighting their way up the mountain. "It's no use, Sanji," Hatchin yells as the snow slides beneath his feet, pushing him down the mountain faster than he can ascend. "Damn it, Hachi, this isn't the time to give up." Leaping into the air, Sanji's foot collides with a chunk of ice, shattering it into pieces that glitter as they rain down before melting with the snow beneath their feet. "If we can just keep going, eventually this will be." A second chunk of ice catches him off guard, slamming into the chef's chest and sending him tumbling into the snow. Attempting to push himself up, he realizes that he cannot gain traction with either his hands or feet as the avalanche drags him down the mountain. Terror grips his heart, and he desperately cries out, "Luffy!" Hatchin is the next to fall. Slipping on a sheet of ice, he tumbles headfirst into the snow. Nami, hand still wrapped around the rope leading to the sled, he uses all 6 arms to pull it toward him before clumsily climbing aboard and covering the defenseless woman with his body. Gritting his teeth, Luffy continues up the hill. A faint cry from far below catches his attention for a moment, but he quickly pushes it aside as he struggles upward. "I have to get to the top, Hatchin and Sanji are fine. They have to be." A jagged shard of ice careens into his arm, leaving a long gash. Blood drips from the wound, soaking the snow beneath his feet in small crimson droplets, yet he persists, straining to drag the sled with the lapon's added weight. "I can do this, I have to do this. Gah!" He lets out an animalistic scream and, mustering up the last vestiges of energy, begins sprinting as fast as he can up the side of the mountain. The burst of speed is short-lived as another chunk of ice slams into his hand, which opens reflexively. Turning around, his eyes widen in shock and horror as the sled begins sliding down the mountain. "No, no, no!" Tears burn at the edge of his eyes as he sprints after the vessel that has now become a projectile speeding downward. Leaping into the air, his arms stretched forward, and caught hold of the edge of the sled. "Gum gum!" He grunts before shouting, "Rocket!" Shooting forward, he flies face first into the body of the sled. The lapon's soft belly cushions his landing, and he tumbles forward onto Nezuko and the small creature. Head popping up, Luffy's trademark grin reappears. Placing a hand onto his head to keep his hat from flying away, he makes a fist with the other and pumps it into the air, yelling, "Wahoo!" Movement out of the corner of his eye catches his attention. Turning, he lets out a small gasp as he spots the other sled with Hatchin lying prone atop Nami. The panic gives way to laughter at the absurdity of their situation. She, let me help y'all out." Stretching his free hand toward the sled, he grabs hold of the side and yanks it toward him. Feeling something grab hold of his arm, he spots a familiar pair of hands clinging to the outstretched limb. Sanji's face, mostly obscured by the snow, looks strained as he attempts to pull himself to safety. They likely would have safely ridden the snow down to the base of the mountain if it weren't for the rocks. Several, the size of boulders, crash into the sleds, shattering them and sending the crew sprawling into the snow. Thinking quickly, Luffy stretches both arms wide and wraps them around his crewmates, drawing them toward him. Spotting a tree poking out from the snow, he rolls to the side, causing his midsection to collide with and wrap around the obstacle. Suspended from the tree, Luffy hugs the others to his chest until the rushing snow finally comes to a stop. Once the danger has passed, Luffy lets go of his friends and extracts himself from the tree. Grinning from ear to ear, he shouts, "That was fun. Let's do it again." "Are you insane?" Sanji shoots back, brushing snow from his suit and readjusting his tie as he rises to his feet. The small lapon that Luffy rescued Star Yunton. "I dunno. Am I?" Luffy replies with a smirk as he picks up Najiko and tosses her over his shoulder. Reaching down to pick up Nami, Hatchin freezes as he comes face to face with the young Lapon. Luffy, where did you find this little guy? Up there, Luffy replies, pointing up the mountain. Rolling his eyes, Sanji shouts back, we can't pick up every stray you see. Why not? I picked you up, didn't I? Besides, I already named him. He's Snowball. Luffy replies with a grin as he begins marching up the mountain. Shaking his head in disbelief, Hatchin scoops Nami into his arms and follows after Luffy, trailed by Sanji, who lights a fresh cigarette. Having nowhere else to go, the Lapon follows after the group, maintaining a careful distance, but staying close enough that it won't lose sight of them. It isn't long before the small group runs across several larger Lapons stuck in a snowdrift, and against his crewmates' desperate pleas, Luffy pulls them free. Their group continues to grow as Luffy continually stops to assist Lapons, stranded by the avalanche. Drum Island. Path to cocoa weed bundled in jackets they had borrowed from their gracious host, Jimmy Scoops, and Marianne rode in the back of Dalton's sled, capturing pictures of the beautiful snow-covered landscape. Seated beside Dalton, Kaya is also wearing a warm coat. Beside her is a bag filled with other warm clothes she had insisted on borrowing in case they ran into less fortunate members of the crew. The group was on its way to Cocoa Weed following rumors that Dr. Koreha had been spotted there recently, treating an injured child. If you don't mind, what made you decide to leave Wapol? Kaya asks in a gentle tone. Hey, that's a good question. Pulling the lead in his hands to the left, Dalton directs the new harness to the front of the sled around a turn in the road before straightening their course. Turning to the young blonde woman, he explains, it all started with the doctor hunt. You were probably too young to understand what was going on, but Wapol ordered that all of the doctors on the island serve him or face the firing squad. At the time, I was complacent with his laws and did what I had to do to carry out his cruel will against our people, but it never sat right with me. For years, I watched my countrymen crawl on hands and knees, begging Wapol for even the most basic medical care. I wish that I had chosen to leave him then, but alas, I continued to serve under our evil king until Blackbeard arrived. With a crew of only 5 pirates, Blackbeard managed to destabilize our entire kingdom. In an act of cowardice, Wapol fled the country with his top advisors, soldiers, and the few doctors who survived his doctor hunt, now known as the Ashi 20. That is when I finally had enough. I stayed behind to protect our people and have been doing so ever since. Placing her hand on Dalton's shoulder, Kaya whispers, that's terrible. I'm so sorry you had to endure all of that. It's hard to believe that my parents would endorse such a tyrant by offering to do business with him. Your parents were good people, Kaya. What they did was done out of love for the people of Drum Island. Had they not traded with Wapol, the citizens of this nation would have suffered the consequences. Dalton assures the young woman. Pulling back slightly on the reins, he slows the new as they approach the small town. He continues in a gentle tone, the supplies they brought fed many families and kept the lights on across our island. Had it not been for your parents, many on this island would have starved or worse. The creatures pulling the sled slowed to a trot as they passed by the first row of snow-covered houses. Something felt off, an unnatural silence that seemed to hang in the air. That's when he saw him, a man wearing a military uniform marching down the street. He says in a whisper, wait here. Handing the reins to Kaya, he leaps from the sled and ducks into an alley, peering at the soldier as he passes by. The sound of marching echoes through the building as more soldiers turn onto the street, led by none other than Wapol himself. He bursts into laughter upon seeing Dalton's sled in the middle of the street. Mahahahaha. I'd know that sled anywhere. Come on out, Dalton, it's been far too long. Oblivious to the danger and having not paid attention to Dalton's instructions, Jimmy Scoops and Marianne debark the sled and make their way toward a nearby building that bore an interesting architectural design. Camera at the ready. Jimmy snaps a quick picture before allowing Marianne to lead him further into a nearby alleyway. As soon as they are out of sight, Marianne points at the street and whispers, it's Wapol, we need to hide. Giving Kaya one last look, Dalton decides that the time has come to act and steps out from the alley. Horns sprout from his forehead as thick fur erupts from his face, legs, and the backs of his hands. Legs thicken and bend as his toes merge, forming a massive hoof. Lowering his head, he prepares to charge as hot air hisses through his nostrils. Chest tightening, Kaya stares in horror as Wapol and his soldiers slowly approach her new friend, Drum Island, forest. "We're lost," Jin mutters as he follows Zoro through the woods. He couldn't help but shiver as the cold air whipped against his exposed chest. I could have gone back to the ship and changed, but no, I decided to follow this dumbass through the forest. Irritation growing, Zoro turns and shouts, "We're not lost. I know exactly where we are." Balling his hands into fists, he resumes marching through the snow while grumbling, "It's not my fault. These trees keep moving around." The sound of their footsteps crunching through the snow is interrupted by hooves beating against the ground. They both instinctively reach for their weapons as a sleigh pulled by a reindeer wearing a strange hat appears through the trees and skids to a stop beside them. An old woman, reclining in her seat, studies them. Taking note of their inappropriate attire, she calls out, "Hello there, in need of assistance?" "We don't have time for this crap." Drawing Wado Ichimonji, Zoro aims it at the woman and shouts, "If you don't get out of my way, I'll send your ancient ass straight to hell." The white blade blended naturally with the flecks of snow that gathered along its edge. "Zoro, let's not cause a scene." Jin pleads as the woman rises to her feet, coiling the reins before carefully resting them on her chair. "Shut it, raccoon eyes." Zoro shouts back, his gaze still locked on the woman as she exits her vehicle and begins to approach. "I won't be but a minute, Chopper. Need to teach this one a lesson about manners." Her pace quickens, and soon she is sprinting full speed at Zoro. Dropping slightly to avoid impaling herself on the outstretched blade, the woman's foot flies rapidly through the air, connecting with Zoro's throat and hurling him backward into the snow. Satisfied, she straightens her back and calls out, "Serves you right, next time, you'll learn to show a little respect." Before the swordsman can regain his footing, she marches back to her sled. Taking hold of the reins, she gives them a quick snap, sending the strange reindeer galloping off into the woods. Barely containing his smirk, Jin offers his hand to the swordsman. "Need some help?" "Fuck you." Zoro groaned, shaking his head to clear the ringing from his ears before roughly slapping the hand away. "Help, help. I need help." Racing through the forest, Kaya grips the bag of clothes tightly to her chest, the only thing she had managed to take while fleeing the scene. Thoughts race through her mind as she recounts the events leading to the point. "I can't believe Dalton lost. When he first struck down Wapol, I thought we were safe, but those Ashi had to go and patch him up. I'd have been taken down, too, if Marianne hadn't intervened. I can't waste this opportunity. They need help." The roar of Wapol's soldiers as they began ascending the mountain still rang in her ears. Ducking beneath a low-hanging branch, she hears vaguely familiar voices in the distance. The distance was too great for her to make out words, but a feeling in her gut told her they were part of the crew. "Kicked your ass without even trying," Jin's now unmistakable deep tone echoed across the snow. "I said drop it," Zoro shouts back, followed by the sound of a steel blade drawn from its scabbard. "Zoro! Jin!" Kaya cries out as she draws close. Eyes widening, she feels the root catch on her boot as she is deposited into the snowbank. Before she has time to think about getting up, they are on either side of her, anger gone, replaced by concern for her safety. Rough hands grab her arms, lifting her to her feet. Seeing them, safe and strong guardians of the crew, before her is enough to break the dam, and tears stream down each cheek. Throwing her arms around each of the men's shoulders, she says through the sobs, "It's Wapol, he hurt Dalton, cocoa weeds." "Shush," Jin whispers as he slowly rubs Kaya's back, trying to ease her fear. His eyes scan the woods. Was she followed? It doesn't take long for the hug to outstay its welcome, and Zoro roughly extracts himself. Taking a step back, he notices the bag held limply in Kaya's hand. Pointing, he asks, "What's that?" "Oh yes." Releasing her grip on Jin, Kaya takes a step back and carefully undoes the drawstrings of the bag. Reaching inside, she pulls out a thick wool coat and tosses it to Jin before extracting a second and throwing it into Zoro's outstretched arms. A small smile plays at the edge of her lips, and she replies in a slightly judgmental tone, "I grabbed some warm clothes. It looks like you two could use it." The men quickly yank the coats over their heads, zipping them to the neckline before burying their hands in the warm pockets. Despite their machismo, they were both freezing. "Drum Island!" rode to Bighorn carrying sacks filled with goods over either shoulder. Mary and Usopp head back to the ships, having finished their shopping. "Think anybody will be left on the ship by the time we get there?" Usopp asks. He was wearing a thick black cloak he had purchased in town, which did an excellent job of keeping his torso warm, but his teeth still chattered as the cold air blew against his exposed face. Wearing a suit jacket lined with fur, Mary appeared much more comfortable, his thick curly wool providing an excellent barrier against the cold. With a sly smile, he replies, "Who knows? I'm sure Zoro wandered off somewhere to train. Jin's probably right there with him, to make sure he doesn't get lost on the other side of the island." Johnny and Yosaku are either sleeping or playing with the virtual Den Mushi. "Anybody here?" calls out Usopp as they step onto the dock. His question is met with silence. Assuming that the others are preoccupied, the pair makes their way toward the external hatch leading to the first floor storage room and carefully lower it before hauling their goods onto the going shopping. Flying bridge straining against the ropes binding their wrists, Johnny and Yosaku attempt to wiggle their way free. Gags stuffed in their mouths prevent them from screaming for their crewmates below, and two armed guards nearby cast an intimidating shadow over their predicament. Nestled between them, Chow Chow continues quietly snoring, still recovering from the beating he had received from Shirasango. Walking over to the swordsman, one of the guards places a thumb against his neck and pulls it across to the other side while giving them a warning glare. Drum Island docks after delivering the last of the supplies to their respective place and sliding the various seeds they had purchased under Chabo's door. Usopp and Mary make their way off the ship. Pausing for a brief moment just before stepping off the gangplank, Usopp asks, "Do you feel like we are forgetting something?" He scratches his head, mind racing as he tries to solve the mystery. "What do you mean?" Pulling out a pad of paper, Mary runs through their checklist aloud. "We picked up clothes and food for the crew, merchandise to sell, and fruit and vegetable seeds. That's everything Kaya had on her list." "I know it's just," glancing back at the deck, Usopp tries to figure out what is bothering him. "I can't help but feel like we are missing something important." Shrugging his shoulders, he steps off the gangplank and begins walking toward town with Mary. Grin plastered on his face, he declares, "I'm sure whatever it is will show up eventually." From their position on the flying deck, Johnny and Yosaku can barely make out their departing friends as they trek across the snow-covered ground toward the well-worn path through the trees. Drum Island, Bighorn. The scene in the small town was much different than the one they had left, and Usopp places a hand out to stop Mary as the hair on the back of his neck stands on end. Pointing out a patrol of, "We have company. Time to go stealth mode." Dropping to the ground, he crawls behind a tree, peeking around it in search of an opening. Following his companion on foot, Mary mutters, "So dramatic." Sliding up the tree until he is upright, Usopp raises his hand into the air in a fist before flashing several quick hand symbols. As soon as the guards turn, "We'll make a break for Dalton's house." Staring at Usopp's strange hand symbols, Mary scratches the side of his head in confusion. "Am I supposed to understand any of that? Is this one of those games he plays with the kids?" As the last guard rounds the corner, Usopp whispers, "Now." Dashing forward, he races for the street with a confused Mary following behind. Pressing his back against the side of a building, he listens intently. The sound of people arguing nearby draws his attention. "We should investigate that noise. It may be helpful." He flashes 3 more hand signals before rolling away from the wall onto the street and hurrying toward the building where he heard the chatter. The voices were clearer. Pressing his ear against the wall, he could make out words. "Wapol said we needed to wait for his signal," came a voice from within. A fist slams against the wall, startling Usopp. He quickly regains his composure and leans in to hear a low voice reply. "I don't care what my younger brother said. If he thinks he can order me around, he has another thing coming. I'm Masuru, co-leader of the Blicking Pirates, and I will be respected. I have the same right to the throne as that loud-mouthed moron." Eyes wide, Mary says, "Usopp, I think," lifting his finger to silence the man. Usopp continues to listen as a third voice chimes in, "But sir, your father." The low voice cuts him off, sounding angrier this time. "I don't care, he's dead, and we aren't. If I cared what that old bastard thought, I'd never have agreed to work with Wapol in the first place. He never could stand that twerp." Usopp, we really, Mary tries for a second time, but is again silenced by the man's finger. Swallowing hard, he reaches into his pockets for his brass knuckles as several angry guards descend on their position. A hand again slams into the wall, but this time from outside the building. Grabbing Usopp by the collar, the guard yanks him away from his eavesdropping before pressing a sword against the sniper's neck. His voice drips with barely contained rage. Looks like we've got ourselves a spy. Two of his companions grab Mary, pinning him to the wall before he can take hold of his weapons. A door slams, and a trio emerges from the building. The largest, a man with pink hair and a black beard, points a thin finger at the guards and yells as spittle flies from his lips, "What are you doing out?" The words die on his lips as he spots the captive pirates pinned against the wall. Anger replaced with a look of contempt, he continues, "What are you two doing out here? Didn't you hear about Bighorn's new curfew policy? Shoo. The other guards cackle along with their leader. Aiming absent-mindedly down the street, he commands, "Put them with the others who couldn't listen, then join us in the city square. I'm done letting Wapol run the show, we're taking Drum Castle for ourselves." The guards cheer as they lower Mary to the ground before yanking him and Usopp by the wrist down the snow-covered street. Drum Island, Drum Rockies letting out a loud groan. Sanji watches as Luffy yanks another Lapon up toward them before depositing the creature onto a ledge alongside its companions. It had taken them several hours to climb this high, and the captain's insistence on bringing along all of their newly found companions was starting to grate on the chef's already raw nerves. Now wearing Nejico's sled around his neck like a harness, no longer trusting Luffy with the task, he chastises the young pirate, "Are we going to wait for you to grab all of those damn things? They are Snowball's friends, and Snowball is my friend. So that makes them my friend too." Luffy shouts back before glancing back down to verify that he had gotten all of the creatures. Satisfied, he grits his teeth and begins the final ascent up the side of the mountain. There is a scratching sound as the Lapons begin their own, albeit slower, ascent beside him, using their sharp claws to pull themselves upward. "Stop calling it that. We just met that little, ouch." Sanji yelps as the young Lapon delivers a blow to his calf, knocking him loose from the wall. He tightens his grip, taking a moment to regain his footing before glaring at the creature. He prepares to deliver a kick of his own, but is stopped as several of the larger Lapons stare him down. With a grimace, he turns toward Luffy and continues his ascent, making use of the surprisingly deep handholds left behind by the captain. "That doesn't make any damn sense, Straw Hat. Just because you are friends with their friend, it doesn't make you friends." "I think it's nice," Hatchin interjects, from beneath the chef. Receiving a glare from Sanji, he chooses not to say more, instead focusing on dragging Nami's sled, held in his two lower arms, after him as he follows his crewmates. As the large group reaches its crest, they see a familiar group. "Watto?" Luffy asks incredulously, pointing at the man riding a large white walkie ahead of them. Turning around, Wapol sees the approaching group. Recognizing Luffy, he shouts, "It's Wapol. You idiot, I told you that yesterday. Do your ears work?" "Oh, right. Wano, sorry," Luffy exclaims before bursting into laughter. She. Why are you here? Are you looking for the witch, too?" "Luffy, we have to focus on getting Nami and Nejico up the mountain. We don't have time for you to get in a fight with this idiot." Sanji growls to the captain in a voice he hopes is low enough not to be overheard by the boisterous man ahead. "It's fine. I can kick his ass in a minute. Just watch me." Pulling back his sleeve, Luffy starts stretching his arm backward, but is stopped as the sound of feet beating against the ground draws his attention. The Lapon that had been trailing behind the group surged forward, jostling Hatchin, Sanji, and Luffy out of the way as they charged toward Wapol and his men. Face splitting into a wide grin, Luffy retracts his arm. He watches in amusement as the rabbits pick up speed as they close in on their intended prey. Leading the creatures was Snowball, with a look of determination on his small face. Placing his hands around his mouth, Luffy calls out, "Looks like you're popular, Wallow." "It's Wapol." Wapol shouts as the first of the Lapons smash into his white walkie, causing it to teeter before falling to the ground, dumping him and his officers into the snow. Dragging himself to his feet, he opens his mouth to scream, but is silenced as a Lapon slams its feet into his chest, sending him flying through the air. the rest of Waipal's entourage charged after their leader, spurred on by the Lapons chasing after them. Pointing further up the slope, Hatchin cries out, "Look there, it's A." His mind races, searching for the right word. An Arlong Park? No, we just called it that because of Sabodi Park. What's the word? Oh, I know, he continues loudly, a castle. That has to be it. Come on, Straw Hat, let's get a move on, Sanji shouts as he starts to jog up the hill. The others are close behind, kicking up a flurry of snow as they race toward their destination. Before long, they arrive at the front gate. It was drawn up, an unusual position for a fortified castle. The group made their way through, encountering a small wooden door that was closed and locked. Ever the bold and adventurous leader, Luffy saunters toward it before rapping his knuckles hard against the wooden structure. A window pops opening a small blue-nosed creature with brown fur covering its face. He asks in a squeaky voice, "Who is it?" "I'm Monkey D. Luffy, captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. I'm going to be the king of the pirates someday, but right now I need a doctor for my friends," Luffy proudly exclaims. The window snaps shut. Well, that was rude. Taking a step back, he prepares to knock down the door when suddenly it starts to creak open, revealing the rest of the small creature. He wore a red hat with a white X in the center, and antlers protruded from either side. Rather than hands, he had hoofs at the end of each arm. Taking a step back, the creature says in a timid voice, "Come in. The doctor can see you now." Following the creature, the crew flinches as the door slams shut behind them, locking them inside. As he leads them down a long corridor, the creature explains, "I'm Chopper. I mean, that's my name. I assist Dr. Kureha in her day-to-day work, and, please put that down." "Sorry." Luffy drops the metallic shield he had been inspecting. It rattles against the floor, rolling several times before finally coming to a stop. Stepping over the shield, he asks, "Is that the witch? Dalton told us to find a witch. Can she do magic?" "Quit asking so many questions, Straw Hat," Sanji yells as he carries Nijiko through the castle. A streak of crimson ran from his nose to his top lip, unnoticed by the chef. "Magic? I mean, she could," but, biting his lip, Chopper continues forward in silence for a moment, thinking of a good response. He eventually continues, "She is a doctor. One of the best I've ever met, and I should know. I'm learning to be one myself." She. "You're weird," Luffy declares as a shiny plate catches his eye. He begins reaching toward it when a sharp voice captures his attention. "Hurry up, Chopper, they haven't got all day." The feminine voice was strong, but carried a slight shake. "Why yes, Dr. Kureha." Chopper squeals as he dashes down the hallway and vanishes around a corner. Popping his head around the side, he waves and shouts, "Hurry." Smirking, Sanji directs the captain away from the shiny artifact. "You heard the lady. Let's get a move on." His mind races with images of women clad in medical scrubs, increasing the flow of blood leaking from his nostrils. As the small group rounds the corner, they see Chopper standing just outside an open door, beckoning them on with a hoof. Almost there, the crew hurries after the strange creature, following him into the room. The glow of fluorescent ceiling lights filled the large space. Several beds lined the rear wall. Each was neatly made, with the corners untucked for ease of access. In the center stood a woman wearing a crop top exposing a golden belly button piercing. The top was white and had pink flowers in a circle around the center. She had purple pants with a pink streak that ran up one leg and was casually holding a bottle labeled rum. Her skin was tight, and deep wrinkles dug craters across her face and hands. Between the beautiful, if sickly, woman in his arms and the contrast between the doctor's youthful attire and her advanced age, Sanji felt like his brain was short-circuiting. His eyes continually dart between the crop top and the woman's face as he tries to make sense of the situation. "Stunned by my youthful beauty?" Dr. Kureha suggests with a chuckle as she waves her free hand at one of the empty beds before lifting the bottle of rum to her lips and taking a quick swig. Unable and unwilling to stop the laughter spilling from his lips, Luffy doubles over, clutching his stomach. She. You're funny. You should join our pirate crew." Dr. Kureha's smile falters for a moment as she studies the pirate rolling on the floor. Her eyes rake over his body from head to toe, silently evaluating him before she replies curtly, "No," she pauses for a moment, letting the rejection hang in the air before continuing. "But I wish you no ill will. You are much kinder than the last fellow we had the misfortune of running across. A green-haired man with too many swords. Even the thought of that brute makes my blood boil." Moss head, eyes widening in surprise. Sanji nearly drops Nejiko on the floor before remembering his duty and following Kureha's visual instruction to the rear beds. "He sounds like a real jerk," Luffy replies, bursting once again into belly-shaking laughter. She, I'll kick his ass if you want." "That won't be necessary." Shifting her attention to Chopper, she asks, "What's the prognosis, Dr. Chopper?" "I haven't had a chance to investigate them yet," Chopper replies, scurrying over to the beds that Hatchin and Sanji had laid the women in. Lifting Nami's shirt, he gasps. Turning back to Dr. Kureha, he calls out, "You should come take a look at this, Doctor. I've never seen a pattern like this before." "If you haven't seen it, then it must be rare. Sometimes, I think you know my medical textbooks better than I do." Marching over toward Chopper, Kureha places her rum bottle on a nearby table before taking the shirt from his hooves and pulling it higher up. Eyebrows pinching together and chin furrowing, she studies the strange markings and muses aloud. "Haven't seen this in a while. What are their temperatures?" Grabbing 2 thermometers and jamming them into Nami and Nejiko's mouths, Chopper gasps as the red line races upward. It finally comes to a stop, and he shouts, 107. Then it's as I feared. Pulling down Nami's shirt, Dr. Kureha turns back to Luffy and the others and announces, "Your friends have a disease known as the 5-day disease. Were either of them bitten by a tick? Perhaps at a tropical island nearby?" Glancing at Sanji and Luffy, who both look dumbfounded, Hatchin replies, "Nami was complaining about bugs back on Little Garden. Do you think this is connected?" "It might be." Turning back to the woman, she walks over to Nejiko and lifts her shirt to verify that the markings are the same. Nodding her head, she calls out, "Chopper, would you be a dear and fetch me the S-27 from the medicine fridge? I should have enough left for both of them, but I need you to handle it with care." "Right," Chopper replies, saluting the doctor before scurrying over to a mini-fridge and tossing it open. Rustling through the vials, he finds the correctly labeled one and carefully lifts it from its container. Hurrying back, he hands it to Dr. Kureha and asks, "What is 5-day disease, Dr. Kureha?" "I think it's like 3-day disease, but longer." Luffy interjects with a grin before receiving an elbow to the ribs from Sanji. Ignoring Luffy, Dr. Kureha replies, an astute question. Plunging a syringe into the vial, she fills it up before pulling up Nami's sleeve and placing her fingers against the skin, searching for an artery that is near the surface. Not looking away from the patient, she answers, 5-day disease comes from a tick known as the Kestia. It was thought to be extinct, but has been appearing recently on some of the more tropical islands in the region. Its name comes from the fact that those who are infected typically die 5 days after being bitten. Sliding the needle into Nami's arm and pressing the plunger with her thumb, she grabs a cotton swab and bandage with her free hand. Pressing the cotton swab against the skin, she carefully extracts the needle before quickly wrapping the bandage around the swab, holding it in place. She asks in a careful tone, "How long ago did you arrive in Little Garden?" 2 days. Luffy exclaims proudly, holding up 3 fingers. Glancing down at his fingers, his eyes bounce between them before he corrects himself, "I mean 3 days. Then we aren't too late." Discarding the can beside Nami's bed, Dr. Kureha deftly inserts a new one before again pressing it into the vial and filling the syringe. Walking across to Nejiko's bed, she repeats the process, checking for a vein before inserting the needle and delivering the medicine. Having completed her task, she turns to face the pirates and says, "I think these two need some rest." She waves at the door, prompting them toward the exit. Glancing over his shoulder, Luffy takes in the women sleeping peacefully for the first time since leaving Little Garden. "Please don't die. I need you both. You're my nakama." The door slowly closes behind him, obscuring his view before a gust of wind slams it shut.